Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boat campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness. We have a very interesting day ahead of us. There was a little bit of weakness overseas, or pretty much a lot of lack of reaction as everybody waits for what is going to happen. Remember, yesterday we had the 7th day of the S&P, 8th day of the NASDAQ rally. You're doing all of this, but now everybody was cautious ahead of Jerome Powell, and in the next 15 minutes, you are going to hear from Jerome Powell. So I already got the live feed queued up. We're ready to go. Everybody in the market will be waiting for this. So pretty much you're going to have Powell speaking today. He's going to give a follow-up. A lot of people are expecting him to push back on this whole idea that they are going to be cutting, but we'll see how the market takes it, because yesterday, the last 2 days really, that is all you have gotten from the Fed speaker. So Chad, it's going to be a wild one. I hope you're locked in. I hope you're feeling blessed. We're going to get through as much as we can until Powell. Maybe we do the Pledge of Allegiance early, man. I don't know how we going to do it, but Chad, good morning, baby. What's up, Lucky? What's up, Carson? Michael, open face sandwich, baby. JT, Cam, Tim Whitman, baby. Good morning. Oh, Patrick Picardi. He's in the house, baby. Good morning. What's up, Ned Midwest? What's up, Wandering? Matthew Orman, Troy Lemon, baby. Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning. What's up, Sean? What's up, Hobby Life? Oh, Wise, Alex Lozano. Oh, my gosh, the chat's going crazy, baby. Scotty Wallace, Mr. J. Cole, Risk Flair, Nathan Evans, El Chapato, Lucky Soldier, baby. Alex, how you doing, Roman? You matter. Walter White is in the house. Nick, good morning. Zeke, Jay Samuels, baby. Oh, Richard Braley. Oh, Sean, what's up, baby? Good morning. What's up, Solvet? Welcome to the chat as well. Ken Sam, Battleborn. Oh, Axel, UNV, Don, Riley, Matt, Kurt McGirt, Dirty Bird, Toriano, baby. Good morning. What's up, Ashley? Juice, Trey, Juice. I hope you feeling good, baby. I'm praying for you, man. I hope you living good. Good morning. What's up, Devin Wheeler? Ed Equity, baby. Kyle, ZZ, Riley, Mac, Taylor, Barry, T, Blizzy, Richard Braley, De La Greasy, baby. Eric Scrub. Good morning, baby. Happy Wednesday. What's up, Jake Osborne, Todd, Dario, ZZ, Lucky J, Will Alton, Guts for the long term, Chris Syed, baby. What about the Twitch? The Goat Man, Mr. Malone, JJ Kanaje. Good morning, baby. Big Curly, Sneaky CDN, Real Fried Rice, Woodrow, Hunter Biden. He's in the chat. Professional, Pre-Forbes, Destroyer, Dan V, 333, Sasha Gray Matter. Good morning. What's up, BRGR? Most Dope, Andy, Nikki on Smash, El Coyote, NRG, Mr. Destroyer once again, and Tibia Life, baby. Good morning. Oh, Hailstone. I missed a couple in there. Good morning, Chattadonia. I hope you're ready for it. Again, it's Powell, bro. It's already Powell Day. I didn't even read his full name in the chat is Hunter Biden Loves Crack. So I just abbreviated it. That's it. I think he got banned in the YouTube for the Hunter Biden, so then he was like, let me go with the more aggressive name. And then he went to the Twitch, and then now he loves crack. I don't know if it would be considered like defamation, because, again, it has to be based on the truth. Anyway, let me just get to the news. But stocks falter as central banks dent rate cut hopes. Global stocks struggle to make headway as a raft of central bank officials push back against the prospect of a speedy interest rate cut, a message which Federal Reserve Chair Powell could reinforce later in the day. U.S. equity futures traded just flat above the Euro 600 index, rising 0.2. U.S. 10-year Treasury yields held flat about 4.45. Oil extended losses. West in Texas Intermediate futures slid to $76. The dollar firmed for the third straight day. traders have been trying to gauge how hard central bankers will push back against the recent drop in government bond yields, which potentially hinders efforts to keep the handle on inflation. Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey warned on Wednesday it's still too early to discuss rate cuts, while three Eurozone rate setters also hinted policy would stay tight. Fed Governor Lisa Cook, meanwhile, said geopolitical tensions could trigger negative spillovers, including higher inflation. Up next is Powell and New York Fed President John Williams, who are expected to downplay the likelihood of policy easing. Fed speakers will attempt to jawbone and cool market expectations for rate cuts, said Todd Schubert, a Dubai-based senior fixed income strategist at Bank of Singapore. The market is underestimating the Fed's resolve in bringing down inflation to 2%, and we would not expect a sustained rally in risk assets until there is clear evidence of a pronounced downward trajectory in inflation. If the Fed does execute a monetary policy pivot and allows the economy to avoid a recession, global equities could be poised for a double-digit rally in 24, according to HSBC strategist. In pre-market, eBay sank 8% after giving a bleak revenue outlook for the quarter. Rivian added 6% as the car maker raised their production forecast. Oil prices stayed under pressure as forecast drops in U.S. gasoline consumption, adding to a growing array of indicators suggesting a weakening demand outlook. China, the world's biggest importer, is also seeing dimming oil demand as winter approaches. Key events today: Eurozone sales, Germany CPI, Bank of England Governor Bailey, Fed President John Williams, and then tomorrow you get Bank of Japan and everything else. Powell versus pivot. Fed Chair Powell leads a suite of central bank speakers today as traders start to stay alert for signs of monetary authorities pushing back against bets for a pivot to ease policy. New York Fed President John Williams and three other makers are due to have their separate appearances. According to Todd Schubert, the Dubai senior fixed income strategist, Fed speakers will attempt to jawbone and cool market expectations. Israel said that troops have entered the middle of Gaza's main city as they continue their operation against Hamas. IDF forces are in the heart of Gaza City. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said late Tuesday, referring to the IDF. They came from the north and the south. They stormed in until the full coordination between land, air, and sea forces arrived. Israel describes Gaza City as the center of gravity of Hamas's operations. The government is determined to end the militant group's rule over the Strip following their attack on southern Israeli communities on October 7th, which killed 1,400 people. VIP Xi, Chinese President Xi Jinping is set to be the guest of honor with dinner of top U.S. business executives when he visits San Francisco for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit next week. According to people familiar with the matter, the U.S. and China have been working to stabilize relations this year, and hundreds of people are expected to attend the dinner for Xi organized by business groups, including the chief executive officers of major U.S. companies. The meeting comes in amid China's faltering efforts to win back foreigners, as data show more direct investment flowing out of the country than coming in, suggesting that companies may be diversifying their supply chains to reduce risks. Don't worry, we got a little bit more, and then Powell begins. And then young Powell begins. So S&P futures, little change Wednesday morning after U.S. equities finished mostly higher on Tuesday. S&P was up for the 7th straight session, and NASDAQ up for the 8th straight session on tech. Treasuries mostly firmer through yields largely higher on the week. Dollar index is up by 0.3. Gold is off by 0.2. Bitcoin futures down 1.5, and crude oil is down 0.9 after losing nearly 4.5 on Tuesday and falling to the lowest level since July. Market still seems to be in a near-term catalyst vacuum, complicating the debate about the sustainability of last week's bounce. Next week brings the October CPI on Tuesday morning and retail sales and PPI on Wednesday, along with widely anticipated start of Q3 earnings out of retail. Bulls focused on peak Fed, Goldilocks macro, contrarian signal from positioning sentiment indicators, seasonality, corporate buybacks, and stable 24 earnings. Bears are focused on recent history of premature dovish policy turns, recession fears, and curve inversion signaling, softer data, lagged effects of FCI tightening, and Fed rate hikes, pickup in softer demand, and macro uncertainty messaging from corporates, as well as outsized cuts to Q4 earnings estimates and deteriorating earnings revision and risk to 2024 earnings from disinflation. Another busy day of Fed speak today, though economic calendar quiet. Powell, the highlight at 9:15, though comments coming out of the Fed's Division of Research and Statistics Centennial Conference and no Q&A expected. Cook, Barr, and Jefferson also scheduled to speak today. In addition, $40 billion 10-year note auction earlier this afternoon should get some outsized attention following the better takeaways from last week's refunding details. Still no consensus amid House Republicans regarding a stopgap measure to keep the government open beyond November 17th. Overseas, ECB revealed a pickup in consumer inflation expectations despite disinflation trend and heightened uncertainty surrounding the macro outlook. Guild beat and raised on better Veklury sales, though some focus on upcoming pipeline milestones. Oxy beat Q3 metrics and street positive on domestic wells. eBay hit by softer Q4 GMV outlook, which company chalked up to macro headwinds. ACAM beat with focus on security reacceleration. Rivian raised full-year production and EBITDA guidance. Hood revenue missed. September volumes declined, guided for weaker Q4 NII and guided above on expenses. Cody beat and raised. DVA pushed back against GLP-1 concerns. Bros beat and raised with help from strong pricing and street positive on margin expansion. Toast down big on GPV slowdown. Upstart pressured by its miss and below consensus guidance. Upwork up big on a beat raise, capital return, and AI focus. All right, we still got a little bit of time. I might be able to get through everything. And then we have Powell, and then, I don't know, do you guys want to do the pledge early? Because I feel like Powell might be speaking during the pledge. Or we wait till the bell rings. Oh, we're going to have to see how we do that one. We're going to have to see how we do that one. But Bank of Japan Ueda said there's still some distance toward the 2% inflation, which is why they're continuing massive easing. Recent high-level meetings have helped improve China-U.S. relationship to top Beijing officials, said before an expected meeting between Xi Jinping and Joe Biden next week. Chinese authorities have asked Ping An Insurance Group to take a controlling stake in embattled Country Garden, the nation's biggest private property developer. Four-people family. China State Council was headed by Premier Li Qiang, who has instructed local government in Guangdong province, where both companies are based, to help arrange a rescue of Country Garden by Ping An. Eurozone inflation expectations rise according to the latest ECB survey, creating a headache for Lagarde and her colleagues. Median expectations of inflation over the next 12 months increased noticeably to 4 from 3.5 in August and 3.4 in July. Retail sales in the Eurozone fell for the third consecutive month in September as consumers continue to rein in spending in response to rising interest rates. UBS is looking to raise its first additional Tier 1 bond since $17 billion worth of risky debt instruments were wiped out when it took over rival lender Credit Suisse. Israel troops stormed the heart of Gaza. Virginia Democrats won majorities in the state 2 legislative chambers and a setback for Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin. The party also had success in Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, where voters approved a measure to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. Miami hosts the third GOP presidential debate tonight, and Donald Trump will be skipping it. Congress has settled on a strategy to avoid a government shutdown on the November 17th amid going divisions over spending, migration, and funding. A stubborn lack of growth and escalating political tension in the U.S. are making investors rethink their China-oriented investment, and they have pulled 1.6 from China-focused mutual exchange-traded funds. And on that note, Chatadonia, I still got more headlines. I got the pre-market movers, but I'm not going to let Powell get in the way. You know why? Oh, yeah. Because here at the Cult, there's something more important. And for real, man, maybe the fact that we're doing it at a little bit different than a schedule, I hope this is a reminder, man, for real, before we do anything, this is something true to the core of myself as a human and what I believe in, bro. It is just, I thank Sky Daddy upstairs every day for everything, but I really do have a huge appreciation for the veterans and the people who have sacrificed for our freedom, this country, the freedom me, my family, and all of you have enjoyed. So before we do anything, it's the least we could do. Give a huge shout out to the vets, and I hope it hits, man. I hope it never gets watered down by the fact that we do it every morning on a schedule or anything like that. For real, man, the families, people who made that sacrifice, all the veterans, just from the bottom of my heart, thank you and God bless you. And big shout out to everybody else out there, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, coaches, nonprofits, anybody giving back as well. Thank you. And just double shout out to the veterans as well. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You may be freaked out that it's early. But don't be. Again, you got Powell now in about 45 seconds. So I got everything queued up. I don't see the live feed just yet. Again, I have it up, but they're not showing anything. So let's see what happens. My goodness. My goodness. Again, we still have news and other things to go over. Again, we are very, very early right now, so keep that in mind. That's a big thing. Do they have it? Stock market. All right, bro. Where's this at? That's the music. On time. 5, 4. Again, there is pre-written statements. I will tell you that right off the bat is that what he's saying is pre-written. It's an opening statement to a conference. So that being said, I mean, you might get a quick reaction right off the bat when it comes out. He's not up here yet, though. Powell does not comment on outlook for Fed policy or economy. All right, this is what we talked about yesterday. Punt, baby, punt. It's going to the bond auction now at 1 p.m. Low key. Again, market might listen, but this is what we were talking about yesterday. Where, again, now you have this catalyst, you dodge the bullet, and then we go now to the thing. That's dovish in and of itself, but Powell's not trying to talk, bro. I think Powell is going to try to he's going to try to let the market and data speak if he has to. That's crazy. So, again, we talked about this a couple of times yesterday, but so far people are saying now, again, the pre-written statement, he does not comment on monetary policy. Where is this dude? Man, yalla, habibi, yalla. This is your moment, Powell. 8 days on the book. Should I might continue reading the news then until we get this guy. Let's do the pledge twice. Let's see. There's no live. There is the live. Again, I'm on the website right now. They're just playing music in the background. They're getting ready, and then headline just came out that Powell does not discuss monetary policy or economic outlook in prepared introductory remarks. So let me give you a couple more headlines until it begins. Fed officials note tightening of financial conditions, but need time to see if it will last. Markets going up so far. Central bankers at odds now with how to respond to possible jump in energy prices should Middle East tensions intensify. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda hits that chance of exit from ultra-loose policy before real wage growth. Bundesbank Chief Nagel says ECB must rein in spending due to uncertain outlook. ECB Kazakh says central bank can cut rates when inflation is defeated. Market pricing in 92 basis point of Fed cuts in 2024, raising prospects of another false dawn. Fannie Mae survey reveals 85% of respondents believe now is a bad time to purchase a house. U.S. consumers continue to use credit cards despite more falling behind on payments. Commercial real estate lending fell 50% last quarter. German inflation eases to 27-month low in October. Japan manufacturing sentiment rises for the first time since August, but respondents see challenging Q4. Apple will delay development of next year's iPhone and iPad on Mac software updates to fix bugs. Automakers, Automakers slowing investment in EV factories amid weakening demand. UBS launches first AT1 bonds since Credit Suisse takeover wiped out $17 billion. U.S. cautions Israel against reoccupying Gaza as IDF hunts Hamas in tunnels after encircling Gaza City. Biden urges Israel PM to agree to a 3-day pause to allow progress in releasing some of the hostages. And Saudi minister says normalization talks with Israel still on the table, but depend on peaceful resolution with Palestine. China president to meet with U.S. business executives next week. Still no consensus among House Republicans on stopgap measure. SE Chair Gensler repeats warnings about risk to financial system from basis trades. U.S. officials seek to limit access to FHLB short-term funding needs following March banking crisis. PBOC Governor Pan says monetary policy will remain prudent, confident of meeting 2023 growth target. China oil demand weakens as refiner margins shrink, crude stockpiles tick higher. Global asset managers talk up China championing long-term investment opportunities. And here it is. Great timing. All right, I got live video now, but still just music. Again, there's already been a little pop. The one, I jinxed it yesterday. That was that scenario we were saying. Just there is a little slight possibility Powell does not discuss anything. And sure enough, a couple of minutes ago, we have already found out that Powell is not discussing monetary policy or the economic outlook. So that's why we're running. We were down. We were pretty much break even most of the morning everywhere overseas. Everyone's kind of waiting for Powell. There was that hesitancy over the last couple of days. And then literally we started running up into this. And then right around here, not too long ago, we just got an update on Powell's speech there that he is not talking about policy. So if anything, it's going to be the, what's it called? It's going to be your 1 p.m. bond auction. All right, here it is.
If you're just arriving
we already
today,
did the pledge. I have plays if there's still time. 10 minutes till the bell.
We've been here already celebrating for a couple of days. On Monday, we had a fantastic presentation by Jaime Marquez talking about the division's history. And that was followed by a great discussion that was kicked off by Beth Kaiser. And then yesterday, we hosted the world premiere of Janice Shack Marquez's video interviewing past and present staff. Which was very entertaining and included some embarrassing before and after photos. And so, we've been having a great time. A highlight of the week so far for me is to hear all the funny stories that people are recounting. And I have to say, one of the biggest shocks
is Christopher Waller
is
there?
that Bill Washer has some funny stories that I've never heard. I've worked with Bill for 26 years.
I think that's Waller's
and
bald
I
like
learn
that.
from
He
him
got the
almost
bright
every
white
day.
head.
And apparently he's been holding out on me. So as much fun as Monday and Tuesday were, I'm really excited about today's conference. We have two terrific papers.
Yeah, we were too till we found out Powell ain't saying
shit. And a number of illustrious speakers.
Now we got to wait till 1 p.m.
So
for a bond auction. That shouldn't have mattered anyways.
My main job here this morning is to introduce Chair Powell. Woo! So you're all already
That's why they don't invite
me,
me, because I would do that.
His superlative communication, and if you know him at all, his clever wit. But I actually want to call out how great it is to work for Jay. He is quick and genuine with his praise of the work that we do, and he's not shy about telling us if we've missed the mark, which is very important in a boss. But what truly endears him to the staff of R&S is that he really, really loves the nerdy details of the economy. He could be one of us. And so that's why we invited him to kick off our event today, even though if you look at the agenda, you will see he's the only one on the agenda who
so
was
bonds
never
are already
a member
coming
of
down a
R&S.
little bit from that. See how that plays out.
But we made an exception and invited you to speak this morning, Jay. So without any more, I would like to welcome Chair Powell.
So again, he shouldn't say anything crazy. We'll see what he says, but you shouldn't get market moves. Bonds are having a weird reaction.
Thank you very much, Stacy, for your kind words and for the chance to be part of this wonderful celebration. Welcome to those who are here and also those listening remotely. It's great to be here honoring the Division of Research and Statistics today to celebrate the division's centennial. It's also humbling to see so many Fed people who served the institution over long and distinguished careers and have returned for this great occasion. Seeing some of you reminds me that the Fed is one of those places where you can work for a decade or so and still feel like a newbie. You know who you are.
That's funny.
So for those listening outside the room, I'll just
that little
very
added
briefly
part was actually
outline
funny.
Research and statistics jobs responsibilities.
Yeah, but he's definitely not saying
a large
anything.
part of the division, along with other divisions.
This is like
of the
a
Board of
graduation
Governors,
speech. Powell's like, good work,
in
guys.
producing what is called the Teal Book, which contains the staff's forecast for the U.S. economy, as well as a great deal of
But bonds are
data
reacting
and
very
analysis on
awkwardly.
financial and economic issues.
So watch out for
the
that.
Teal Book is delivered to the Federal Open Market Committee, or FOMC, before our regular meetings. Outside of the FOMC meeting cycle, R&S deploys its experts wherever they're needed across the Board of Governors, providing crucial inputs to work on financial stability, bank merger analysis, and many other topics. R&S is also an ongoing source of specialized information for policymakers. If board members have questions about even the most arcane workings of some aspect of the economy, and trust me, we very often do have questions, they can send an email and in no time
Someone's
be sitting
cracking
down with
up
some
off
of
of
the best
Powell in the
informed
back.
experts on that subject. Much of the time, these are R&S economists. For example, during the pandemic, when questions arose about how the computer chip shortage was affecting auto production or how businesses were responding to the backlog at U.S. ports, R&S gave detailed briefings on these novel subjects. Among its other activities, the Board of Governors is one of the world's most productive economic research institutions, and a large share of that work takes place inside RNS, supporting our mission of promoting a healthy economy and a strong and stable financial system. I've talked about research, let's talk about statistics. In addition to gathering data from many sources outside of the Federal Reserve, RNS is itself the source of some of the most important data on the economy and on the financial system. Our consumer credit data provide financial markets and the public with a vital indicator of the strength of household spending and balance sheets. Each month, the Industrial Production Report gives us insights into how well certain sectors of the economy, especially in the manufacturing realm, are operating. RNS is also responsible for the financial accounts of the United States, a quarterly compendium of assets, liabilities, and transactions for segments of the economy. And every 3 years, RNS produces the well-known Survey of Consumer Finances, a premier source of detail and insights about how households are faring in the economy. The latest survey was published just last month. These and other data series produced by RNS amount to a significant public service. So I want to now focus in a little more detail on the U.S. economic forecast, which I would say is perhaps the most important of RNS's roles. And it's the aspect of RNS's work with which I most frequently engage. I think it's not an exaggeration to say that the U.S. economy baseline forecast produced by RNS, along with the simulations of a half a dozen plausible alternative paths for the economy, constitute the largest part of the essential bedrock that enables our pursuit of our dual mandate goals. Now, some people are just attracted to extremely challenging tasks, and the people of RNS are manifestly those people, having chosen just such a task in forecasting the path of the U.S. economy 8 times a year for FOMC meetings and then regular updates between meetings. They do this work on the biggest stage and with the highest stakes of any forecasters, knowing that the economy so very often surprises us. I've observed several qualities that are required to do this work well and that our RNS colleagues exemplify. And I'll start with intense commitment to the work, which requires pretty much, as I see it, everything you have.
Yeah, we already did the pledge.
You have to love
so we were early here a little bit.
To do it well.
Again, market opens up in 3 minutes. Pledge is already done. We just didn't do the plays.
On RNS to give us their best thinking, not shading the results for any reason. Regular forecasting also demands a systematic approach and a high degree of intellectual rigor. Ask Stacy and her colleagues to explain a certain aspect of the forecast. You'll find they have a clear explanation grounded in a rigorous framework. Of course, that intellectual rigor has to be combined with flexibility and agility. Economic models do a reasonably good job of capturing the working of the economy over past decades. Of course, even with state-of-the-art models and even in relatively calm times, the economy frequently surprises us. But our economy is flexible and dynamic and is subject at times to unpredictable shocks, like a global financial crisis or a pandemic. At those times, forecasters have to think outside of the models. A dominant aspect of the future path of the economy is high uncertainty. So, this work also takes large doses of both courage and humility. And finally, judgment. To complement this rigorous process and these qualities, there has to be good judgment based on knowledge and experience. So, to wrap up, perhaps the most important legacy of the past century for the Division of Research and Statistics is the resilience, the creativity.
Oh my God, he's going to finish right at the bell.
The rigor.
No freaking way.
With which RNS has risen to the many challenges that it has faced.
All right, a minute and a half. He's almost done, too.
In that long span of history. So, on behalf of the board and the FOMC, thank you for that, and hearty congratulations on your first 100 years of service to the public. Thank you.
Dog, are you kidding me? He didn't have, I mean, he's not talking about policy, but clap it up, man. Wow, well, it's perfectly timed. They even came on late. How do you come on late and then end? Literally, Chad, there's 1 minute until the bell now. We've already gone through the pledge. I just put out a couple of plays there. You could post your plays in the chat. We only got 1 minute. It's all about bond auction now at 1 p.m. 10-year bond, $40 billion. Same setup as yesterday. We'll see how the first couple of hours move. But, again, I don't know if everyone's going to have the whole we dodge Powell idea. You do have another Powell tomorrow, I believe. But after this one, I don't know. Again, a lot of people thought he was going to talk about some stuff. We did bring up the small possibility he wouldn't, and now it puts us into this weird wait and see. So you had a catalyst, and you just got over it. It ended up being nothing. So you got less than 30 seconds, Chad. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed and call out any plays. You need help with anything, you let me know, and I got you. I'm shocked on the timing. They came out like just a little late. Man, Powell is more of a genius than we think. I thought he was going to go like a little bit over. I thought they weren't talking monetary policy. I thought he was going to let it go in. Round 1. Fight. My goodness. Pow. Crazy guy, bro. Crazy guy. You know what I'm saying? Crazy guy. All right, so Roblo, again, that was a big beat. I think Cody had one. There was a couple of the earnings plays. Again, eBay was bad. You could look at Disney. I'm just worried Disney moved too much. That's my only problem. And then Bros, I liked Bros' earnings. Where are they now? Are that 10%? Yeah, they're up 7.9. See if that one ends up coming down. And then, like we said, Roblo, I'm going to look through that option chain. I think Roblo could go back and forth. Let's see. Is Roblo options even open? Oh, yeah, they are. Mine's tripping out. They're up 62%. Not too bad. Well, wait for the first, pop and lock on Robo. That could be good. Meta's on the high. SPY is, damn, we haven't hit this level. No shit. So, again, you're about to hit the 43.87. Remember, if we break above this, this opens up the door now to 4,400. That is the next level, and I believe that is the final gap. No, I think we already filled this. There's one more. One more above it, I think, right here. Yeah, you'll fill the 4404 gap, which you have not filled since September 20th. So very interesting. Again, you just literally top-ticked the level, came down a little bit, still bright and early. IWM is down a quarter. NASDAQ is up by 0.1, SPY 0.17, and then Dow Jones 0.18. I think Tesla's on the low. Yeah, Tesla's still in the green, though, barely. NKTX. You got both. Roblo's going higher. Those options just doubled now on Roblo. Shit. So, again, I was just looking at Roblox options are just 50%. That next candle, they just all went up 100%. I did not buy any. Oh, no. Was he late or perfectly on time? That was crazy, bro. Again, and he said nothing. So now you got to punt until the bond auction. And we had that whole little discussion, again, why everyone's freaking out on bond auctions. The 10-year is more important today. So we'll see. But, again, I want to see the reaction now following. You're above the level now, 43.87. So next level, 4,400, 4,404. That's where we got to get at. Airbnb, I don't know. I think they were just down. I don't think there was any bad news. They just came back to break even. I think all the other names, too, in travel were doing good. Uber got a price target increase. I don't even think, again, Trip the other day, they weren't bad either. DraftKings, yeah. Roblox was good. So Roblox doubled their EBITDA. So Roblo was, or I think they were even supposed to bring in a loss of $9 million, and they came in with a gain of $50 million. And then they said they're bringing back guidance for next year. Daily active users jumped, revenue, EBITDA. They beat on everything, and then they narrowed their EPS. I think it was their first EPS beat in 2.5 years when it's all said and done. But they had good growth again, and revenue was substantially higher. Again, their EBITDA came in 100% higher, if not more. Apple shorting. Roblo's still going. I think we just whiffed it on those contracts. Because, again, I was looking at them. I was like, they're kind of cheap, but they still had the premium. Now they just went up 150%. Let's see, though. Can we do anything? We'll ride those for a little bit. So, again, watch if Roblo has a quick drop. Watch for the double dip. Some of you might even be looking at the puts. I'm going to wait to sell any covered calls, but I wanted to go after that. Oxy came up, too. So, that's good. Again, Cody had good earnings, but then they went down. COTY, that one's unfortunate. And then Netflix is running Roblo into the high. Again, another high on Roblox. Netflix 437. Again, we got to get up to the 438. You guys were calling out Apple. Yeah, Apple's up 0.7. Docs on the high. I think Netflix is trying to make a move for it right when I switched away. Tesla. Oh, yeah, Take-Two. Again, they announced that they're coming out with the Grand Theft Auto 6 Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer. So people got hyped on that. And then they had another announcement, too. That was related to it. Microsoft going. Again, the only issue today is the dollar is up. So, again, in pre-market, the dollar was up above 29.81. Where are the bonds? TLT still holding 0.69. Again, NASDAQ SPY just about a quarter. Dow right beneath. And unfortunately, though, your boy's still down. The Russell. You know, look as good. And where's Cart? Cart's coming down ahead of earnings. DoorDash, they're down. Uber. Amazon down. They had the AI news. They didn't really move off of that. The video. Oh, there's one biotech, or I think there's two. Which one was it? No, PXMD. That was the one from yesterday. That was the autism one. They came down. Still like holding. This would have been like 60%, I think. Oh, I think there's one more biotech. I forgot. Yeah, Roblo is just still killing it. First little drop down. So, like I said, watch those contracts, but they moved all over the place. This level is important. I mean, yeah, it's either we go to 4,400 or not. I mean, what we do a lot of times in the morning, you break the level, then we'll spend like 30 minutes going down, and then we'll retest it in like an hour or so. If we could rocket right off of it, even better. But around here, I mean, we either hold this, give it up, and then try to reclaim it. But if you do hold this level, again, 4,400, and that downtrend, that is the next place in sight. And then you had Powell, his chance to beat down the market today, and then he refused. Oh, there's DVR mode? No way. There shouldn't be DVR mode. So we adjusted that. You might just have to refresh. I have not made an LT purchase yet. No. Not yet. I wanted to close a covered call, but I still got to set up the other account for the options, unfortunately. Powell knows something. Well, Powell, I mean, again, he is either knows something's coming or he's going with the same approach that got him here. Let the market freak out. Let the market do what it wants, and then just hopefully you say enough to where the data comes out, and then the data does the talking for you. That's what I'm saying. I think he's punting to the data. Next week, you should be getting like PPI data, I believe, and some other stuff, but it seems like he's punting to the bond auction, punting to the data. Twilio on the high. Twilio kind of running. It's not showing up here. There it is, 1.7. Upstart going again. They had a little good earnings there. SPY's coming back down. You are below VWAP, so held the level. Now you got your little give it back here. We'll see if we come close to filling the gap, but this is kind of normal than not. Guild on the low. They had good earnings. NVO still going up. Eli Lilly. Cart's on the low now. That's unfortunate. Alibaba. Equal weight. Let me check in a second. Please hold. I'm looking at something. Apple up. Let's check the equal weight. Baba running. SPY near the low. Equal weight has already kind of filled its gap. Equal weight is break even. That just means tech is probably leading by like 0.1%. It's honestly not that much. So if anything, you just got a little bit bigger of a gap up on the non-equal weight. But for the most part, like, you know, there's a 0.1% gap between the two. RCL on the high. Again, some of these travel plays. Unity's now going up. Usually they run with Roblo. Roblo's definitely killing it there. But again, Baba too, have been seeing that a lot. China plays are starting to move. Square is on the high. Now AMD, Fortinet, they had bad earnings not too long ago. TGT flip green. KRE getting clapped. Is that why Russell's down 0.4? Kind of makes sense. Down 0.8. Remember, they had those rules. Big banks aren't dropping as much. Win on the high. JD, another China play. Now UAL, again, more of the travel plays are starting to go up. And then there's Bidunius. Netflix came down after the 438. There's Googly Woogly. Yeah, Netflix kind of moving up there again. Elf. If the CPI is favorable, all of the data. I think every data set now, if Powell is pleading the fifth, literally, he's talking financial conditions. Everybody's saying a bunch of stuff. The other Fed members are warning you, and then Powell is pleading the fifth. Now it's just the data. So bond auctions, PPI, PMIs, PCE, CPI, non-farms. It's just we're going to go back over the next. Again, you have two of those between the next now and the next Powell. You have one more Powell for the end of the year, but then you have two sets of non-farms and two sets of CPI on the way. So that's what we're probably going to be looking at when it's all said and done. But I think Powell is trying to let the data speak for him rather than speaking because, again, he last time he said anything, you saw how the market reacted. So I think he's going to try to leave us with that and then call it a day. Square is trying to come up here. Again, PayPal lagging behind there. Square's been the leader from their earnings. WeWork falls as much as 38% in over-the-counter trading. What is it? WeQ? WEC? I don't even know what the new ticker is. Citi on the high. Redfin's moving up there too. Alibaba, again, China plays keep ripping here. We haven't really seen a good Powell day and then China rip. We won't know until after today. Roblo on the low now. Roblo down to 39, so there's that drop. So this is what I was telling you. Again, it's going to move 5%, 10% in the first hour all day. It does this every single time with earnings. But the premiums did not come down too much yet. They went from they gapped up 60%, then went up 150% in the first 4 minutes, and now those contracts are down 50%. Still green, but down 50% from the opening. Form on the high, Bumble, IDYA. Again, high ticker, low ticker, they're kind of even up right now. More Delta, United Airlines, and then SPY still holding. Bonds have not really gave up. Bonds are staying flat. You're still holding this pretty well. Again, this is higher than any point of yesterday. That's the ironic part. Upwork 20 from being flat. Powell letting the data speak in this case is hawkish. Some people would argue it's bullish. That's the paradox. But the thing I would say, I feel like that's what Powell learned this year. I feel like Powell learned that it's better to say one thing and then let it simmer in the market rather than responding to it, because every time he would, everybody would freak out. So in a weird way, I feel like this has been Powell's game plan all year. He sets you up, gives you a little bit of something, but ultimately he's not trying to, I don't think he's trying to jawbone it too much when he knows the markets are hypersensitive to data after he talks. So he's just, hey, why not punt it to the data and call it a day? Again, how many days of this year do you recall us saying, oh my gosh, this is happening, now wait for Powell, and then after we get Powell, like, now wait for the data? He has been doing that all year. So that's kind of my view on it. I think this is, in a weird way, just Powell's OG strategy for 2023. I think that's what saved him in 2023. Yeah, Cody's starting to work up there. And then SPY getting these candles. RL, I had that on my list here in the morning. Again, they had a good earnings. PayPal's on the high. I don't know if Square's still hitting. Both of them are. So both of those are getting a nice run. MO on the high. Where's Disney? Again, Disney has earnings after the bell. They're break even, but they've already moved like 5-6% just in the last couple days. That's what kind of sucks. The speech came on, and then Powell did not discuss monetary policy. He ended it perfectly 1 minute before the bell opened, and now everybody's kind of just, again, they thought they were going to have something to react to, and now everybody's punting until the 10-year bond auction. That's pretty much our only catalyst today. You might get a couple of headlines here and there, some Israeli stuff possibly, but for the most part, it's 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. You get a 10-year bond auction, and if that could play out like yesterday's bond auction and hopefully not like a month ago's bond auction, then the market is probably, we're still on track now for our 8th green day in a row of the S&P. Rivian CEO Scaringe, average vehicle sale prices trending up. It seems crazy, rallying that the hard assumption the next 18 months of data will be perfect Well, I don't think it will be. I think that's why Powell doesn't care. That's why Powell, because again, eventually you aren't going to get a data set that's good. The fact that conditions are tightening, it's kind of implying we have bad data on the way. But then again, I think that's kind of Powell's idea. We could rock it up, and then if bad data comes in, which eventually it will in the next couple of months, you will get the market to tighten or loosen accordingly. All right, Disney's starting to move up. SPY was trying to get a candle. High ticker is absolutely gassing right now if you take a look at it, but SPY's still not moving. UAL now, we're getting close to recovery on this. Again, are we at 38 or 40? Nah, damn it, we're at 40. But not bad. Not bad at all. XPOP, SPY, RIP. It's kind of just holding up here. The high ticker is gassing, though, tremendously. The market is moving as if no bad data anywhere in sight. Yes and no. I mean, that's the elephant in the room, is that the market has moved very strong, and now it's getting hard to ignore. It's weird we're talking as much as we are about like a bear market rally, but at the same time, I don't think the whole entire market is like holding up in this sense. I think we're getting a lot of volatility. I think in at least the last month, the first 3 months, I think was the first 2 months of the last quarter were justified. And then I think that last final month, as the rates could not find a handle, I think it led to a lot of fear that is now we're trying to find an equilibrium between extreme pessimism and then, okay, maybe it's decent value, even if we do expect to slow down in the future. But if anything, though, I wouldn't let it confuse you too much in the sense of try to follow the broader picture here. You know what I'm saying? It's like yields are high. Companies need to respond to that. The dollar, currencies, what's going on around the world. This is the main issue. It moves very slow, and that's where, again, it's going to be confusing in the nature, especially as we're trying to use Powell as a compass, and he doesn't want to give you enough info to try to front run it. So, but at the same time, I mean, don't let the volatility confuse you, or at the very least, try to explain the volatility later. Because this is what I said, something on my watch list. I'm just saying, listen, no matter which way you want to call it, we don't know what's going to happen. There's obviously craziness. I thought October was going to be great, ends up dying, and then 2 days later you have one of the most epic rallies that the market has only seen 30 or 50 times in its history. So what is it? We don't know. It's just like when the yield curve uninverts and all of that. So like I was saying, this is either going to be the start of something or the end of something. And that is kind of where it may be confusing now, but sure enough, you may have a clearer answer once we get a little bit more moving forward. But for the most part, I'm very well aware, and you have watched it alongside of me. It's very simple. Where did all of this come from? The bounce, the drop, all of it, it was through bond volatility. The bonds became volatile. People freaked out about rates, and it was a domino effect that just one domino after the next started hitting risk assets, currencies, and everybody just in the way of it, and everyone's attached to it. So it's like you have a lot of info here, but, as we watch minute by minute, it'll be easy to get confused if you want your answer immediately. So I would say just kind of give it some patience, keep your head on a swivel, and know the factors. Again, bonds, dollar, Fed policy shifts, things that are really changing the wind in the sails. So that's why it's like we're looking at all these little events. Powell, we're looking for that next wind, and then we're quickly going to the next one right after that. So we'll see. But now the next one today is going to be the bond auction. I bought Rivian for the long term. What do you think about Rivian? I mean, I personally hate Rivian. I love them as a work truck. I don't know if they'll have viability as a EV consumer vehicle. However, the same reasons I don't like Rivian, kind of why I didn't buy Tesla back in the day. I bought Meta before you knew about it. I bought Amazon before AWS. I got Netflix before several splits, but the one that got away from me was Tesla. I never bought Tesla. I didn't like it. I didn't like how they spent money. I didn't like any of that stuff. So the thing about Rivian, I feel the exact same way, but then again, if they have $8 billion of cash, if they could find a way to just penetrate the U.S. EV market and, be Genghis Khan of EVs and spread their units everywhere and get vehicles out there, maybe it has a chance, regardless of it. But for the most part, I think that's a big risk. I don't know if they pretty much have to do what Tesla did now. That's it. They're at the point right here where they are burning cash like nobody's business. Their units, they're still dealing in small numbers and everything. So if they could just start getting 50,000, 100,000 units, Lucid's dog shit. Lucid has backing of Saudis to give you a floor. That's what they were talking about yesterday. Other than that, though, Lucid is trash. I'm telling 6,000 vehicles. Are you kidding me? 8,000 vehicles and it's $250,000. And then did you see the TikTok? Oh, man. There's a Edmunds Vehicles. They made a TikTok showing like a couple years of ownership of a Lucid, and they were just showing the build quality, and they were just like, dude, this is $175,000 vehicle, and they were just like, it's garbage. So I do think Rivian, though, like Rivian might be one that I'm wrong on, but I hate it still, if that makes sense. I think Rivian, they have an uphill battle of cash burn and getting units out there, but if they could do that, they might be able to, again, they're going to win by being everywhere if they could actually accomplish that. But I don't know if it's going to work with the prices and everything else. So I'm not really a fan, but I mean, it's not, and I still think they're awful, but they do have a shot, if that makes sense. It's not on my draft pick list. I don't think I'm going to draft them at all, but I wish them well, and I would be surprised if they went on to go win a championship. I'll say I knew it, but at the same time, I wouldn't have invested in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would say, I could have told you that one, but I won't put my money down on that, unfortunately. Compared to the industry, Rivian is garbo. Well, like I said, I mean, it's not that we already know. You know what I'm saying? I have my feelings towards it, and there's whether you like the car or not. But again, last earnings, they're getting units out there, and that, like I said, right when that number came out, we called it out, and you saw how everybody, even though the stock sold off, they kept eating that shit up because it's showing that, hey, they still got a decent amount of demand, and if they could just raise production and get it out there, that's literally what happened with Tesla. So, but it's a very tough battle. The only person I've seen do it is Tesla. Nobody else has actually, succeeded losing that much money and then found a way to do it. But the way you do it is by getting your units out there, by getting cars in people's garages and having them drive it, because it just starts to solidify you a lot more. You're going for volume rather than profit until eventually you can work into profit. I don't like Rivian, but I need to acknowledge Amazon uses them. Yeah, the work trucks on Rivian, that's another story. That's the thing where I'm like, oh, dude, those Rivian work trucks are beautiful. They are following Tesla's blueprint, but like, you ain't Tesla. But the trucks, that's something I don't think you got to give them credit. Their trucks are beautiful. Those trucks hit. Mm-hmm. Bumble on the high again, UAL, Delta, a lot of those. SPY just came back above the level and hit a new high. So 43.90 now, 4,400 and 44.04. If you really want to get lucky, 44.14. 44.14, 44.13 will be the next level. All right. They're using more E-Transits than the Rivian trucks. Who's E-Transit? The Rivian one, I just think it's a cool truck. Like, I don't know, just even for workers too. Like, I've seen like people do like Amazon drivers just talk about how much they love working in a Rivian truck. It's so wild, and the truck looks very cool. But that's why I was saying I think they have a very promising commercial business, but I don't know about the retail. That one's tough. But either way, Rivian is holding up. They're doing good right now. again, or they gave up a little bit. They were up like 7 or 8, I think. And then CART trying to come back up, came down a little bit. Dollar flushing, that's good. Powell is not speaking again at 10. No, he already spoke. So he didn't say much. He didn't bring up monetary policy or the economy. And I do believe I have him on my calendar for tomorrow, but not too many people have talked about it. So we'll see. The electric Ford Transit van. The Rivian's nice, but cost of maintenance and lack of repair shops turns delivery companies away. Good insight. NVIDIA push. Nothing happened today, no. Again, everybody was hesitant because they thought something was going to happen. That's the funniest part about all of it. And then right as Powell came on and said nothing, you got a little bit of a boost. So it was like we were right here. Once we found out Powell wasn't saying anything about monetary policy, we were like right here, and then we just started taking off. And that was otherwise you were just within the day, and other countries were trading like that. So like Europe, Asia, all of that. Europe went up a little bit, but for the most part, everybody was kind of in like wait and see. Are we going to do 8 days of rallying? Is this going to continue? Is Powell going to say something? And then sure enough, Powell comes on and he don't say anything. So now everybody was just like, whew, sigh of relief once again. Now you're going to potentially wait for Powell tomorrow, and then the event of the day, the only one left on the calendar right now, looks to be the bond auction at 1 p.m. What do you think of Target? I like Target, but I want it at a lower price. That's the thing. I think this 111 is very attractive, but the problem is it's still kind of near the highs. So, again, 2019, like literally in 2020, like March, this is like the same price pre-COVID. So, like, this would be like buying Target before COVID happened, and then you only lost like $10 more than it came up. But in a weird way, Target has premium. So that's the only thing I don't like about them. Again, a lot of people bring up the recent drama that they've had. I don't really care about it. Again, I'm here to invest in it. I have my own morality for at home, but, I'd love a good discount on a good stock that, good market cap and higher quality. But for the most part, I do think Target's a little bit more expensive. I think we could get it cheaper, and then even if I miss it, I'm okay with missing it. That's part of the, on a lot of names where I wait and I think I could get it cheaper, it's because I don't mind if I miss it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if Target goes to 150 from 111, whoop-de-doo, I'm not going to really cry too much about it, but I do, I would like it at like a $90 or sub 100. I think that's more of a fair price. Nintendo, they had some news, I think, in the morning today. Life W halted. That was the one from yesterday. Yeah, paused due to volatility. I think Roblo came back up. I have one option up here. Yeah, Roblo, they kind of, now the options are just back to the break-even price. Coming out with live-action Zelda movie. Was that the headline? I think there was something else, and then again, the video game makers are doing good. Remember, EA had good earnings not too long ago, and then Take-Two, they announced the Grand Theft Auto trailer for next week. I remember a lot of people were speculating on that, and it went up. GTA trailer in December? I thought they said next week. But either way, that sent the stock up 10%. Still up 7 now. How long for earnings to report? It depends. So sometimes the company puts out like a press release. The 10Q, they have a couple of days to do it. Or sometimes the 10Q comes out immediately. It just all depends. Next month marks the 25th anniversary of Rockstar Games. No way. That's crazy. Roblo, yeah, they're still holding. Again, very volatile, though. It was up to 20%, then came down to 13%, and now back up to 17%. So it's pretty much every 10 minutes it's moved 4%. SPY getting a couple of red candles now. So again, once again, you're above the level, hit a new high of the day, but then you're getting one of these aggressive downturns. You saw this a lot yesterday. You literally hit a high, sell off like half of it immediately, hit another high, wick, and then you'll make a move and then sell off. So The real question is if that momentum breaks down and then we start getting it to the downside. Because, again, last 7 days have just gone straight up. Eli Lilly, Moonin. I think NVO was running up there too. Yeah, they're getting some. Yeah, Eli Lilly, last 3 candles there. Again, UAL once again. So that was their first bad earnings play of the season. But that one's coming back up now. But again, these airlines, Delta, Southwest, all of them, they're moving pretty strong here. And then Meta's on the low now. So you got big tech coming down. Let's see the breakdown. NASDAQ up 0.17, SPY up 0.2, Dow 0.2, and then Russell recovered a little bit. Remember, Russell was really, really down earlier, last couple days. Oscar, 12.8, Oscar Health, yeah. Oscar Galias. He knows about Oscar. Is Life W unhalted? It was just halted not too long ago. I think it just came up on the wire. So remember, you guys could use this wire. If you see it, you should be getting literally active in the minute headlines. Some of them are random, but sometimes you'll catch something really good on there. And then right now, the breakdown on the market. You have Dow Jones, 12 names red, 17 names in the green. Wholesale trade sales are coming out, 2.2 versus 1.8 previous. So you do have economic data, wholesale inventories. Those just came out. 0.2 gain. Estimate was break even. So that's kind of good data. We'll see. Again, last couple of weeks, you've reacted more towards weak data, but I don't think any of this should be the set-all, be-all of today. Again, I think other people are waiting for other stuff, but you never know in this environment. NASDAQ 100, though, you got 41 names red, 61 names in the green. And then S&P 500, 207 red, 296 in the green. All righty. You're doing this every time, man. This is just like that one little gap we had up here. Again, you play in the range, you break above it a little bit, and then that's it. If today might be the last day then, huh? Shit. Where is it? I don't like 180. Give me 20 day? Yeah. How's that same day? How many times we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got one more day, though? So, again, we did the same exact thing here at the 43.93. We couldn't really get past here in this range. So, you're kind of doing the same thing. Slow down into the range, slightly going above it, but one more thing we're waiting on here. Just got wholesale inventories. Not too big of a reaction. Market was kind of already moving, but noticing the bonds aren't doing much. And then dollars near the low of the day, but still elevated. Why the flip? Hard to say. Again, I think all throughout every day this week, you've watched a lot of this, and it's not like we've had catalyst-driven days. So, again, we were waiting on Powell. Powell didn't provide much. Now you just got wholesale inventories. You could try to blame it on this, but we'll see. Like I'm saying, bonds, dollar, too much hasn't moved, but SPY is coming down now. This is the low of the day. NASDAQ's about to go red here. So NASDAQ's red right now, 0.01 red. SPY still holding on, and then Russell. Russell was down a lot more, but has came back up. And now this is like kind of the higher point of where you were at yesterday. Roblo, are they still climbing up? Tesla's on the high. Yeah, Roblo's getting hungry again. Netflix flipped to the low. Added to the NVIDIA short, 464. So NVIDIA. I can't believe it was just under 400 just a couple of days ago. Now it's still just holding that. Okay, there's the bonds moving a little bit. Only thing you've had lately was those wholesale inventories. Oh, where is it? Yeah, yen's clobbered too. Euro, there's some, again, they had good data. And then oil's, bro, are you ready for this? Tim sent me this yesterday. Dude, oil is trippy. There's something, bro, we were laughing a month ago about something with oil. Does anybody remember what it was? We were laughing. I'm telling you, bro, gangster. The most gangster thing in oil. Well, you could say global recession. Again, people are talking about it. Again, nice little flush there. Not really off anything, but it does correlate here. This was wholesale inventories that came in slightly stronger. Are you ready? I hope you liked the video. Yeah. Dude, the most gangster shit ever. You guys don't remember a month ago, oil was like trading in the high 90s? And then we got a headline after the bell on an awful Friday. And the headline was like, again, oil's in the high 90s after running from 60. And then there's a headline that says, White House looking to refill SPR. 6 million barrels. You guys remember that? It was just a couple months ago, a month ago. And we were laughing because based on the terms of the deal, America said we want to replenish the SPR, but we will only pay a max of $79 a barrel. And we were cracking up because oil just rocketed up to 90. So now the U.S. can buy for the SPR. It meets their quota below 79 right now. Ta-da! He does it again, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Biden low-key better than you give him credit for with energy policy at this rate. Because the way they run it, bro, nah, bro. This is like the third time in the last 3 years where oil just get crazy and they like, watch this. Yeah, don't. How does that make sense? I mean, I'm not trying to make sense of it. I'm just trying to say I thought it was hilarious at the moment just because, again, in the middle of one of the, biggest oil rallies of the year, you had them saying, oh, we'll refill now that there's conflict in this. And then they set a really low price. But once again, the market in the world has kind of responded to what we do. Wasn't it $70? No, $79, I believe. I think, again, Tim sent me this yesterday. Yeah, October 19th, Reuters, President Joe Biden administration hopes to buy 6 million barrels of crude oil. The department hopes to sign purchase contracts for oil at 79 barrel or less, and that was an increase than their last time. So they were paying less for it, and then as oil went up, they decided to raise it, but oil went up to 90. No, 79. No, 70. No, look it up. It's $79. I promise you. Just put SPR $79 in Google. You'll get all of the October 19th headlines for it. Again, that's when it happened. It was October 19th. So less than a month ago. LIFW on the high now. So yeah, we were right here. We're at $89. And that was, I guess you already had your first little drawdown. How many barrels to fill it up? Oh, definitely way more than 6. Hello, my friend. It was just at 6. I think 300 million barrels. Roblo's starting to break a little bit. Contracts came back up. I guess I slept on. I don't know. I just didn't like the price. I'm looking at this contract here. Again, this was the one opened up like a little higher, then shot up, then came down. U.S. lawmakers urged Biden to hike tariffs on Chinese vehicles. Interesting. All right. SPY trying to work its way up there. Again, a little flush off of either wholesale inventories or nothing. I'm going with the latter. Did you sell now? No. Those are those old contracts, right? Or wait, did I? I think they might have expired. Or I still have like the Align or AS. There's one of those I still have. No, I think the now expired. Mm. The Roblo killed it, man. I'm glad that they did it. They said they're bringing guidance for 2024. So, but they've smashed it again. Users shot up. I don't know how they did it. Let me read you the numbers. I looked it up this morning and I was like, damn. Yeah, here it is. So Roblo adjusted EBITDA 81 million versus estimate of 42 million. Ending deferred revenue was 3.4 billion versus estimate of 3.0. So they made $400 million in deferred revenue out of nowhere. And then daily active users 70.2 thousand versus 69.9, and then hours 16 million versus 15.4, and then average bookings per user was 1196 versus 1188, and then free cash flow is 59 million versus a loss of 9.2. So they whatever again, I think the PlayStation 5, the games, all of that, it went pretty hard for them this quarter. And now they want to bring back guidance, which they really, again, they would only give you like the quarterly updates, or they would give you like the monthly user ones, but I think they're going to bring apart now like full-blown, full-board guidance out of what they plan to do every quarter. So it could be a blessing or a curse for them. JPM, a little bit, again, that's big banks are up. XLF, watch if the regionals come up here. REITs are somehow in the green. Interesting. I'll take it. Oh, Cart, are you kidding me? That one sold off 5 right there. Netflix still holding up. Eli expecting FDA. There was something about Alzheimer's drug. I think this last couple of days have been Eli Lilly hyped on Alzheimer's drug. They may have some other like GLP, Wegovy stuff in the pipeline, but for the most part, I do believe it is Alzheimer's hype over the last couple of days. UP up. Oh, they could do good with that restructuring or the money from Delta, but otherwise, I don't know if I'm willing to. How much I'd be willing to bet on that, if bet on it at all. And then yesterday, Eli raised to 650 from 600. Outlook had a conference, but I don't think there was any updates. The latest catalyst on Outlook was the FDA saying that their Type A meeting will happen in a year, and then they dropped, and then the day after, H.C. Wainwright upgraded the stock to $2 a share, and then it rocketed up. Again, do you guys know the average price target on Outlook is like $4? So a lot of analysts are still on board with this name, ironically enough. So even though the bad FDA and all of that, there's people who are just still like hyped on it. But they had a conference yesterday and nothing crazy came out of it. So I don't know why it's up, if anything. Fox News preemptively calls Arizona for Biden in 2024. That's funny. Because again, there was apparently these elections over the week or over the last 24 hours, and Democrats got I think they took an extra seat, I believe. Why is my nephew FaceTiming me? This is weird. Hold on. They read with you?
Yeah, and then one of my friends read with
Bye. Bro, my little nephew just FaceTimed me at 7 a.m. And I was like, what are you doing? And he was like, he just wanted to say what's up. And then he was like, I was in school the other day, and there was fourth graders, and then I had to read, and somebody's name was Josh. I was like, dang, that's a great story. It's a great story. Yeah, you just checking in, man. Just checking in. You know, saying what's up. Ask him what's popular. I mean, that's not my kid. That's my nephew, but he loves Roblox. He likes Minecraft, though. That's the thing. You got to realize, like, unfortunately, even though, like, I would say we're like a Roblox family, he had no loyalty, bro. That little effer, man, he'll play Minecraft like it's nobody's business. So he loved Minecraft. Minecraft is the competition. So because he likes Roblo for some games, like he'll play a couple of the Roblox games, but like, dude, Minecraft gets him crazy. It's so wild. Like him and his friend, I see him and his friend, and like they watch tutorials. They just be doing Minecraft stuff, and then they'll go and play like a game or two on Roblo, and then they'll switch off. But it's wild. TLT getting low. It's still up 0.5%. I mean, what I would use as a range for the bonds here is the drop. Again, this was like pre-market. This was Friday. So this is kind of your line in the sand right here. If we go below the jobs number in terms of the yield. The Minecraft. It's fun. It's fun. I just see it like I was surprised because he would just like he would just show me stuff. I'm like, how do you know how to do that? Like it actually made him kind of smarter. It's hard to explain. Ford news. I see Ford news was just the China or again they had that EV stuff. I see it a couple minutes ago. Lawmakers ask if U.S. trade representatives should take action to prevent Chinese automakers from exporting vehicles to United States from Mexico. And then lawmakers urge Biden to hike tariffs on Chinese vehicles. Letter. That's the only thing I could see similar to that in the last couple of minutes. KRE, it is coming back down. You just had a little bit of green on banks. They just flipped. That was on that little upside. Good call out. Keep watching that. Because, again, Russell's now back down to 0.5. NASDAQ's in the red. SPY and Dow are up. How old is your nephew? I have no idea now, to be honest with you. I forgot after a couple of years, but I do think he's old enough for a long term. That's all that matters. The Wall Street Journal article about synthetic risk transfers, I did not. What was it? Was it going over like CDSs? Or what were we talking here? Minecraft teaches a lot of geometry, basic science, and environments. Yeah, that's stuff he learned, but like the thing that impressed me, this mother effer showed me how to pull out TNT. This dude was just like, watch this. And he knew, like, I was like, how did you know how to do that? I was like, that's an advanced gaming technique. I'm a gamer, little man. I'm like, how did you know how to make the box, set up the explosion, and do all that? I'm like, are you serious? I was like, damn, it really blew my mind because I was like, how did you figure that out? I'm like, oh, wow. I was like, you're a real human. You're like, you learning this, man. That's crazy. Your 7-year-old son revived you after taking down 2 people in Fortnite. Yeah, isn't that crazy? You're literally 40. Okay, so what? Let's say I am 40. I am 40. What's wrong with being 40, man? I love my life. GTC. I don't know if he'll be allowed to play Grand Theft Auto. NVO. Eli Lilly too. Again, we were just talking about that. Nutra, NTRA on the low, and SPY. We were just looking at banks. Eli Lilly's ready to go again too. Who's boomer shaming? I've awoken. I always said it, man. Just listen. There was a time in my life I used to call people old. You know what I'm saying? There was a time I used to call them old heads. There was a time I was just like, you just old, bro. You don't get it. Like, I'm telling you, I was the first one. Because I hung out with older people most of the time. And I would not hesitate to just let them know, man. And then sure enough, man, my hairline, he's running away every day. My hairline run more than the 10-year bond. So I'm just saying, man, just be careful. Be careful. I used to call people boomers, and then I became a boomer. That's what I'm saying. You're going to call them old, then you become old. So you just got to watch out, bro. Before you know it, man. I'm 28, you're going now. That's good, though. So this is that's fine. But either way, man, just watch out. Just watch out, youngins. I've given this warning many times because I feel. Where was you at when the headline was gone? Am I bearish or bullish? I would say I'm bullish, but today's a weird day. The next 2 days are going to be weird because, again, I put this up on the watch list yesterday. The thing about the next 2 days is that no matter what, day number 8 and 9 of any of these rallies always gets weird, if that makes any sense. So statistically, going back to 1950, once you reach the like 9th or 8th day of rally, it's usually negative, but then like the median return is somewhat positive. So it's a very weird concept. Let me read you the exact statement. So this is all from the watch list. SPY hitting a new low. But longest streak was in 1979. S&P went 14 days in a row without sinking. That's only occurrence ever where the S&P has closed up more than 12 days. According to Bespoke, though, the return on the 9th day is slightly negative. However, the median return is positive. So now the NASDAQ should move today less than any day it's moved, but then it still has a chance to go positive. And then the average return after the 8th straight day is a decline of 0.3, while the average return, the index, has been positive on day 9, 20 times more often than it has been down 15 times. So more often than not, the S&P has been positive on day 9 than it has been negative. Overall, the longest winning streak over the last 50 years has been 14 trading days in April 1971. So either way, this is something I was saying. It's one thing about the catalyst and what we're following, but, this is just very rare for the SPY to move like this, even the NASDAQ. So now it kind of just like it's putting us in our own momentum category mixed in with the catalyst. So with or without Powell, I mean, you could expect a rally to slow down today, but generally, again, I'm feeling good about November, but I'm not like, again, I got blindsided and beat up in October, so, I mean, I'm very well aware that, I'm a little more cautious of November not holding up as much, but still overall bullish, I would say, in the short run. Yield curve slowly, that's good. It's good and bad at the same time, but at the very least, we have rallied on every inversion. Yeah, it's actually the most inverted it's been in a while. This is great, actually. In a weird concept, you're coming back down to where we were at October. I think if we get back below half a basis point inverted, it'll be good. We do have Uber in the long term. It's actually a great stock in the long term. We've sold covered calls on it for a couple of years, and we have the shares up like 40, 50% or something. So Uber's been dope. Abivai, I think 117 is the purchase price. So it's kind of up there a lot. It drops a lot, then it just rockets up, but I do prefer Abivai with like a 129, maybe even like 117. I think that's our last purchase. Turbo has joined the Twitch. Sorry, YouTube. What was it? Bonds getting a bid here again. SPY near the low of the day. We have gone negative on the NASDAQ. SPY and Dow have held up, but we are still way. You got hours, man. Hours. You got 6 more minutes till the first hour's out the way. Then another hour till Euro close, and then another hour and a half after that, you're going to have the bond auction. Powell at Research and Statistics. Trading Economics says 10:15. It already happened. You might be. So what happened? This is what you got to do. Are you ready for this? You guys got to like the video. You got to like the video. I need 1,000 likes because I'm about to show you something right now. It's going to mess with you, but it's going to save you. I promise you. Very useful. Simple shit. Simple, useful shit I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you. I said, give me my 1,000. Give me my 1,000. I need 10 more people, baby. 10 more people. We love you. Good morning, baby. Happy Wednesday. All right, there it is. Are you ready? Here it is, man. So, following daylight savings, some of you, you're naturally, your trading economics may be set to the wrong time. Even though your time zone could be the same and you didn't change it, but based on the daylight savings, it fucked you up. So I noticed this on the first bond auction. So what I proceeded to do on my trading economics, just set everything to UTC -5. That's East Coast time. That's it. So, well, you may have known this, but a lot of people on trading economics, it's usually a little messed up because they don't just, it's not set to a time zone. You set your time zone manually. So depending on your initial time zone, even with daylight savings, you could still be on the wrong one. I should be -8, but I just said, screw it. I don't want any issues. I'm on UTC -5. I operate on East Coast time anyways. You know what I'm saying? I wake up, the market, 9:30, 10:30, all of that. So if you want to stay in tune with the market, just set it to UTC -5. All the times here will correlate with when it comes out when the market's, market hours more or less. So, ta-da! Oh, that's MIO, MYO on the high, not NVO. UTC, you have to just set it, -5, -3. So previously, I was on -7, but then the time changed, so then it would have been -8. But if you still stayed on -7, all of your times are wrong. So just set it to your time zone. Instead of going on the Pacific, again, I've had people get weirded out by it. I just switched it to UTC -5, go East Coast, and call it a day. I saw OpenAI is down. I saw that in the morning. I didn't know if it's still down. That's crazy. That means it's been over like an hour then. Roblo puts, I could be down. Like I said, I mean, we're already past the first hour. It moved that 5% up, 5% down, 5% up. It's just really about where it closes. Their earnings were good, though, so I think you're going to get, like, random movement on it, but I don't know if it's going to, like, die until it gets, like, a downgrade or slows down with the rest of the market. But in general, I think back and forth flips on Roblo today. I like that idea for the first hour. So we are kind of getting out of that there, so we'll see. No play on Disney. I just have it for the long term. I just don't like how they moved. I was going to buy it at 80 the other day, like literally right before it rallied, but I was like, I'll just wait. There's like $6 upside, then you get to the last earnings level. So unfortunately, they're like right below their last earnings. They should announce the dividend. If they don't, I'll be so pissed. But at the same time, too, they've kind of already had a pre-earnings run-up. So Netflix did good and a couple of others in the space, but at the end of the day, Netflix or Disney, it don't want to move, man. It don't want to move. So if it already made the big move ahead of the earnings, kind of makes me a little more, not so down about it. Lawmakers urge Biden to hike Chinese vehicle tax. Tesla, Q on the low, and then SPY. 4378, you have now filled the gap. You already did that, so gap has been filled now. Whatever little gap up you had, even though we were somewhat neutral on the pre-market, and then we had that little end of pre-market lift because of Powell. I mean, you have now filled the gap. Bonds are still in the green. Dollar's up today. That'll be 3 days in a row if the dollar closes green. Again, it's below the 29.81, but we opened above that this morning, or we're right there pre-market. You have 15 shares at 79. Sell off and rebuy, just nervous. Are you playing for the flip or long term? You see what I'm saying? If long term, I would hold that shit. If it was just the pre-earnings flip and you caught 79 to 85, that wouldn't be too bad. I would take that if that was me. But then at the same time, I would probably play it right afterwards. So the issue is just figure out if you're playing this long term or not. The biggest issues I've seen with plays right now is people making plays that they want to flip, but then they like talk themselves into it being a long term, or when they made it, they said it was a long term, and then now the volatility ahead of earnings has them considering turning it into a trade. I just hope you have that decision made, but try to stick to the original plan when you made the play is what I would say. $1 invested in U.S. large companies in 1824 is worth $16 million October with dividends reinvested. Nice. Hey, man. Shout out the drip, bro. Shout out the drip. If this is the buy price on SPR, then stop shorting oil. Maybe, but they're gonna announce it later. They're not gonna tell you when. And then again, demand is coming down. The EIA is not reporting data this week. I mean, the funny part is if we don't get that November 17th, you guys remember we don't get any data. Remember, that was our worry a month ago, and then they resolved it real quick, but we will see. And then Turbo, it wasn't loading you on YouTube. That's whack. We're glad to have you on the Twitch, man. Powell didn't talk about monetary policy, so you didn't miss anything. It was actually kind of funny. We were joking about that being the jinx tomorrow, but sure enough, it happened. So we'll see. Did we hold our prayers to the military industrial today? That's funny. I did shout out the veterans, though. Again, I'm not a big fan of war and warmongering and all of that, but, you know, the citizens, the people like you and me who decided to fight for this country, I'm always going to shout them out, man. Again, I had a special one this morning because I'm glad it wasn't on schedule, because I don't ever want it to be something that becomes so ritualistic that you forget why we do it. You know what I'm saying? So, not a fan of the military-industrial complex, but, you know, that is our brothers and sisters and citizens, you know what I'm saying? The people who wanted to fight and sacrifice for this, especially when other people weren't willing to do it in the past. And I know right now, if we took a fucking tally, how many of y'all want to go to the Middle East and fight for all of the people on social media that shit talk you all day? You know what I'm saying? A lot of people aren't going to raise their hand, but there is, you know, a very special group of people that have made a commitment to this country, and they've already done it. So, you know, I have to applaud them every day. It's just how I feel. It's just how I feel. Unfortunately for you, if you don't like it. What would be the incentive for shorting NQ? You can make 10% in a week if all of this is bullshit. That's like 12, 15 grand off one NQ. So if this is a bear market rally and this shit just gets Rauled, you're going to make 8% faster than you could say 8%. Maybe it'll take a week or so. But generally speaking, that's the bearish thesis right now. So we go over this every morning. If you're not here pre-market, every morning pre-market, I read the bullish bearish argument, and again, I love it because it's like computer generated and it's just based off of all of the headlines and it takes sentiment. So I love it, but pretty much the bulls, what are they looking at? Let's see. Bulls are focused on peak Fed, Goldilocks macro data, contrarian signaling from positioning and sentiment, signaling from other positioning and sentiment, seasonality, corporate buybacks, and stable 24 earnings. That is what the bulls are looking for upside. That is the factors that they have in their favor. The bears, however, are focused on recent history of premature dovish policy turns, recent fears from curve inversion signaling, softer data, and lagged effects of financial condition tightening and Fed rate hikes, as well as pickup in softer demand, macro uncertainty messaging from corporates, outsized cuts to Q4 earnings, deteriorating earnings revision, and risk to earnings, 24 earnings from disinflation. So that's your upside downside when looking at both ways, pretty much as of where this last week or couple of weeks have taken us. Yeah, bonds agree with your short, but why would you do it is to make money. I mean, literally, if you believe this is BS, if you believe rates are high and they're only going to get higher and conditions can only get tighter, I mean, this is just a nice way to short from, it's like shorting this top and then catching it back to the previous top, which again, it's a decent amount of money or a decent amount of space, which could produce a lot of dollars. But then your risk is that this turns into the start of the November-December rally, and then we hit another high, and then you get blown out in the middle. It'd be just like shorting the other high and then getting into the summer and then hitting 300 points higher. So both sides, high risk, high reward. Cleveland Fed launches search for next president and CEO. Like Cleveland Fed or like Cleveland Cliffs? I have a house in Ohio. I'm down to run. You think they let me? How do I apply? Fed Mester to retire in June 2024. Cleveland Fed job application. I'm searching right now if I can apply. View open positions. Wisdom system analysis, cash specialist, financial analyst senior, financial specialist. They don't have financial specialist lead. These are all, I'm looking at the Cleveland Fed job openings. And do you guys see what just happened? Why did bonds rip out of nowhere? So again, they dropped since that wholesale inventories there, but once again, they were holding up in the morning and now they're going up. Remember, there is that 10-year auction today. This is TLT. I wonder if IEF's not doing this. Is the long end. I think sentiment is getting a little better. That's wild that TLT is breaking out. JetBlue Save merger. I think it will go through. I haven't gotten up to date with the latest hiccups, but I don't know if I'm going to go for are you trying to own the end product or are you trying to play the arbitrage? So if it's an arbitrage play, I'm down with it. But as far as like whether it goes through and owning the final product and you know what they become, I'm not too sure on the economics of all of that, and I'm not really a fan of airlines. But, you know, I think there was one deal hiccup recently. Other than that, I would look that up. And then as long as that's good, again, I think the move is playing the arbitrage more than anything else. Estee Lauder. I love how Estee Lauder's on the high every day. Elf came down. Guildport low-key Chad Uncle concert. What's that? What's a Guildport? Another Fed member hitting the road. There's so many of them who left. And then meanwhile, Powell is on his second term. I don't know. I think that's a great question we should ask. Are you guys ready? Do you think Powell will do a third term? There's no limit. They could just keep appointing his ass as long as he accepts it, and then the new president appoints him. No, yes, probably. No, yes, no. Maybe he has to. No, absolutely, yes. Why not? Love for India. You just wanted to throw that one in there? Not with Trump. Trump appointed him. Y'all really, Trump is the reason you have Jerome Powell. A lot of people thought Biden wouldn't keep him, and Biden was like, nah, run it. He'll make more money after he resigns. Well, yeah, he's going to go work with fucking PIMCO afterwards. He's going to work with Goldman and JP Morgan after. That's going to be a trip. At some point in your life, well, I'm telling you now, and I want you to remember. Listen, whenever this does happen in your life, I just want you to come to the stream that day and like the video, okay? So just like, when they're like the rooster will crow 3 times, when you hear this crow, I want you to come to the stream and like the video, okay? You will be condemned, and because they'll be like, I told you this. There's going to be a time in the future. I don't know if it'll be the near future, but there's going to be a time in the future you turn on your Bloomberg or CNBC, and Jerome Powell is going to be speaking about the markets. But it's going to be from the context of him working for a bank. He's not going to be the Fed chair. You're going to trip out. One day you're going to see Powell talking on Bloomberg, but it's going to be him giving his thoughts. And it's but him as a private citizen, and it's going to trip you out. It's going to trip you out. AMD flushing. Even Netflix a little bit. Even the whole market. Again, bonds just caught a bid. AMD's not too bad, but everything is giving up. Now the SPY is red. They've finally given that up, and then Dow Jones barely hanging on. JP Morgan Chase. I get it. He's going to give his opinion on sports betting. Are there no SEC regulations against that? Not at all. Again, Richard Clarida, the man who was day trading over $1 million of Netflix stock during COVID after he knew what was happening and announced all of the policy, he resigned, and he also owns the Kansas City Royals baseball team. And after resigning, he began to work for PIMCO. So literally within days, again, I don't know why this motherfucker, again, if I owned the Royals, I don't know if I would work for a bank, but that's what you do. Again, we all have our own hobbies, I guess. But then, he literally within months, just started working for a bank. And that's it. Now you'll see him on TV randomly. I didn't know it was a Fed rule. They have to retire at 65. I didn't know that either. How old's Jerome? I don't know. Let's see. Jerome's 70. That doesn't make sense. He would have had to retire. Janet Yellen's 77. Mitch McConnell is 81. How old is Joe Biden again? 90. Joe Biden? It says 80. Is that legit? Can I trust that? Oh, shit. It's almost Joe Biden's birthday. November 20th. And then Jill Biden, 72. Jill look good for her age. Jill don't look 72. Biden's like 97. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like when you Google Biden's age, they don't even show you the real age anymore. I don't know if they're allowed to. I don't know if that got censored out too. Fortinova to temporarily halt sale of Coca-Cola products. Or why? AHL, Coca-Cola kind of moving there. You have the same birthday as Biden. Nice, happy birthday. Yeah, happy birthday, happy the day you came out. The day you were alive, you're born. Happy birthday. Yeah. Fortinova. Someone got poisoned, you think? What's Fortinova, though? It sounds Brazilian. Intel dying. It better. I mean, people were just saying AMD. It just got some candles. Intel kind of giving up a lot more. Remember, yesterday was just a straight up on that, what's it called, news? The chip facility news. And then Tesla at the low. You got everything's like down. It's weird because there's a lot of names that are like big in red, but they're also like, all of the index are just barely right now. And then if you want more of a market breakdown, Dow Jones, 13 names red, 17 in the green. NASDAQ 100, 49 red, 52 green. That's 50-50. It was earlier more green. And then S&P, 237 red, 264 in the green. Oh, Roblo. Yeah, they're still holding up. They stopped moving. I think the contracts, though, they're just getting pinned now. Because those contracts are crazy. They were cheap for 1 minute, then they went up, and then they dropped 50%, and then now they're just like holding up. Again, I've had one contract on my screen all day. It's been a trip there, but if Roblo can move again, I mean, just be on the lookout for 5% moves back and forth. There's no news coming out today except for the bond auction. So at 1 p.m. Eastern, in about, 2 hours and 15 minutes, you are going to get the 10-year bond auction. It will be important, but I do think the market is giving it way too much attention as of lately. However, with us waiting for an event, then nothing happens, and then looking towards the next thing, it makes sense. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on it. Any little bit of bad news I don't think will be good, but then if any little good news, everyone's going to brush it off, say, woo, catalyst out the way, and then get back to the plan, and we're going to find out if we do 8-9 days or not and where this ends up leaving us. Earnings today. I think there's a lot of earnings. I think Disney is going to be huge. I'm really excited for that one. I think there's one more like AMC and a couple of others, but I do think it's there. And if I can't say anything, though, about earnings, what I will say, this earnings this week is not that cool. Next week, you get the retail companies. Next week, you get like Nordstrom's and Macy's, and you had Ralph Lauren today. I think those can give us a lot more excitement and economic reaction next week. But otherwise, I think you're going to get individual moves so far. It doesn't seem like earnings, most of them came in pretty good. We've been able to move into an environment where, it was bad earnings at first, and then earnings got better, and now everyone's just focused on policy and rates more or less. This is E-Trade Pro, and then we also have TD Ameritrade right here. Maybe it's Schwab. No news. I'm suspecting they announced the dividend, but I'm kind of worried they won't because they have been very quiet about it since bringing it up at the end of last year, and then they just spent $8 billion on the Hulu stake. So I pray to God they give it back. They do the dividend. I'd be really disappointed if they didn't, but that is something we are waiting on. So that could be big, though, for the report. TD's complicated. It is initially. There's a little bit of a learning curve, but that's the beauty is like TD Ameritrade is like a baby, or Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim is like a baby Bloomberg terminal, I would say. It's complex. If you really know how to use it, though, that Thinkorswim, it could pump out a lot of stuff from like news to data to like market analysis, like looking into the depth and all of that. Like you could go a long way with it. Do I have any Celsius? No, I do not. And then bonds still holding again. We were still hitting lows as the 30-year was trying to catch a bid. Yeah, I had Tastyworks for a little bit. I mean, it lasted for like 6 months, and I was like, pfft. If you couldn't tell, I'm very picky with my brokerages. Even then, like, for what I use and how I use it. So, like, even now, this, like, Schwab long-term thing is getting weird. I don't know. I still feel uncomfortable, but for the most part, I mean, E-Trade, TD, they've gone a long way for me. I really wish Schwab hadn't bought TD. I think it was the stupidest thing yet. And yet Josh doesn't use IBKR. If you're picky, that's the one for you. The reason why, that's exactly why I don't use them. I have used IBKR in the past, and the thing I don't like about it, the complexity and the fees. That's it. The IBKR is very picky, and they're very picky on their funding and fees, and that is something I don't like. I'm not, again, IBKR, like, you trade like the wrong OTC stock, you trade the wrong they will pass the fees on to you. I don't know if you remember, people just a couple of years ago, they had an issue with the ADRs, or like they bought like some Cayman Island thing and they bought it on IBKR, but then how everything played out, there was like a regulatory fee attached to purchasing those. So again, some of those things, that's where IBKR, I don't use it, but they're a good broker, but that's exactly why I don't use them. I'm a little too picky, and they're more picky than I am. Is the answer with that. This is E-Trade Pro for the high-low ticker. They're in the Cayman bracket, a lot talk. As long as I mean, if you set it up for like your taxes and everything, that's all. But like if you're not prepared in advance, you could get blindsided by that. That's all you got to keep in mind. But other than that, it's chill. Yeah, TLTs came back near the highs. They denied you an account? IBKR did? No way. I thought you get an account as long as you put like 2K in it. Platform. I like E-Trade and Thinkorswim. E-Trade Pro, Thinkorswim. I've used them for decades. Like literally my whole life I've been on E-Trade Pro platform. Thinkorswim, I've been familiarized with it since I was a child. So, and those are big brokerages. They've gone a long way. People in here like Fidelity and Schwab and other things, but I'm just, I'm answering the question for me, and everything else at this point, you live in a world of a lot of choices. I'm Caymanian. Is that how you say it? I play her song all the time. Don't have F350s, but we still play it. Shout out to Caymans, baby. Is it Caymanian? I don't know. You don't need 250K for E-Trade Pro. I think you just got to request it. You get on that Moo platform? No. But they're paying, dude, they want to pay me a lot of money. They want to offer me a lot of connects. The devil pulled up to my email. They were like, yo, you promote this, dog, we going to get you connects. They're like, we'll get you interviews. We're going to pay you money. I'm like, I don't know, man. It seems a little shady. So, but nah, just E-Trade and TD. Nobody pays me to do it and tell you that. But y'all make your own decision. Caymanian. That's cool, bro. That's cool. I've never met a Caymanian. You could buy some foreign equities on Thinkorswim, but very limited. That's why IBKR would definitely be what you want if you want foreign equities. But again, be familiar with the fees and cost of buying outside of your country, and again, facilitating foreign transactions. Would you give up being faceless? I mean, I'm not really not faceless. Again, I love people, bro. So for the right, I mean, you've seen me. If you've seen me, that's it. I got to meet some Chads a couple weeks ago. Like I said, it was one of the greatest moments of my life. I loved it. You have no idea. I've accomplished a lot, but seeing people, man, that I've got to interact with for several years and having a moment to enjoy with them, it was huge. So I don't really care about the face thing. It's just, it's like, is what I do it for. Again, even with brokerages, like, I'm not saying they're all bad, but I don't trust them enough to put my name on it and tell people to do this or that with any of them, especially with over the last 3 years. Honestly, it's crazy because we've had the brokerage discussions, but like, it's even more crazy that you guys have had more evidence to be cautious about brokerages than any other generation ahead of us, at least going back to 2008 or the 1990s. Why? Because you've watched scams unfold, and you've watched people get literally clapped. And I never, again, after 08, I didn't see any of that. Again, I've always been cautious because of that, but like, and you saw the little scams and B-books for high volatility little shit, but like, dude, you've watched so much already go down. So it's like, in a weird way, like you have there's so many scams. That's what I'm saying. You have been, it's like, in a weird way, when I first started, I was, putting you guys on game, telling you to be careful and watch out. But like, at this point, I do think that you have enough evidence in front of your eyes. You should be, very naturally skeptical at this point, and you should have been exposed to very modern examples of why you should be cautious at every corner. Was I an investor in 08? Kind of. I was very young. So I started my career in 2007, I think, or 2006, give or take. It was pretty much within my first year of trading or learning about the stock market, everything collapsed. I had like one summer of non-collapse, and then that was it. But I didn't understand it. I was a child. I was very young. I was like, some of you guys were my age in here. I was very, very young, but at the same time, it was I had experience, but I didn't. I didn't understand it. Again, my parents lost everything. Like, that's what I've always said. Understanding what I know about economics today, understanding what I know about the markets, bonds, it's like I think I could have saved my family back then, but I didn't understand. I did not know, again, I was in my first 6 months, first year. It's just like, all I understood was rich people and money, and I wanted to get rich, and then I eventually discovered trading and other stuff. So it just got hella weird from there, but then quickly I got to learn, and then eventually what looked like the worst time, some people would say I got in at the best time. So it just depends. Yeah, first year trading, everything collapsed. You should feel, yeah, you guys, honestly, some of you guys do. Did I lose money in 08? Not really. I didn't have money to lose. Like, you know what I'm saying? My first account was like $2,000. Again, I did a lot of hustling, saving it up, but like, I wasn't, I was making like $500, $200 plays on little stuff, just working things out. So not really. And if anything, I did buy like 1 or 2 shares here and there, and certain things that I held and just put in a portfolio. It taught me about the long term. I got to see that after a couple of years, and I was like, oh shit, that's crazy. But yeah. So I didn't think about it. Some of you kind of have a similar one. ADR fee. You pay that on TD Ameritrade too. Yeah, they charge you an ADR fee for some of those Chinese ADRs. Yeah, you had to pay $7.99 or $9.99 to buy a stock. So most of my career, I was paying $3 to $10 a trade. So back in my day, if you wanted to day trade like an animal, it cost you. $3.99, $4.99, $7.99, $9.99, $12.99 even at certain times. E-Trade was $9.99. It was. I got them before they went free, E-Trade, because I was with them for a long time, and I would trade a lot. I had a lot of money with them. I'd move a lot of money. They lowered me down to like $2.99 or $1.99, and I thought I was the plug. And then now everything's free. I thought I was like, yeah, son, what's up? Yeah, $1.99 commission. Holla at your boy. And then, they just, it's free now. Yeah, they would promote X amount of 100 free trades if you switched. SPR on the high. Spirit Arrow. I don't know. A lot of talk about Boeing the last 2 days. I haven't talked about him today. Zim, I don't know. No. Zim, I wouldn't touch Zim, actually. I was interested with oil, but nah, it was a JP Morgan pump and dump. Because I'm about to blow your mind with this one. Are you ready for this? Down, 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 down. Are you ready for this? Y'all ready, Chad? Mind blown by this one. I forgot. I didn't have I was going to put this on the watch list, but it didn't fit. I didn't have anywhere to put it in the watch list. I didn't want to be too distracting and go off on a tangent. But look at this. This is standard deviations from the index's historical average. So this is showing you a standard deviation chart, and now it's almost printing 3. -3 standard. What index do you think this is? What could this be? Brent falls below 80 for the first time since July. What is this? It's not IWM. Nope. Not bonds. Nope. It's funny. It's hilarious. It's wild. It's saying this index is the most eased in 26 years. Even to a point it's moving almost 3 standard deviations to the negative. And it's at a 26-year low. You ready? This is the supply chain index. This is showing you the standard deviations. That's how they calculate it. But pretty much, supply chain is the most eased that it has been in 26 years. No. Your supply chain is not weak. Your supply chain is strong. So when it was going above 3 standard deviations, that's where they were jacking up the price on everything, and they were telling you, oh, no, supply chain. So again, you could have told any fucking TikTok child, if you're like, oh, I'm delaying you by 6 months, they're like, why? And you said supply chain, they wouldn't care. You said, I'm raising the prices 50%. You said supply chain, that's it. Jerome Powell wanted to give you a reason. He said supply chain. The White House, supply chain. Again, it was the tightest supply chain, all the items. You better order your Christmas gifts early because you ain't going to get anything. How are items going to show up? The cars, the chips. We don't even have chips for the cars. That's why the cars are up. And now we don't even pay the workers, but the chips because of the supply chain. And now the supply chain has not been this eased in the last 26 years. And so that's why all the shipping's dropping, the Baltic index. This takes all of those indexes and combines them pretty much. So legitimately, all of the shipping right now, that's what I was saying. I was like, a couple weeks ago, with oil going up, shippers would have been great, but then it faded really heavy. And then it's like, you look at, again, with China and global demand on oil going down and some of that, it's just like, dude, hold on. The supply chain it's been both pressure declining as well as more development. But there's excess capacity in the supply chain. That's the weirdest thing to say right now. Like, what I'm trying to tell you is that your supply chain can handle more right now. So, like, if China wanted to fill up every boat they had and send it our way, we can handle that low key. As weird as that may sound, it's not what you were dealing with the first year and a half after COVID. You have now gotten to a point where prices, supply, accessibility, all of it has just came down the most. So your supply chain is stronger than it's been in a very, very long time. I think it does mean lack of demand. I think China. I think that's it. I just think it really means China is getting clapped, and then now you're getting everybody else slowing incrementally. You know what I'm saying? Not too big, but they're starting to feel it, even the States. But then I think China is just heavily, just freeing up all of the supply chain and shipping. Receive money from school. What should you do? It's a refund check. You need help? Well, not a recommendation. I would obviously try to find a way to put it into real estate. But in the meantime, real estate or long-term, you could go sit on it and get yield. You don't have to do anything. So one thing I've always said, some people like my rules, some people don't. If you ever come into contact with a large amount of money that you did not have before, or you get some just extra payment, right? You get an extra payout, like, you inherit money, you got a lawsuit, who knows, a refund check, whatever it may be. 2 weeks minimum. Don't do anything. I want you to sit with money for 2 weeks before you have an idea. Usually I say 30 days, but 2 weeks minimum. 30 days is the rule. It's very simple. You come into contact in, again, inheritance, big amount of money. You just sold your house. You just sold your company. You just sold whatever. Now you're like, wow, I got $10,000. I got 15, 20, 30, 100, $1 million. What should I do with it? I could do anything. Wait 2 to 4 weeks before doing anything. Just sit on that money for 2 to 4 weeks so you could get used to it. So you could get comfortable with it. So you could have an idea. So you could let a couple ideas come your way and then say no and then think about them and then see what's really good. But that's usually what I say. And in this case, the best part that you have right now is that you have interest rates at 5.5%. So you get to you get a nice little gain for just chilling on that money and getting comfortable and adapt to that newfound little gain that you got. Why your full coverage auto insurance is 3 times more than your note? Did the car go up in value? And then what's your driving history like? But everybody's insurance has gone insane. $80K waiting to buy property. Good. You won $200,000 yesterday at the casino. Never had this much before. How would you use that 200? So are you ready for this? Oh, you got 200K. I got a peach, baby. Oh, I know, man. That's crazy. I was about to just tell you something. I said, are you ready for it? And then the peach comes in. Oh. Mm-hmm. Proudly frizzling the peach, ladies and gentlemen. We made it. We made it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Well, anyways, that's amazing. I don't know. I hope act broke, baby. D Hunter again. Oh man, we're doing it. Oh, and back to back hundo. Stop it. And shout out to Peach too, baby. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Peach too. Shout out to Peach too. Amen. I love it. But yeah, here's the deal, bro. For 200K, man, if you really won it at the casino, I don't know if you're trolling me or not. Email me. I might be able to help you out with this just because the first part that sucks about winning money at the casino, if you filled out your Social Security, bro, you are going to be taxed $100,000 this year. I promise you. You know that, bro? Honestly, have you ever been taxed by the casino? That's how you know you won at a casino, bro. Literally, I think during my casino phase, bro, I had to do taxes. Even now, when I like how I work with the casinos too, I make sure they document all my spend. That's why, like, even by using a player's card, I have taxes getting processed through that. They know my buy-ins. They know exactly how much I'm losing or winning because I write that shit off for taxes now. It's insane. So yeah, you will, if you won a $200,000 jackpot, you will have probably about $100,000 in instant tax liabilities. So $100,000 of that, do not spend it. You should put that in bill, and then that way you can make 5% on it and then pay the taxes and then keep the interest from the principal. But other than that, that's the first thing I would do, and then I would sit on that money, put all of it into bill, and go get a nice little return, and then I would try to buy a house. Honestly, the best thing I would do with that is, one, you could either make a crazy long-term portfolio, but, you know, it's not sexy, it's not attractive, but a small $150,000, $200,000 house, you just buy it all in cash, and then boom, that money will forever be there in the form of value of the property. You'll get a nice little monthly payment that'll buy you a Benz or something, and then you just sit and chill, and then hopefully the equity doubles or triples up. That is what I would do. It will be the house the casino built. Sounds good. Yeah, try to find out how much you spent at the casino this year, too. If you do have a player's card, try to go back and see if they have any data on you, because then you could even write off the gains, too. So let's say you lost $5,000 on the casino before winning that. At least calculate that in there, and then now your taxable gain goes down by $5,000. A little $200,000 house in L.A. Are you talking Louisiana or are you talking Los Angeles? Because if you're trying to make a sarcastic joke about it, you can't do it in L.A., but what I'm telling him, you could do this anywhere else in America. Again, the last house that I bought for sub $150,000 is now worth $437,000. And it's been about 12 to 24 months now, but most of that gain came instantly. So if you go anywhere else in America, these $100,000, $200,000 houses, they're a bag. And you could get something nice, and if you get it in the right area and that area blows up, you're going to be sitting on a very, very nice bag. Will it actually sell for that? Yeah, I have comps. So my neighbors' houses are selling at $400,000. That's why I'm like, oh, hell yeah, I got a bag on that. Didn't know about the taxes. I'm guessing it translates to sports gambling. Oh, yeah. Taxes are part of everything, man. That's why, like, again, you guys are going to see it here too. I'm going to show you with my accounts, win or lost, but, you know, I'm glad I've done what I did, but you guys are going to see the fuckery, bro. It's a lot of fuckery. Just don't underestimate. There's a lot of motivation for taxes and tax things. It's one thing to make money. It's another thing to understand that. Like I'm saying, guy could make $200,000 off of a casino. You got to know what you could do with that. Again, even in like trades, you could go take certain risks where if you're going to have a tax liability anyways, I mean, you're balancing it out, but a lot of people do ignore that when it comes to everything. But there is taxes in sports gambling. If you guys win, you will get taxed. So just make sure you understand that. If you're winning more than $2,000, $3,000 in anything and they have your info, they are sending a form to the IRS that you made money, because they're saying we don't have this money because we paid this guy. So the casino, the sports gamblers, they say we sent this guy $200,000. They put it as a W-2 or a W-9 or whatever, or 1099, just so that they can say, hey, we don't have $200,000. They're writing it off and they're giving it to you. So the IRS is already aware. So if you already make any money gambling and it's a lot of money, they already know what you have. So that's why you got to really think about that. It's a crazy concept people don't realize. But then that's why too, hopefully whatever you do, you document it. Because like I'm telling you, even in a weird way, that's fine. If you have old losses of sports betting on the year, if they're going to calculate that as income, you could write off all the losses that you had to lower the taxable gain. So it's a very trippy concept, but it works in everything. No, it is worth the gamble. Like I'm telling you, bro, like I could go to the casino, I could play poker, and now I've set it up where it could be a tax depending on whether I win or not. If I win money, I pay taxes, like I'm saying. But now, if they knew I lose $500, I have that on record that I lost $500. That's all from stocks, trading, casino. It don't matter. You have your records in place. I mean, and it's in line with all of it. You're good to go. You can, as an individual tax status, I think you can, at least for the casino. Again, because for the casino, you are going to have if you make a lot of money, they make you fill out a form. So that's the thing. But I'm not talking about doing it as you can't say gambling's a business expense. I'm talking about you as an individual, though. You have 130 in capital losses to roll forward for years. That's kind of good. I mean, again, as long as you could afford it and how it plays out, like I'm saying, you might be surprised what happens in the future. You won 2K, forgot to claim it. Cost you $300 in IRS fees. Not bad. Yemen Shiite rebels say U.S. plane shot down over water territory. Yeah, you could write off individually. You could write up the losses up to your gains for gambling. Yeah. They tax you if you win, but you can't write. You can, but only up to the gain. So, like, you can't go past that, but that's just the general idea. But what happens is most people, by the time they win in the casino, they don't have any record of what they lost. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I'm telling you, if this guy in the chat really just won $200,000, I'm like, how much money did you lose in the casino this year leading up to it? So if you don't have that info and you don't have a documentation, there's no way for you to write that off. The casino offers it, but you have to go about doing it in that format. But so essentially, you are going to get clapped on it. Bank statements, you got to prove unless you're pulling out the money at the damn casino, it's going to be very hard to prove that it was there. Why do they have that? They have that so the bank can write off the winnings, or the casino. So the bank, by paying you a bonus, they're getting a tax write-off. I don't think you guys get it. So, dude, that's why the banks make sure that they tax you. That's why they make sure they give you a tax form, because they're saying that they paid you. They're saying, we had this money, but then we gave it to this lucky winner, so now we have less X minus 200,000 on our books. So that's the general idea of why you take on the tax liability, because they are taking the tax write-off by giving you the money. Yeah, it's a business loss on their side. Last time I went to Vegas was with the boys, called real estate. I didn't gamble though. I think I did a little bit, but I didn't like go play poker or anything I usually do. And I call real estate, baby. Hey man, Michael, I see your name. You know that? I got the bull right in front of my monitor. I see your signature. Shout out to Chad, baby. Bonds are ripping. Let's see here. And then what time is it? 8:17, 13 minutes till power hour. Do you have set loss values? Like, I could only lose 10K? Dude, I don't go to the casino with 10K. Like, I'm telling you, I'll go max like 1K, 2K, and that's it. I go to have fun, and then when I don't have fun anymore, I just don't go. And then, yeah, I've done pretty well last year. I don't go in with like money like that to the casino. Like, it's purely like, I don't know. I view the casino as just like an adult Disneyland. That's why I always trip out, bro. I'll see people and I'm like, I know he broker than me. And I'll see him throw down 10K and I'm like, man, Y'all crazy, bro. Y'all, that's you, boo-boo. That's you, boo-boo. I could do it on a fucking stock or a liquid penny stock, no hesitation, but just something about, like, the chips and then real life in the casino, like, I can't. Yeah, I can't do it. I don't know why. Like, I've always been cheap when I go to the casino. Always, always, always. Yeah, you give me a financial derivative, I'm easy. I'm way too cheap. Yeah, you can't ghetto spread at the table, huh? You see Mr. Beast getting criticism for the Wells? What's the Wells? I don't know what that is. I saw one thing a couple weeks ago, and they're like, yo, Mr. Beast is just, like, turning into, like, an evil billionaire, just paying people to, like, do creepy, weird human stuff. And now it's getting kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mr. Beast is like, I'm going to put somebody in a store and torture them. He built 100 wells to provide clean water in Africa. So what's wrong with that? So why are people mad? That seems better than locking a dude in a grocery store and then observing his behavior and torturing him for money. But, yeah. Why don't you do that in America? Well, I'll tell you. I don't know. It sucks because I don't know this guy's name. I think he needs more credit. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this guy. Oh, it's on CBC. It was on CBC. What is this? Who is this guy? He's a Canadian. I think. Yeah. Look at this guy. Marcel LeBron decided he sold his like tech company. He made like a couple $100 million, and then he spent like $4 million to build tiny homes for the homeless in his community. I thought that was really cool. I would be down to do something like this. This was I was like, that's kind of cool. He lived in a small place and he just bought these little things and he gave it to the people there. I was like, that's like some Mr. Beast type stuff. Like, where I'm like, all right, okay, yeah, that's righteous, bro. That's very righteous. I was like, I vibe with that. It inspired me. I was like, somebody finally fucking did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, boom. Like, they sell their company, they make money, but they're just like, yo, this is what we want to do. And they just $4 million brought 99 homes. Like, that's the, if there's no weird budgets and weird this, weird that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's something you could do something with money and make it actually have a good impact. Hopefully. I think tiny homes are interesting. I mean, I don't know how I feel. Like, there was one point where people were telling everybody to go live in tiny homes, and I don't know if that's the future for our youth, but it's like, I'd aspire high and aim well, but I'm also not against it. Like, I could very well live in a tiny house. Like please don't test me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they're bad alternatives, and it depends, but it's like, I definitely don't see it as like, just don't view it like that's my only option I'll ever have in this society because real estate's so expensive. No, but they are pretty cool. All right, man. You just got to... Bro, bonds are running ahead of the auction. Equities doing the exact opposite. Literally, it's been opposite the last 3 days. Monday, bonds down, market up. Bonds go up, market goes down a little bit, then closes up. And then today now, you're going down. Bonds are straight back up. You're breaking out from the damn non-farms. That means bonds are still squeezing. That's a very good sign right now. Assuming your boy the bond auction don't clap you. Auction 1 p.m. Eastern, so 10 a.m. my time. Hour and 40 minutes, hour and 38. What chart? I use trading economics, and then I use the ETFs and indexes because I know how, but I said this yesterday, and I encourage all of you to not sleep on this, but the trading economics one, man, if you just go to bonds, like, this is a solid-ass chart. I think it's TradingView, but it's updated. Again, we're at, what? Oh, dude, next leg or not, bro. I don't know. So I think the market may be in its own way, but if bonds keep going, it's good. But like I'm saying, I think if you really want, if the futures, if the ETFs get too confusing, just go to Trading Economics. The 10-year bond on here is it's a very, very good visual, and it's very accurate, and it has everything you need as well as the history of it, and you could see it. Again, yields going up. This is bearish, but you at least see the yields go up and vice versa. When yields come down, you could literally see it and see the yield that it's at. The dynamic yield tool is good. He comes up. But I think we're going back to inversion now. But again, once he does uninvert, we'll see. You miss my voice? We here, baby. We here, baby. I hope you're doing good. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. I appreciate it. VIX is running. We're going down. Again, only thing that's good today is bonds. So like I've just showed you here, 10-year is right near the 4.5 number. I've been talking about this all week. I was saying next leg will be a result of this here. So as long as I don't care what equities are doing right now, I think you might get some movement here. But if bond auction comes in good and these bonds keep ripping, either equities are going to lag and react later, or maybe they'll keep ignoring it. But I do think it's not as bad. The only thing bad today would probably be the dollar. But even then, dollar has gone negative now. Bond auction, 1 p.m. Eastern. It sucks, bro. It's because we don't have any catalyst. That's why it's important. And then what happened, but I still stand by it. Everyone's making a big deal out of it all. So we'll see. But then again, it doesn't matter what I think, because with enough people paying attention to it, it may cause something. So we'll see. Okay, I don't know. Hopefully he doesn't end. I'm going to try to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning. SPY just hit a low, and we'll see what happens.
To that, Denmark actually has been where all the action has been today. Denmark definitely delivering. So 3 really big stocks have had a great day. Genmab is up the most in 3 years. This, as the biotech company, delivered a big beat. Vestas, we've just been hearing about, showing signs that the storm maybe that's been hitting the turbine sector might be starting to abate. We're going to be talking to the CEO tomorrow, as I say, Henrik Andersen joining us. But then you've got Pandora as well. This company surging after boosting forecasts, telling investors that unlike apparently the rest of the jewelry market, it is going to continue to grow strongly. So Denmark, as I say, where the action is. The only other stock I would mention, Marks & Spencer, also continuing with its huge run. Stock hitting a 2-year high today. The CEO, Stuart Machin, restarting the dividend. The market absolutely loved that. It's had a great run. Look at that run. The close is next. This is Bloomberg.
No. I ain't done. I had to stop it mid-piss, bro. It's okay. It was worth it. It's worth it. Don't worry. I can't leave y'all too quiet. Oh, man, it's going to be quiet. It's going to be quiet. I thought I had a video clip to look. Well, there's one thing I wanted to show you. I don't have it queued up, though. Let's see. Shorted Roblo? Let's see, man. I hope it works. I just want to see the volatility in Roblo. That thing always gets me excited. I mean, I think you're going to just get weird movement up until that auction. I feel like the CNBC thing is going to scare me. Nothing on Warner Bros. Discovery. A lot of people keep asking me about that. Do they have earnings? Again, I think Disney, Netflix are the one in that space that I really care about, and I think we'll have the biggest moves. But again, I think WBD, Para, I think high risk, high reward. This is literally, those names have been clobbered. So I think you're just going for, showing signs of recovery like we've seen in a couple of other names. Forgot about that Guild short. I thought you said gold. Where's GLD? Did the gold short kind of end up hitting? It's kind of around that same price. Bonds up, wheat 4.5. 10-year gilt falls 5 basis points to lowest is September 20th. I think European bonds are what's helping our bonds. I forgot about that in the morning. Bond yields go down. Why is it bearish for stocks? It depends on the environment that you're in. So up until 3 years ago, it used to be inverse all the time. Pretty much bonds would go up, stocks would go down, stocks would go down, bonds would go up. Kind of makes sense. Why, based on the yield of the bond and the interest rate, it should be rational. So it's like thinking, if you want to think about it, it's like why when people are buying bonds, does the stock market go down? Because they're literally saying instead of having more riskier stuff, I'd rather sell that and then buy something with more safety. So that's usually the logic. It's just going and competing for what makes the most rational sense. But again, over the last 3 years, you have witnessed the bond bull market being destroyed. 40, 50 years of bond gains wiped out in a couple of years, if not 1 year. So that puts you in a very interesting position because the last couple of months, or last couple of years even, your correlation between bonds and stocks, it's not how it used to be. So as much as I would love to answer why today and say, oh yeah, people are selling out stocks and wanting to buy bonds because of safety or rates, I can't answer that now because what we've seen over the last couple of years, the relationship, the correlation hasn't really existed, and it's been quite random as one would react in a certain time and then the other would do the next thing later, and then before you know it, everything either matches up or is very far apart still for the last couple of years. So again, markets are still up, bonds are dead. That you wouldn't have expected that to happen 3 years ago if it was the same correlation. Okay, I'm finishing the bathroom break now.
Like that we've been in for European stocks for really quite some time. Are we going to see a significant move out of it again? But we're trading 444. We're up by 0.3% today. In terms of the single stocks, I've slightly got these out of order, actually. I should have put the two Danes together. But Vestas, we were just mentioning, that stock absolutely flying today. I think people have been conditioned recently just to expect really bad news out of the wind sector. Today, we've got some better news, albeit marginally, but the market really reacting very strongly to that. Marks & Spencer, 2-year high. The company's on a real turnaround story. How much further has that got to go? How much of the good news is in the price? The dividend's been reinstated, but I think it feels like next year could be a tough year for the UK consumer. Pandora, though, talking of the consumer, up by 9% today. We're back in Denmark, doing really well. That company saying that it is going to continue to grow. The jewelry market is flat, but it is going to continue to grow. Its grown diamonds are doing really well. Pandora, the market's liking what it's hearing right now from that stock. But certainly the Danish businesses today having a good day. Genmab was the other one that really stood out as well. Let's talk about what we're going to be getting tomorrow. The earnings season is going to continue here in Europe. Plus, we've got some other interesting events that we need to focus on. The Bloomberg New Economy Forum, that continues, but there's some big speakers. Sergio Motti is going to be speaking to, I think, Francine Lacroix at that event in Singapore tomorrow. Look forward to that. UBS dominating the news over the last few days. Taylor Wimpey, the housing market. Plus, I think we get the RICS data at midnight tonight. Big focus on what is happening there with the rate story. Actually, as the Bank of England governor has been talking about, mortgage rates have actually been drifting a little bit lower, similar to what we're seeing over in the United States. But he is pushing back a little bit on this market pricing of cuts. So does that continue? Deutsche Telekom, Telekom Italia, earnings out. Both of those two businesses obviously a huge focus at the moment, given what's happening, particularly with the KKR bid for Telekom Italia. And then we've got a whole load of drug stocks that are going to be reporting numbers. I'm really interested to see what AstraZeneca has to say. Pascal Soriot obviously continues to run.
All righty. Foxpath Capital is looking to raise a fund in 2024. Fox Capital. Then Morgan Stanley and Apollo launch credit secondary firm. That's what it is. That's Fox Capital. Will mainly target middle market senior secured credit assets. Aims to capitalize on need for liquidity among private asset investors. All right. Boeing was moving. I kept that up there. GLD. Someone was saying, why does gold and bonds move? They may look kind of like they do, but what we were saying from what's it called? From October 7th, the attack, I mean, you notice bonds and gold were moving exactly alike, and then the attack in Israel happened, and then literally they just got detached, and then that's where gold got. That's why gold is so unique. I'm telling you, the last month or 3 on gold, super unique. You haven't really seen. That's why everyone's still trying to figure out. They're like, is that a fear bid? Is it because of war? Is it because of policy and potential ending of cycle? But it's, if anything, you would have expected gold to be a lot lower because bonds got destroyed as well. Again, some of the same factors that make, bond yields go high and what we're dealing with, it would make sense, the Fed policy, why gold would still have a little bit of trouble, but that's been doing its thing. Short squeeze. I don't know if it's a short squeeze as much as it is there's something lurking. You have big money buyer, or whether it's, again, you could blame a squeeze. I think it's something else. It's either a big money fear buyer or big money Fed buyer, and somebody thinking that. Should I buy bills of T-bills? What do you mean? Buy bills of T-bills. I think you could go buy bill or go put it into a money market. If you have, does your bank offer a high yield savings account? So again, I don't know. I think the T-bills, I think they all have the same tax benefits. But again, bill, buying a bond, or legitimately, buying even any money market, high yield savings, if you have access to that. That would just be the general idea. Remember, we went over this the other day too. You make a little more. I think 30 grand would pay out like $150, $170 a month. So not bad. Not bad at all. Free money for just if it's sitting there. Bill. Well, if you buy BIL, it's essentially an ETF holding the T-bills. So are you asking to buy the ETF, or are you saying should you just go buy a legit bond, like an actual go through the Treasury and make an order there? But you do want, and then as far as T-bill, you do want something with less than 12 months. So let me ask you this. None of this is a recommendation, but when do you need that money? What type of access to liquidity would you want on that $30,000? Right? Like, do you like for your company? Oh, and I saw the shit you sent me, bro. King, honestly, that shit was dope, bro. The clothing you've been working on, your brand, honestly, I might need to show it right now. That shit was fire, bro. I want some of it. I'm gonna send you. I had a draft typed out. I didn't fucking send. Yeah, bro. I'm giving you the free promo without even it was dope though, bro. Honestly, I'm gonna send you some of the ones I like. I liked it though. Honestly, good looking shit, bro. I hope it feels this one. I like the color, bro. That's it. I hope it feel good. That's it. But yeah, bro. Amen. So back to your question though. When do you need that $30,000? That's the real thing that matters in terms of like tying. If you want to get yield on this money, in terms of like what to do with it, that's the thing. You say no time soon, but like you got to think about like, is there anything random that might come up? Because this is why I bought Bill. I bought Bill because I don't know when I'm going to want that money. You know what I'm saying? I kept lots of money in crypto, and then randomly I'll sell out. I find a property. I don't know when I'm going to find my deal. You know what I'm saying? I don't know when I'm going to get my next deal. Like for you, I don't know when are you going to get the next big order, if you need to pay for something, development, you may not know. So that's why I'm in Bill, because by being in Bill, I'm allowed to get my yield daily. It's attached to T-bills, and I'm able to get my money, but at the same time, it leaves me the flexibility where I could just leave whenever I want, right? But here's the problem, is that with Bill, you get slightly lower yield by getting slightly more liquidity. So if you just want it where to get, and you don't want to care to maximize and you're going to leave a little on the table, Bill is just the easiest one because it's just tied into a stock. You buy it and hold it. But now if you're saying, hey, I know for a fact I don't need this money for 3 months, you could just go buy it. You go buy a 3-month T-bill. You could go buy it through your brokerage and call it a day. Because and then you'll get slightly higher yield, and that money is guaranteed. You have no questions asked about that. Same thing with Bill too, but at the same time, it's just you're going to get a little bit more. Or the better thing you can do is the the better thing that you could do with it is a money market account, or if your bank account offers a high yield savings. So there's easier ways where like you could just have it in an open sitting account and stick it in there. Or you could do a 3-month CD for 5.7. That's higher than what Bill is paying out, I'm pretty sure, by a quarter. So you only get out a little bit more, but like I'm saying, you could just go with there. So TD, you're fucked. TD does not. A TD, your best option is going to be Bill or buying a bond. So if you buy Bill, there's nobody telling you when you could take the money out. However, you're going to make almost 0.5% to a quarter to 1% lower. But if you go buy a bond, then you're going to just be able to get the full yield on the 3-month. You could participate in one of these auctions and then call it a day. So either way, but I think if you put it in the Bill, it's like middle of the month right now, or not really, beginning. Not too bad. SPY getting a Chicle right here. You'll just have to wait till like 1 week of the month if you go in today to realize the full value back after the dividend. But who do you bank with? Like, you say you got TD, but like, what bank account do you send the money to? You know what I'm saying? So like, how does the TD get the money? Who feeds the TD? What bank do you use? Or what financial institution? TDA? So like, is that Canadian? Damn, you got TD all the way around? What the hell? I only sell before the end of the month. If we only did that once because there's about to be a government shutdown or default, excuse me. That's it. That's the only reason why we did it one time. Other than that, I've kept it in Bill. I have over 7 figures in Bill. I have a lot of money in Bill. Again, every account I could get my hand on, anywhere that had a Bill, a money market equivalent. At least though in Bill alone, I have over $1 million in Bill, and then I have even more money in other fixed income. That's why I'm happy and sad in so many ways, because I'm like, dude, I could have just made way more doing nothing. I shouldn't have taken any loss this year, which is stupid as hell to think about. But at the same time, though, it's like, we were talking about this being the best trade of the year, and it really, really was. You know what I'm saying? Like, it literally is the best trade in the world. I'm telling you, it's not. Call it what you want. I'm not here to tell you the flex. I'm not here to tell. Again, I'm not parading around. I'll answer the question and let you know. And I'm here to show you my conviction in the fact that I've said this from the beginning of the year, though. It's just like, bro, we have not had an opportunity in most of our lifetimes to be ever able to collect yield of that high doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Never. That's why at least in my lifetime, that's just very, very rare. And it's like, wow. So you have money, you got savings, real estate. You saw what the market was looking like. The dollar's still strong. That's the thing. My only thing I don't want to make the mistake of is that the dollar's strong right now. And before it gets weaker, I want to make sure I spend some of it. That's why I like property and I still like buying some of the stocks, because the dollar's very, very strong, and it has been. So that is something to keep in mind. No, bond auction is in hour 15. It's at 10 o'clock. Schwab has money market. You buy in daily. SWVXX. Oh, that could be good. Condo or house for first primary, preferably a house. But if you have to do a condo to get in the area, the price point, they're not bad. Just try to get something good. Watch out for too old of a building, because HOA, and then also too, depending on the loan, if it is a condo, you might need a special one. Gensler, crypto is rife with fraud and manipulation. So again, we coming down. I feel like wasn't this the theme yesterday though? I guess no, we were down in the morning, or is that on Monday? Yeah, what day was this? Yeah, Monday. This kind of feels like Monday. You're already giving up the gap. you're going down here. You're not going below any level, and then we just started going up from there. But again, I think today's green or not on the streak depends on that bond auction. Not really, but I just think everyone's going to react to it. That's the thing. I think the market is going to do what it wants to do, and then the bond auction is just going to get in our way and then go from there. The only way I think the market like just dumps and chooses new wind and everything is if the bond auction is like so bad we all find out that Yellen bilked us. Best move was cash. It's a video we made at the beginning of the year. We were coming off a lot at the end of the year. We made a nice pickups and things went up, but then rates kept going higher, and we were just talking about Bill and getting yield as being the best trade of 2023. The best trade of 2023 was take the stock market stimulus check. Jerome Powell offered you 5% to do nothing. And that, you look around, again, SPYs came back up, but again, I think you would have made an extra 5% off of the SPY instead, but then you had to also deal with a wild amount of volatility. Why is gas still expensive? It came down a lot, but I haven't checked RB in a while. No, gas ain't that bad. No, gas is, I think, in Cali and certain places it is, but nah, bro. I was talking earlier, remember, before any of the drop, I just say once they get RB down, usually oil follows with it. Thoughts on Gnosticism? Damn, we went from like Bill, bonds, yield, the market. He's like, what about agnostic, Josh? Honestly, I mean, I'm agnostic towards agnosticism. I mean, all I have to say is I love you. That's it. I don't know, man. Especially as I see the world get more violent and everybody more divisive over stuff. I think I need to, fall back on what I love and what I believe in, and that's love of others. So it's like, I don't care. I hope I love you regardless of what you believe, regardless of what you believe. I'm going to try to, if I could do something good for your life, I will. If not, then, do your thing. And if not, I hope you do good regardless. And again, it's all love. I mean, that's it. What are your thoughts on love? Like, that's like real love, genuine love to people you don't know, love to random people, the people you care about, all of that. That's what I think the core of everything is. And without it, we're just a very, very lacking society and world. Gas was $5 in Cali last month, down to $4.30. Your mom won't stop talking about the rapture. Says if she disappears, you know where she's at. Airbus third quarter adjusted EBIT euros 1.01 billion, estimate 1.17. Boeing already reported, but maybe they react. Yeah. Reports 9-month 2023 results, revenue 42.6 billion, adjusted for euro 3.6. Guidance issued in February is maintained. Didn't you have the hate everything and everyone phase in your youth? Dude, I still have it. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't speak as if I am I don't think I'm the best example. I try very hard, but I had a way better phase of that in my life. But now I'm, I still get tempted to F everyone and just like, you see around the world at times, that's it. Some of you were like, people don't know what love is. And like, honestly, I mean, we all learn every day, and it's something you always work and grow on. And that's kind of how I view it. But I mean, definitely, it's just peace and love, though. You have to learn. You're here for a reason. And so are all the other people. We're going great. SPY is almost. I didn't think about it. It's because of the gap up. But yes, we are red right now. But SPY's only down 0.04. NASDAQ down 0.09. The Russell's clobbered again. Again, XLRE or KRE. They're down. XLRE. Real estate somehow held. I think that's because of the bonds. But they did not go crazy. Oh, you didn't mean agnostic? Oh, well then this is awkward. You mean as the lost Christianity teaching cited from the non-canon books of the Bible? Yeah. What was it called? Isn't that? I think there's another term. We talked about this the other day. I was talking about the. I don't know if the Book of Sriracha falls under that or Sriracha. I love that one. But I think they're interesting. But that's as far as like I've read some of the books that didn't make it into the Bible, and I thought it was very interesting. But I don't really have a thought beyond like. I question. I'm like, why this, why that, and I've looked up the reasons as to why they're included. But for me, I always took it as more info. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Otherwise, I may have more to do. You love Sriracha. Yeah, the Book of Sriracha. The Apocrypha, yeah. Did the Twitch need to summon another? They didn't this time. You guys are good, man. Yesterday, you were crazy. Fix in Amazon hires Stitch Fix, hires Amazon's fashion chief product and technology officer. The other one, Memento Mori. All right, man. You got a little bit Raul towards the. It's honestly, it's not too bad. You were just down by 0.03. Now it's 0.10. And then you still got about another hour, though, unfortunately. Memento Mori, yes. Remember, you will die. This explains the Mr. Beast stuff. Activists are upset YouTube Mr. Beast is building 100 wells across Africa that provided clean drinking water to its citizens. Although the wells provide clean water to 500,000 Africans, activists are upset with Mr. Beast because they're annoyed a white male was the one who solved the problem. I've been doing this for 15 years, and I've been struggling to continue this work because funding, awareness, and advocacy all take work, said founder of Face Africans, Sarin Kaba Jones. Overnight, this person comes along who happens to be a white male with a huge platform, and all of a sudden, he gets all of the attention. It's frustrating, but it's understanding the nature of how the world is, she said before giving him a weak thank you. Others were upset Mr. Beast highlighted the failures of the Kenyan government that maintain the stereotype that Africa is dependent on handouts and philanthropic intervention. Mr. Beast predicted the backlash, saying he's going to get canceled, but he doesn't care. I already know how I'm going to get canceled because I upload a video helping people, and to be 100% clear, I do not care. Clean drinking water is racist. That's what the tweet ends with. So that was a tweet. I just read it from Colin Rugg. Interesting. So they're just mad that he did it. I mean, I think it's one thing to bring up race. I think that's what that tweet said, and then you guys are talking about it. But like, I don't think it's about race. I think it's just somebody's just mad. Like, that's it. She's been working on it her whole life. And then that's it. Mr. Beast just did it. You're pissed off. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, you guys are saying race. I see attention. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't even see the. I think race got thrown in by both that lady and then the person writing the tweet. But I just think it boils down to just like the attention of the matter. Like, yeah, like I just think it's just, all right, man. Like, no way. A random individual accomplished more than a nonprofit group? No. Like, I think that's the part that everyone's probably mad at. Yeah, even if you said white man, I mean, it doesn't, like, you throw that in there, but it's like, I don't, and again, the person who wrote that tweet says water or it's racist, or apparently clean water is racist, but it's like, no, I think it's just an attention issue. I think the motivation of all of it, I just think, again, I would, like, if you've been working on something and Mr. Beast comes in, it's just like, I just showed you that one thing, like I'm telling you, like, do you know how much, they gave $25 billion to the city of Los Angeles for homelessness, and it's worse than I've ever seen in my life, and I've been around the area for a very long time, and it's just like, you have one person with $4 million could build 100 homes in an area himself, you know what I'm saying? No salaries, no donations, no fundraising. And again, that's kind of what I see with the Mr. Beast thing, where it's like one person, you have all these nonprofits raising millions of dollars and all these people virtue signaling, raising all this money for these causes, and then nothing happens. All the money goes to their living expenses and other things, and then one person who wants to do the actual thing and uses their own money will usually accomplish a lot. So that's what I think it's about. Because if they solve homelessness, they'll be out of a job. All right? That's crazy. But either way, man, good for Mr. Beast. Honestly, that's great. I do. Clean water is important. More people still die from lack of clean water than anything. So, like, amen. Isn't that crazy? I brought this up. I don't know if I'll get banned, but last time I was telling you guys, I was like, things that kill people more in a year, like mosquitoes. But even then, lack of clean water is a huge, huge thing, especially in modern times. So good for him, man. Good for Mr. Beast. He still could be the Antichrist, but still. I'll throw in my jab just in case. Just, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to call him racist, but I do think, he could be the Antichrist. That's what the conspiracy says. That's what the conspiracy says. Bolsonaro is the Antichrist? Isn't he living in some, like, UFC fighter's house in Florida? Or is that Lula? Either way, if that's him, though, I don't think the Antichrist, I don't think he'd be Airbnb in the room of a UFC fighter. One of them is one of the people who got exiled is living in Florida with a UFC fighter. That's all I know. That was, one of the weirder developments. All right, still going lower, man. 0.16 now on the SPY. NASDAQ SPY matched up. 4371. Remember, this was like near the highs of yesterday. 4373 was the high before we ripped it apart yesterday. It was Bolsonaro. It was only vacation. I don't know about that. He was vacationing at the same time of avoiding, like, political descendants and, like, facing charges. But we could call it a vacation. I guess. Mm. 5371. All right, man. Another hour, though. That's the thing. You're down a little bit, but you got another hour before the auction. So it's either like you really flush and turn into no man's land and get you back below, again, because we were setting multiple highs today and yesterday. So either go back below some of those or we kind of still dancing queen for an hour and then bond auction. But bonds are holding up. I'm up more on that bond play than before, which is weird. Again, I'm kind of shocked. We're higher than Friday. Again, 10-year, which is weird, though. The 10-year isn't. The 30-year, I think that's the caveat. The 30-year is running more than the 10-year right now. So long-term, people are getting kind of hyped right now. But Not there. Ukraine military says Russian missile hit civilian vessel. Yeah, what happened with that? Someone said Elon offered if the World Bank said they had a proposal, but then one of you said no, they didn't. They asked him, and then they showed him a breakdown. He said, show me a breakdown of where the money will go and how it'll solve it, and they backed down. Is it worth it to be adding the bonds this year, my 401k? What do you think about next year, too? I mean, are you down to tie up a portion of your portfolio for 24 months by chance? Talks are taking place with Hamas about a 3-day truce in exchange for the release of 12 hostages kept in Gaza, half of them Americans. That's crazy. There's still been American hostages held for over a month now. That is mind-blowing. I'll keep adding. Then just buy the 2-year. I'm telling, because somebody asked me, they're like, how do you feel about bonds? Are you bullish or bearish? And I'm like, listen, I am nothing on bonds. It all depends if you were going to buy bonds for their intended purpose. So in this case, not a recommendation. I would just buy the 2-year. Because if you're telling me, hey, Josh, I kind of want to buy the bonds. Should I add this to anything else here? Like what should we do with it? Then, it's like if you really are down to tie it up for 2 years, then low key, like that's the highest yield right now that you can get. And if anything cuts in the meantime, you'll benefit off of it as well as you'll get the yield. Oh God, it's weird, bro. No, I don't know, bro. I told you this. Y'all remember, like back in the day, bro, like during the 2000s, bro, if there was like one American, you would hear about it on the news every day. It would be the biggest deal in the world. And you're still telling me they're trying to still negotiate for people to get released and it's been over a month? That's awful, man. 4368, you're flushing now. Chatadonia. Again, I mean, you just had talks there of a little bit of a ceasefire, but again, I don't think the market's reacting to any of that. You are now getting back into yesterday's open. So you hit a new high today. You're giving up some of today's gains now, and now you're about to pretty much give back the last two. We'll see. Bush would have been there with freedom. God, no. Carter stayed in office 100 days to get hostages back. Oh, is that from is that the Iran-Contras thing? Or was that the Olympics thing? All right, man. You just dropped 10 points right there. A little bit more. All in like 5-10 minutes. Bonds, TLT coming down. They were there. Follow bonds up, get clap. Follow bonds down, get clap. Removing it from the dashboard once and for all. Don't play them. Just don't. Like, you see what I'm saying? Use it as a guide, but you're like, if you're going to buy or sell every time it makes a move, it will get nasty. But let the bonds be a compass, but sometimes, the compass wheel is still spinning. And then even then, the other factors too. So again, the dollar was another one of today, but I think it did go good, and now we're not going down for any other reason. We did drop at wholesale inventories. Again, Powell was supposed to speak today. He did not have anything to say. We went up and hit a new high, and then we started going down as we're awaiting the bond auction right now. I don't know. Maybe they're just selling off their stock so that they could buy the 10-year $48 billion worth. We dropped because of the chemical explosion. Which one? Was that civilian vessel? Lilly Trizepatide approved by FDA. So someone was asking about that earlier. Again, Eli Lilly has also been running, though, the last couple of days. They've had a lot of different headlines. The bond auction is going to be in 55 minutes. There's NVO. All right. I'm going to sell NVO. We've held this for a little bit. Held up good. Got like 130 profit. I only had 50 shares. All righty. Chips are holding. They were good yesterday. There was a little bit of weakness early. VIX is on the high now. Interesting. Where are we? Oh, VIX is still crushed. It's interesting. Because, again, even the VIX is getting murdered off that. But we are back to, you're just back now to where you closed on Monday. This is like Monday a little bit higher than the opening. So now, again, today is what? Today's Wednesday. And now we're in the middle. It's for treating obesity. Watch NVO. Yeah, I think it might. That one's not the Alzheimer's one, but NVO could even benefit off of it. But we've held it for a while. It's went up again. I got it at like the 99, and then it just went crazy. But it moved too slow. Tirzepatide sold under the brand Mounjaro is superior to semaglutide drugs such as Ozempic and Wegovy for diabetes management and weight loss. Yeah, it doesn't sound good for NVO. But I think lately they've all gone up in tandem on any of the headlines. What? What is this? You got Joe Biden talking about the 1980 hostage crisis when he was young.
I think the most important thing, both for the American public and for the Iranians and the Ayatollah to understand, is that the president is cool, calm, and deliberate and logical about the steps he's going to take.
There's that lifelong
showing
stutter
absolute resolve,
showing up,
and not to go with a sense of bravado at this point and do what everyone from Ezra Weitzman to the man on the street knows would result in the immediate death of the hostages by some use of
Isn't that crazy?
major military force. I think there's a logical progression, and I think it will result in
That's Joe Biden.
The release of the hostages. But I have no crystal ball. God only knows.
Joe Biden would.
Isn't that crazy? And you just flushed. Market did not like that. Whoa. I got news about a Japanese headline. NVO start. Bro, something just snapped. I see Japan's Mizuho plans to increase stake in Rakuten Securities nearly 50%. That's it. You're going down again. There's not any other headline right now, but you are flushing. I don't know. I feel like maybe equities are being sold for this auction coming up. You just took another 7-10 points right there. So, again, about to hit 43.58. That's crazy. This is a 40-point swing on the day. You're hitting the whole entire range all in today. That's crazy. So, again, you spent the whole week since Friday just going a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here. Now you just went the whole damn entire entirety of all of it right now. You are dumping big reds, not seeing why. Okay, this is getting interesting, Chad. Hold on. It's kind of big ahead of the auction. I don't know if it's any news. I literally just think we're kind of moving and testing some things, but I don't know if that was off of any headline. I would highly doubt it. Again, NVO coming down, Eli Lilly, but I really think you're just getting I think you're getting kind of hyped up here. XLF did flush. Yeah, XL. I think everything did, though. That's the problem. Remember, more names were green than red early. No headlines, no news. You got a couple of things overseas a little bit ahead of that, but I don't think if that was it. Some people were saying chemical plant explosion, but I didn't hear anything about that. Let me look into that. Oh, what? 16 minutes ago? I see an hour ago. Oh, that was in America. 24 minutes. Yeah, there's an explosion in Shepherd, Texas. It's actually massive. So a chemical plant. I don't think that wouldn't bring our market down. Again, you remember the Palestine, Ohio? That was crazy as well too. You might not even hear the news talk about this for like 2 days. So I don't think that's what's causing the movement, but that's a big deal. I think it is the financials kind of selling, but it's very odd considering, again, the bonds are doing great. No, I think it was just a accident. It's Bank of America dumping. Yeah, they're down 1.5. They all look at Wells. They all look the same. Again, all of the banks just got murdered right there. Again, energy's also down too. Some names are doing a little bit better. But other than that, I think all of those just got murked. Again, the KRE's down 1.4. XLF was green at one point today. It's already moved 0.5%. I don't know what it is. I think, isn't there Michael Barr, though? There may have been Michael Barr at like one of the things, at like one of those speeches. But I didn't have any headlines from it. Don't you think that bonds and stocks will have to be dislocated at some point for an earnings recession? Then bonds shouldn't bid and stocks be sold? Yeah, I mean, well, bonds are dislocated right now. Again, just compared to the SPY, there is a very big difference of like what's happened in the last couple of years. You know, so it's like bonds are weak and the market is not as weak. So there should be, you know, we're just waiting for that inverse correlation to return, but we don't know when. Eli Lilly's moving up a little bit better again. SPY just had that flush, and then see if it's either going to dancing queen around here or kind of stabilize. Bond auction in 48 minutes, but you're very close to hitting this level. It's kind of a big deal out of nowhere. I mean, again, hitting both. You went out of the range here today. Then you came down. Like I told you, you got a real big problem if we go below 43.32. But very interesting move ahead of a day like today. And it's kind of trading how it did in the last time we were in this little bucket. So I'm saying bonds should catch up to stocks over the next year or so. Well, how about this? They will eventually, but I don't try to put a time frame on it. That is literally the $1 million question. That's the problem right now. Is if you try to say that's going to happen next year, we don't know. Is there a likelihood and is there probabilities? Yes, there is. But at the end of the day, it could be sooner. It could be longer. It just depends on Powell and the relationship with the data and what that stuff shows. So eventually it will. So you got the idea, you know, the what is there, the when, that's the difficult though. The timing That we do not know. Again, Powell may be able to go crazier with it. Powell may want rates to go higher. Maybe the data, inflation, we need way higher rates, or maybe the market and the economy collapses, by Christmas, and we don't need any of that. And maybe we talk about lowering rates, and then you start to see people react to certain panics. So we do not know. I wonder what the interest rate. Well, no, again, the when issued, it should be around where the 10-year is. I'm assuming it's going to be. That's what's crazy, actually. Ooh. Because coming into the auction, the yield, it might be lower. Because last time it was right where the auction was. So I don't know if the WI is around 4.2. It's going to be interesting. But it should be around 4.2 to 4.6, I think, will be the when issued number. And then we'll see. But then it's 40 billion. But again, that happened yesterday. The 3-year was dropping ahead of the auction. The when issued was lower, and then we still came in lower. That means people were buying in all throughout the day, and then as a result, all just demand at every corner. Nobody should buy it then, but they will. They're buying it right now. That's the thing. You got the auction going on, but even then today, you will get a reaction, but there is still generally purchases showing up in the market right now. Yeah, Eli Lilly. That's why we had it up there. I sold out of the NVO too. They got killed a little bit. I think they'll be able to bounce eventually, but yeah, I'm over it though. We held it for a couple of weeks. That held up during the volatility. Got a nice little gain off of it, but we'll see. But Eli Lilly is making a move again. A lot of price target upgrades, and people were talking about what was it? Their Alzheimer's stuff. What's the name of the plant? Who owns it? And what? I have no idea. I just know it's in Shepherd, Texas. And business. Oh, my friend. Every day? And D. Hunter was early. Oh, my man. You guys like this week. God bless you guys. Thank you. My goodness. Shout out to Ammo business, Habibi. Wow, good business, man. Ammo business, good business. It's great. You're saying all of the articles omitted those details? Oh, no way. You can't, can anybody find it? Do you think the IRS is paying attention to cash game poker cash outs or only tournament results? No. The IRS doesn't look at poker tournaments. They look at the casino. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? That whole discussion we had earlier, it's not really it's not even, you don't need to understand much about it. All we were talking about is just the process of, your gains and losses, but mainly keep in mind, that the casino is the one, when you make money, they make you fill out a form because at the end of the year, they're telling the IRS, they're like, hey man, we just paid this guy out $100,000. So don't try to tax us because we paid it to this social security number, this person. Here you go. Go to them for your money, not us. We don't have it anymore. So that's it. So generally speaking, if you walk away with real money gains from the casino, they are sending a form to the IRS letting them know how much they paid out. And that's it. So with that, if you received a payout and you won money from a casino, there is a report of that. So you are required to disclose that or, again, pay taxes on that. I think it's above 3,000. I think anything above 3,000. Or is it 600 now? Or is it 1,500? It's not 10K. No. You'll hit like, you get hit like $1,500 on a slot machine, and then they have to do a hand pay. That's what they mean. You know, when it ever says hand pay, that means that somebody comes and pays you the money in cash, but then they also say, give me your ID and social security number so we could get you a 1099. And then they come back with your money, and then they come back with a form, and then they give you the form and the money, and they say, well, enjoy your money. You could keep playing in the casino, but now you owe the IRS half of that. So like you could go literally run to the casino, make like $3,000, fill out the form. Now you have $3,000 taxable gain, and then you could go proceed to lose that cash at the casino, and then unless you have a way to document it, you would still be you'd be liable for those gains. If you're an immigrant, you can refuse you can refuse to do it. You don't have to give them a social, but they will withhold the money for taxes. So they will take the tax withholding, and then you could just show them ID and whatever, and they'll give you the money, but they'll take the taxes out of it. Yeah. So you could do it, but you just like literally like you don't need to, like let's say you don't have a social, you're foreign or whatever, but they're still going to get their tax money. Again, because they're going to tell the government, we paid this much money out. Here's if they can't tell you who they paid it to, they're going to say, well, since we didn't know who it was, we withheld this amount from their winnings, and here you go. Ta-da. Same with trading. Yeah, that's it. Your account shows net gain. They're sending that off to everybody who wants it. They're going to say this person made this much. Again, it's a 1099 form. So you go through that. Or is it W-9? There's a different form for the trading one, but I'm sure there's 1099s. But you literally is the same thing. That's why I'm going to show you at the end of the year. You're going to see I'll have some losses I could carry over for next year, but you'll notice, I mean, you're going to see what I do with it. But the general idea is to, if you have a taxable gain, you will get taxed on it. So depending on what you made, what you lost, and how that shows up and reflects on paper at the end of the year, that's what you're going to get. Why does lottery take it away instantly? That's just because. That's just the taxes. I don't know why, since they're the government, but they just take it right off the bat. Since the government knows this, why do I need to file taxes versus log in the website and just add taxes to cart and pay taxes like it was Amazon? I don't know. I don't know. Dollar neutral, 10-year down. Why are we not rallying? Because this is the 9th day of the NASDAQ rally and the 8th of the S&P. Historically, things get weird here, and then we still have one fake catalyst in the bond auction around the corner. We thought we were going to get a catalyst in Powell. That one ended up being fake too. And then we just got this little weird reaction. I think it's just a little bit of pressure blowing off top, man. It just either are we really about to do 8-9 days? Like, you got to realize 1-2 more days after, like if today closes green and then we get into the next one, it's like, dude, this has only happened like 10 times in history. So it is very natural to have some calm right about now. 9th day for the NASDAQ, this is usually where it should happen. So we'll see. But then again, that bond auction, we will find out. ACAM, they were killing it today. Eli Lilly's coming down. NVO still same price. Dust on the high. Where's GLD? GLD even came back down. Toast. What do you think about the Safe Moon thing? Nothing. The guys, they got charged for fraud or something. MO. Oh, where was it, bros? Rivian came back down 5. Remember, they were down 5, then they shot up 9, then they opened up 9, and then they came back down. MPW, we're still chilling. I like it still for now. I thought it would get, today's one of those days it didn't rally with the rates, which is ironic enough here. But I'm not ready to add more to it, though. Again, I still think they're getting a little bit precarious, but I mean, again, if they dodge these bullets that they have on the table, I think there's a tremendous amount of value there. Somebody was talking today, and it's kind of a good concept. They're just saying how, like, in a weird way, what's going on in commercial right now is that tenants, the tenants don't even want to rent from somebody shitty. That's the craziest part. So, like, they were talking about how, you know, some of the more well-capitalized REITs, they're doing way better than the ones that are struggling because, like, even tenants, they don't want to rent from troubled landlords. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, again, if your landlord don't have cash, your landlord's struggling, it's a worse experience for you. Again, you're not going to get an updated property, you know, how things run and all of that. So MPW is going to have to deal with that. But, again, I think they have a couple of very quality assets. I really do like the value, but I do think there's a challenge to it. But, you know, it's all about timing. The last earnings, 2 earnings, really. You had one bad one, but they seem to be holding on. But, like I said, after kind of how they've treated me this year, with how they've executed, I'm a little bit more hesitant. But I like what we got, and then I'm still on dividend reinvestment, though. So I don't need to add more. Just let them pay for my average downs. Mm-hmm. Lilly Zeepbound to be available in 6 doses at $1,000. Not bad. Not bad. Again, isn't like without insurance, isn't Ozempic like $200 a month? The volume, I do not know. 27 million. And we already had Euro close, actually. Wait a minute. Damn daylight savings. So, yeah, we dumped from Euro close, believe it or not. But, yeah, we're about to hit 9:30 in 4 minutes, and then 30 minutes till the bond auction. We'll do push-ups here in a second, and then we'll be good to go. Pretty sure Ozempic is more than that. Are you sure? I thought it was like $200 a month, $290 a month for Ozempic without insurance. Let's see. I see $129 a month. I see $297 a month. $99 for the first month, and $145 for the next month after that. It's like a cell phone plan. Oh, yeah. Price of 1 pen from several leading pharmacies. Meijer, $960. Walmart, $975. Walgreens, $990. And CVS, $1,000. Independent pharmacies charge $900 a dose. Novo has a savings card. So they have a diabetes savings offer. So if you actually have diabetes, you get way, you don't really pay for it. Everybody else buying it is out of pocket because they just want to get skinny. Without insurance, it costs $892 on average. Yeah, so there's just some like programs that charge you $949 for plush care, then $99 for follow-ups. That's crazy. So the 30-day cost can start from $3,800. Wow. Dude, Ozempic is crazy. Even the pricing structure of this is nuts. Sounds like spot prices. Yeah, it is good. It is medical gold. Think about it. That's like a 1 milliliter dose for $3,000. Yeah, gold did go down a little bit. All right. You're still going down. NVO's starting to dump a little bit. We got out of that, so I guess good timing there. But we'll see what happens. I'm just, again, got over it. I wonder how much. I think you could lose a lot. Dude, a lot of weight is lost. I mean, I don't think that's a question anymore. That's why it's getting so hyped. You see what I mean? It's not like, the question isn't, will you lose a bunch of weight on Ozempic? The question is, how long is it going to, like, how fast? But then also, like, are you going to die and poop your bed afterwards? That's about it. That seems to be, and then, you know, put any other potential side effects in the back of your brain. But other than that, you know, it's going to work. You're going to lose weight. That I don't think there's even a question about it. But it's just now, it's just wild. People relapse really bad. What do you mean? Like, they just eat again? Well, you eat every day. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The heartburn is severe. It lowers addiction tendencies. I've heard that too. Again, they're studying it. They're studying Ozempic to stop doing drugs and cigarettes too. Believe they already have those studies in progress, I'm pretty sure. They are looking to, because again, that's what they noticed about it. They're trying to use this thing for everything. Again, that's why they started talking about it with kidneys and dialysis. It's crazy. Yeah, your girlfriend just said, yeah, amen, bro. She know. It's crazy. When you stop taking it, you blow up again. But isn't that how everything is? Will it stop me from wanting to buy GameStop? I don't know. I might. What's the point? I don't know. I think it would be a good, I don't know. I think it'd be a good starting point, but then, like, cause, you know, it's hard to get into the gym initially and, like, do stuff. So it's like, if you could get, like, a good 30 pounds down, you know, and then start working out, maybe it'd be good. But then again, everybody who has, like, a couple of the Chads in here who have diabetes, they said it's been a life changer, though. That's the thing. It's like, it's so wild that, like, if you need the drug, it's a game changer for your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you actually have diabetes, Ozempic is very powerful, and it goes a long way. But then it's just wild that it has taken off, you know, with this whole you know, this whole other side of it for cosmetics, pretty much, or, you know, how you look and other things. I didn't do anything to Tesla, sir. Your sister went from 225 to 110 in 2 months. She stopped and she hasn't gained anything. What? You lost 75. You went 230 to 155 in 10 months. Yeah, I think we've done this before. It's always hearing the numbers are crazy. So it is like, yeah. Somebody said 225 to 110. And then Mavis said, 75 pounds, like 225 to 150? NVO going under 100 now? No way. All right, so we got out in good time then. I didn't think it would. I thought they would go up with it, because usually that's what happened. Oh, yeah, NVO's dying now. All right, well, cool. Yeah, Ozempic. So again, Eli Lilly has a competitor now. Well, they already had it. It's semaglutide, I believe, right? Or is it the Wegovy? It's one of those, but they're just saying that they have approval and they have a more effective version. You've heard a lot of this over the last couple of months as in regards to the GLP-01 drugs. Do you know what's not $800 a month? Diet and exercise. I mean, food costs money, dog. You know that, man? Like, that's the thing, though. So that's because, again, to bring the whole Ozempic discussion full circle, y'all don't remember 2 months ago, Walmart and all these corporations were like, yo, man, they're stopping. They ain't buying Oreos and shit. They all on Ozempic. We have a pharmacy, and ain't none of them buying any food anymore, bro. What the? That was the craziest headline. So, but I feel what you say. It's all, they just, oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. $300 in shot will save you $300 in eating out easy. Nah, but like for real though, that's sadly what, Wall Street has even promulgated that, but there is like a cost benefit analysis. Like legitimately, like your $300 Ozempic investment has a return in terms of food spend, which is crazy. I help you and your wife lose 20 pounds. We just go on more walks and gym sessions 2 to 3 times a week. It helped us get off our asses. Not bad. You pay $300 for 4 doses a month. All right, look at that. Look at that. You're giving us some news. Analysts see multi-billion-dollar sales of Mounjaro for weight loss already. So they're pumping up Eli. Again, Eli's already had multiple targets. It's up. NVO had the sell. Israel signs in north, warns of aircraft intrusion. You eating less doesn't change a restaurant. I think you're not going to go there. So remember Mr. Hitz said it? Mr. Hitz was taking it. Because, again, he had diabetes. So it's like he takes it naturally. But he was saying that, like, you wake up and you feel full. Like, you don't, like, that's what people say about it. Like, it's essentially, you go to bed, you take Ozempic, you go to bed, and then you wake up, and then it feels like you were just eating dinner while you were sleeping. So you wake up, and then your stomach is full. You feel like you just ate. So then, literally, your appetite is just, it just kills your appetite. That's all. I think you feel full because you're actually full. There's still food in there. Facts are never hungry. I think that's why they say it gets rid of addiction shit too. Because, again, that feeling of appetite suppression is just like, again, I think it applies to a lot of things. Oh, Marcus, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Hanlon. Or not. Bro, I feel like, am I going through deja vu? I feel like this is happening every day, man. God bless you, Chad. All of you guys are showing love, man. I keep seeing the same name day after day after day, all the way, baby. So God bless y'all. Thank you, my friend. I'm about to blow your mind. You ever try Adderall before? Ozempic 1.0? Like lightweight meth? Yeah, but it's different. I think it's different. Again, I think Ozempic like actually affects your stomach. It's not like a fucking methamphetamine that just suppresses your appetite and makes you want to talk to everybody. Hey, man. Hey, did you hear about the yield curve? And then did you hear about and not only the yield curve, do you know about the budget? Did you know about the debt that we have? And then the debt that we have, it's crazy. I'll go, where are you from? Oh, yeah, where are you from? Oh, no way. I've been there. That's great. That's great. No way. How long you been going here for? That's crazy. Are you for real? Oh, no, yeah, I'm down. I mean, we got to be studying, but we could go. I'm down. You ever play Fortnite? We could play Fortnite if you want. I'm definitely down. We could play. Let's go. We could play one game of Fortnite. I'm sure we have a lot of time. I could play the game while I think about what we're going to be doing there. No, I'm not hungry. I didn't eat yet, but like I feel it's that was my stomach growling. But no, I'm not really that hungry. Yeah. I'm only sweating right now. It's hot outside. I know the AC's on and everything, but I'm still, it's okay. But no. Wait. I think we got to get back to studying. But let's play that game real quick. We can play one more game if you want. Yeah, bro. It's just different, bro. Ozempic is just like they eat it and then they just get skinny. That's it. And then you see them on Instagram. That's all. It works by mimicking a naturally occurring hormone, and these hormone levels rise. The molecules go to your brain telling you you're full. It slows digestion, meaning it takes time for food to leave the body. Your husband takes it for diabetes. He hasn't been able to get it in 2 months. It's the demand. It's because all these fat people who don't have diabetes are trying to buy it. But then there's people who have diabetes and they aren't getting it. It's actually wicked. They're even saying it could be 2 years. So, like, NVO might not even be able to supply everybody who, like, genuinely needs it for 2 years. Believe it or not. Yeah, it's a shot. You have to get it injected. The oral ones people don't like. Again, Pfizer was working on one, then they canceled. I'm hoping Pfizer brings it back. If anyone wants to get carried in Fortnite and win every game, you're a comp player, rank top 5,000. All right, we'll play. Apparently everybody's getting back on Fortnite, but I haven't done it yet. But I'm down for one game. We'll run it. Would you become malnourished from the lack of vitamin intake? Not if you digest the food better. I don't know, but then again, like most people are already malnourished. Like, that's what I realized a couple years ago. I was like, man, I need more vitamins, bro. Like, if that's it. I feel like if you're in college, like, you definitely have the same nutrition as somebody in a third world country. I feel like you're a college student, you eating like 2 or 3 meals. It's not really a balanced meal. You missing out on like every vitamin probably. I think some of y'all need to get a daily vitamin. So I feel like that could be an issue, but that's already an issue without it. My hernia is great. I haven't felt it since. I don't try to lift like a madman anymore, but nah, I've been chilling. Are you childish? No, I'm being dead serious. You guys think I'm joking? I know it may sound funny, but for real, like, are you getting your daily vitamin A, B, C, D? Are you getting your calcium, your iron, your zinc? Probably not. Like, you go eat one meal from a fast food place, you go eat Chick-fil-A, you go to eat Chipotle, you don't got any greens in there. Like, you're not, that's what they even say, like, natural food vitamins are just way better than, like, even vitamin supplements. But, if you really think about what you eat, you are eating a very lacking diet usually if it's only consists of a couple of things. That's why I take AG1. There's a lot. I'm assuming that's the Joe Rogan. You guys gave me enough context, but yeah. Have you tried Soylent? Don't do it. I did way back in the day. I was like, this is great, but then, nah, man, don't do it. Don't do it. Shortly after Soylent, it followed up with a bad stage of mine. I got bigger after Soylent. It like increased like a lot of soy. It increases a lot of estrogen, and then it's low key easier to like get fat off of Soylent, especially if you do it wrong. We work again. There's an OTC stock I think for it. They made that change. You liked? I did. I like the chai one. I like chai anything. Mm-hmm. If you're a college student, you need to hear this. Drink more water. Clean your bathroom. And 7 a.m. school is earlier than 7 a.m. in the real world. What is that? I feel what you mean on that last statement, but then I'm also like, wait a minute. 7 a.m. in school is earlier than 7 a.m. in the real world. Like it feels earlier, right? Like it felt, because it did feel harder to wake up at 7 in college for some reason. I converted your seat neighbor to the stream. They wanted to share my internet. They sent a like, and they started eBaying. I'll take it as a win. Let's go, baby. Tell them what's up. Tell them safe travels. Tell them get a long term. Amen. I sleep 2 hours and wake up at 3 a.m. to run a 5K. Why? What in the lending tips? That I could just wake up at 5. That's the best I could do. I got 5 a.m. I'll wake up. I'll start screaming at you an hour later. Yeah, I was just, what in the lending tips do some weird shit like that still to this day. Still to this day. Do you think we're done with bank failures? Maybe for the big ones, but I mean, I still think I think there's a lot of monsters lurking. Is Lending Tips still bullish on flips? Dude, Lending Tips is insane. You know? It's funny because, like, sometimes he thinks I'm insane and other times I think he's insane. But my man is going hard, bro. LT is flipping anything he could fucking find his hands on. I don't get it. And like he's doing good. He will squeeze the juice, bro. You do like he squeezes like I don't like low margin. He has his way to do the low margin, so he fucking loves it. I'm a big fan of high margin when I do mine. So he's out flipping me probably 10-1 now this year, if not way more. I don't even know. I think he's done 10 this year maybe, which is wicked. Again, but like, and that just flips, not even like acquisitions or anything else, but like he's flipping everything. He's finding these. And again, I mean, I thought he was kind of dumb, but then he was able to pick up a couple of them, like 4 or 5 of those flips was when everybody was freaking out the first time, and then he stole them all, and then the market popped back up again, and then now he's still, again, you could still pull it off in low margin, but it's wild. Mm-hmm. Lyft earnings, are they today? I could get the pre-earnings. NVO, second dump now. Eli Lilly back up to the high. SQ, I did see that, but I don't know if it's going crazy. Why is my mouse so slow? Oh, yeah, it is. And PayPal, too, off the bottom. LT is doing share flips, and you're waiting for TLT plays. I just sit and collect, and I look every day. I get deals sent. I sold off a couple of properties. I get my free bill money. I've done a flip this year, but I'm not doing them. And my flip, that's what I'm saying. I could do one flip that could make as much as 3 or 4 flips. That's what I'm saying. When I wait, I just go for my damn high margin play. So again, that one I sold earlier this year, I had a nice profit off one this year, and that was just easy. And then again, the ones from the end of last year, remember that one? The huge SF flip was beginning of 2022, I believe, or 2021? 2022. Yeah, 2022. No. Yeah, 2022. I think. I'll have to double check, man. These years are getting blended. Do you buy properties under 100? If they're packaged up together. So I try usually like 150, 125 and above. That is the what's it called? That's the sweet spot that I like for the cheap ones. Because nowadays, like, it's fucked up because these houses that are below 100,000, they used to be sketchy, like they used to be sketchy before anything, and now it's like they're more expensive. So like some of these $100,000 houses you're seeing today, these were $12,000 houses a couple years ago, and they were a liability. That's the only problem with cheap property. So like I bought a bunch of those. I just don't flip them. You guys see what I'm saying? So like LT is flipped houses. I've acquired several units this year, like literally at least 10 in Indiana minimum. Like, and that's just off of, you could do that in one deal. Like I've picked up 4 or 5 in just 2 separate deals alone. But the idea with that is like I buy them and hold them. I'm holding them for cash flow, for equity, putting my money to work there. But those are, I love them. I love them. But here's the problem. When you're dealing with these cheap properties, they can become a liability. So if you buy a cheap property and you buy one of these like $70,000 houses, you know what I'm saying? And then it ends up having more problems than you think, or it's like you specifically are only buying it to repair it and there's not already a renter and it's not in good standing, that property, you may turn that into your nightmare. Because then you're going to throw money. It's going to become a money pit, and you're not going to be able to sell it. And then there's going to be taxes and all sorts of things. So that's why you got to be careful of. You put so many people on the houses. I remember 3 years ago, the young teen who bought the place in Florida with $10K down. Yeah. Addison, right? There's a lot, man. I'm very grateful, bro. I'm glad to see the impact, and I just know a lot of you, by being here early, listening, and even if you were late and didn't listen early, but, you know, listening to some of the wisdom and the rules, you did very good. You know what I'm saying? Like, legitimately, a lot of people did freaking insane, and that's why it's good, and we still have more work to do. If you didn't get part of the first round, that's why we talk about 2030. So, yalla. But, you know, some people did very, very good by it, and it's just, I think all of you will continue to do well. That's why, just be wise about it, be smart, and, you know, keep looking. You guys are either coming into money, you have it, you're saving up, whatever it may be, but it's just like there's a lot of different opportunities out there, and like I'm telling you, difference, even me, LT, even the difference with all the people in co-real estate, you guys, everybody got their own different thing. You know what I'm saying? You have your own style, and you could do it however you want, but, you know, it should be something that you throw into your long term at one point, and then you're able to go. I want to rent my house, but I'm scared of renters causing damage. How often you have renters destroy it? I use a property management company, but listen, dude, it's hit or miss. I usually have a good history with renters, but then right when I tell you that, something bad happens. So I'm just not going to tell you that anymore. You know, for transparency's sake, and for, like, I'm telling you, because remember, I'd always tell you my renters are great. Sometimes, a lot of the time, I don't even raise the rent on them. They've been there for years, and then I'm like, then I had one guy just out of nowhere, had him for years, and then he starts tripping out on me, like, you know what I'm saying? And like the other day, I had one renter, military, they had to leave all of a sudden. I got it rented quick, and then I already had that one, you know, do very good. But it really is like hit or miss. Sometimes the tenants, you're going to get the people who complain for days, the people who destroy your property or not. And then sometimes you'll get the dude who's super chill, and then you'll have no issues. So just emphasis, get a property management company, especially if you have other responsibilities, and then just screen them very well, and don't like get impatient trying to fill the unit. That's where I think most people make the mistake. You know, they list it for a couple of weeks, a week or two, and then they get nervous. Nobody's renting it, or nobody's came along, and then the first like low quality, you know, application, they're like, fuck yeah, let's do it. Do a walkthrough every 6 months. Yeah, and I mean, like, you could genuinely like tell. That's why, like, applications, you know, you're not supposed to discriminate. It's against the law. So, you know, try to set a high standard for your application, and that right there, you know, most of the time, if people respect those things, they'll respect your own. But then again, you never know. I'm telling you, I've had NFL players scam me for a rental property. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I told you this story a couple weeks ago. I had a renter with a payroll check from the NFL. he scammed me on rent. So, you know, it's just like you never freaking know, man. It's really hit or miss. But I wouldn't be too scared of it. Again, if it's smart and it makes sense, then do it. You know what I'm saying? Or explore, but don't like sit, you know what I'm saying? Do not sit at a fear of like, okay, like what's going to happen? Worst case, your property does get destroyed. Whoop-de-doo. You have insurance. You force them to get insurance as well. And then that's it. That's all. So that's the best way I would look at it. If you have a good opportunity to move, get a new house, live somewhere you want, you could get good money, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could do all of that stuff, but it's just like, you got to really, what's the worst that's going to happen? They either destroy it and needs a lot of repairs or minor repairs, or the house gets burnt down. Again, somebody lit a fire in my house for my Airbnb. Guess what? I had that house booked out 2 days later. I don't know how, but I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's either big problem, small problem, no problem. Either way, generally speaking, as long as you're prepared to handle that and go through that. So it's like I'm saying, I wouldn't really be hesitant off of fear of renting because of renters, because some will be awful, some will be great, but, you know, if it tied into other decisions and if it makes sense, go ahead and do it. Yeah, and you could always force them too. You could force them to get renter's insurance. $20, $40 a month. Make sure you say, I cannot rent to you without renter's insurance, and it makes it where they have to have renter's insurance. So then they'll be covered $50,000, $100,000, whatever for damages. I don't know if oil's dropping the market. There was a couple, I think banks as well, that brought us down. Oil's definitely having a huge effect in the last couple of days, and then the dollar was up earlier, but we got 5 minutes till the bond auction, so let me go pee. Get ready. You might be getting numbers, actually. Yeah, so be on the lookout. You might start getting the when issued now. All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. 5 minutes till 10-year bond auction. Be on the lookout for the wire. Anybody in the chat, you know, hey, Seuss been quick on it too, baby. So if you got that, post it there. But the when issue number is what you're going to be looking for. I will BRB.
It'll offer a different perspective than your average kind of male-centric Rockstar game. And yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, I'm very excited to check it out. I'm also excited about the fact that, as we've also reported, Rockstar has really done a lot of work in trying to improve their culture over the last few years. They came under some controversy during the release of their last game, Red Dead Redemption 2, over their work-life balance and the kind of tough hours that they put their workers through. And it sounds like, from what I'm hearing inside the company, things have really been getting better there, and we'll have to see if that remains the case throughout the final year or two of development on GTA 6.
Bloomberg, Jason Schreier, just terrific reporting. And Caro, 2023 has been a year about video games and films, video games.
What are you
amazing.
playing at the moment?
I'm playing right now Spider-Man 2, and it's great.
We like it when he's a superhero. Meanwhile, that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology.
Check out the pod wherever you get yours. From New York City, this is Bloomberg Technology.
We're all born with it.
Did you get clapped by the market in the last 3 months only for it to go up? That's why you should invest with new ETFs by Spider. We'll make sure that you don't do shit and charge you. And either way, it'll still move a lot. Alrighty. 3 minutes. Do we got a when issued or what, baby? 10-year auction, bid to cover 2.5. You're already getting that out there? That's good for now. So be on the lookout. IEF, that's where the direct movement will happen. So again, here between, remember, it takes a couple of minutes. You hear a little bit right before and then a little bit right after. We're going to start getting those numbers. So be on the lookout. Bond auction, 1 p.m. Eastern. So literally in 3 minutes. So right now we're going to start getting data. Some people are already saying bid to cover 2.5. I don't know if it's already out, but we'll see. If anything, be on the lookout. Am I missing something? I know people buying rental, but they don't cash flow with current rates. Cash. That's cash, or if you put enough down payment, if you put half in cash, you might still be able to cash flow on it if you don't mind the rate, and then you could refinance later. But cash, that's why I've been telling you guys for the last like 6 months now, these cheap-ass properties in Indiana, some of y'all could just pull out a long term for it if you really wanted to. But at the same time, it's like, you know, that is the thing. Because, again, the mortgage rate pays higher than bonds. So it's like, why would I take out an 8% rate if I could just buy it cash and then even collect on that later? The only problem would be if you need that liquidity and need to refinance, oh, they're going to charge you for it. All right, get ready. Oh, yeah, we do have more Fed speakers. I forgot. I think the bond auction, everyone just geeked off of the bond auction, though. So let's see. Again, it's going to be one of those fake catalysts. It's like, oh, my gosh, what's going to happen? Unless it comes in really bad, but after the last couple weeks, I don't think we'll see anything too nutty, even after yesterday. But you never know. We'll find out very, very shortly. It's all in the purchase price, yes. But also, too, what it rents out is part of it, and then the quality of the property as well. Don't underestimate that. Certain cash flow, certain purchase price, and then what's my, again, if I could factor my rates for a couple of years, what about repairs? So, again, if it's a high-quality property, good area, you know what I'm saying, then a fair price, it's a good deal. It's, it's the only thing that could cash house could compare with, at a good price, compares with Bill. The only problem is Bill has more stability. Houses could be a lot crazier. That's with all the moves we've seen. So, again, we're waiting for it. I'm looking. I'm stalking the wire. I'm waiting. You could go to the Treasury website, too. Again, $40 billion. See, it's here. Oh, wait. Was that it? No, it's commodity index. Look for WI, the when issued. Again, you see everyone's kind of new. You'll see, remember, the bonds move down and then up. There's going to be lag behind it. So just try to read the number and see what it is. Not getting, don't worry. It will arrive. Either way, even if you don't get it at the right minute, it's, it's just generally around this time, though. We're about to get this info. Treasury 10-year, dude, it's low. Fuck. It's 4.511? Ah! All right. So 4.511. The next number that comes out, if it's higher, bad, lower, good. But that's a low number. So that means the when issued was the damn peak from a couple of, last week? So very interesting. Again, 4.51 is the when issued. So if it goes below there, then there you go. 10-year at 4.532. So, yeah, literally right now rates are higher than the when issued. Bond's going to die. They could. But let's see. But that means it's the when issued priced in at like a 10 basis points just in the last 24 hours, though. So keep that in mind. I mean, it does mean that, you have seen some of those purchases occur. Let's see if they're buying it. We're going to find out. Again, what was it? 4.511. Good. Direct bid, 4.5. No, it came in lower. Wait, U.S. 10-year notes, 4.519 at 3.9. Hold on. The coupon was 4.5. Came in, 0.007 higher. So not bad at all. They sold it all. But it did come in a little bit higher. Again, 4.519 versus 4.511. But then again, it was at 4.6 yesterday. That's what I'm trying to say. Literally, yesterday it was at 4. This morning, it was at 4.61. 2 days ago, it was at 4.65. So it's stronger demand. You'll get the rest of the details here. Indirect bid, 69. I don't know if the bid to cover was 2.5. Bid to cover, 2.45. So, again, decent demand. But, again, that was $40 billion on the 10-year. So that's after, again, everybody was worried about everything. It's just another dodge the bullet. This time it came in higher, but it's still, everything's very minor. You're not watching a massive gap between the two. You're not watching major tails. You're not watching people not show up. And like I'm telling you, even in the last 48 hours, you just had, again, you had people buy it. All right, you're popping off that. No problem. That's it. I don't know if to call it good or bad, but just no problem. That's it. Every single one of these reports, we're waiting for a problem. Now, no problem. Start adding some bonds, which ETF? I don't know. Like, again, somebody asked me the question today, and like I said, bonds, bullish, bearish, should you buy them or not? If you need to know when you want your money back and what you're trying to accomplish. So, because like that's what I'm saying. My man's is like, yo, should I do this? Should I buy the bond? Are you bullish? I'm like, just go buy a 2-year bond. And so if you want to tie up a certain amount of money, you're not going to need it, and you want to also benefit off of some of the upside and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Just go buy a 2-year. That makes more sense. If you're trying to speculate, I would wait a little bit, but you're going to want the 30-year, the 10-year. But like, you can make with your strategy of what you believe. You know, do you want to tie up money for 3 months, 1 month, 1 year, 2 years? Like, if you think in that logic, it will become so much easier to find a bond play. I hope you feel me on that. So it's like, because again, buying a 2-year bond is a great deal. So if you're like, okay, I kind of want to even speculate on the bonds, I want to benefit off of a rate cut, but like, you know, and I think something could happen kind of imminently, but you're down a hold for 2 years regardless. It's like you buy a 2-year bond, all you're going to do is get paid on it every single month. You'll get a 2-year should have a coupon. You're going to get paid on it, and then guess what happens after? If there is a rate cut, that bond immediately gains value, and you could even sell it right before maturity if you wanted in profit off of the underlying. So there you go. All right, yeah, bonds are moving up now. That's, dude, 4.5. They just sold a 4.5 bond. It came in slightly higher, but we might go below here. Again, you notice you're going right to the when issued number. We were higher than that, and now we're about to drop a little bit lower. So again, was it 4.55119? We're a little higher now, but remember, in the grand scope, market's not moving as much, but bonds now are continuing the high. PayPal, I don't know. Square, Troy called out Square, and then I pulled up PayPal to see if they're getting any juice, and then PayPal was going crazy. But Square is also, again, bonds are up a lot. Maybe watch real estate stocks because I feel like they're still up but could get a little bit more juice. But other than that, again, no problem here. You just got away with your, again, your little event. Could have been a problem. It wasn't. Again, where are we? Is SPY about to be green? Dow has a long way to work, but SPY still 0.07, 43.75 now. This was yesterday's high. Again, before we started, the day before that, before we started breaking out, or 437. If 10-year goes down, it's no good. Well, Powell didn't say anything about it. That's the thing about today. Don't underestimate that. The 10-year, everything's dropped since Powell spoke, right? So literally, Powell speaks first day of the month. Rates have already dropped almost half a basis point or 0.5%. And then he had a chance today to say something about it, and he didn't. We're going to hear from him tomorrow. He might not, but that's what I was saying this morning. I think Powell is trying to let the data communicate. So he'll let it run. He'll let conditions loosen on the assumption the data will bring it down and vice versa. But I don't think, I don't think Powell, you had him today. Obviously he cares, but not enough to change the script. Talks heating up between Disney, the NFL, and NBA about taking an equity stake in ESPN. Sources tell the front office. Disney's kind of moving there. Oracle. People are playing the cut game. Well, it's not necessarily the cut, again, because there's people like me where I could see how people want it, but it's also we need to just stabilize on the bonds. That's it. Every year so far, we do the same thing. Everybody thinks it's going to be a cut, blowout, stabilize. Okay, we're good. Cut at the beginning of the next year, blow them out, stabilize, chill out for the beginning of the year. Everyone thinks it's going to be a cut, blow them out, and then stabilize. So that's what I think is and all the while the market held up. It's not market would go down, but it would end up holding up. So I do think there's a part of this that we just need to work out the stabilization of the carnage we witnessed in the last 3 months, especially on the bonds. And then obviously the lack of clarity from your boy Powell. But generally speaking, I think that's what's been driving a lot of this and making us have, things to look at in the future or not. It's just pretty much based on bonds and whether or not we're actually going to see the situation calm down or if it finally happens or doesn't happen. I mean, and shout out to the yield curve. Mm. 8 Days of Green is back on the books. Well, yeah, dude, look at the bonds. So I don't know, man. Usually people call this out on the reverse. But today, your bonds are breaking out, and the SPY is behind it. Now, granted, on the longer scale, bonds have to catch up more here to the SPY. But, you got good. Again, the dollar was red or green in the morning, and now it's red. So, you had a problem there. But as long as this could hold up, we still got, 3 hours? Mm-hmm. Bonds Eden tried to tell the Colt about the 2026 calls. Trust me, you don't want to take credit for that. Again, it's anybody on any TLT, anything call has not been a good story for 36 months in a row. So the point is, whatever's happening on any of this, just make sure you play according to the time frame that you actually believe in, because we still don't have an answer to the bond market. I'm in at 85. That's good, assuming this holds up, though. That's been our problem here, is that with rates or the data, we don't know what is going to take you right back there or anything else. So we'll see. Again, I think I'm flipping a bond play. I'm in it now. I'm literally going break even on it right now on a future, but the whole idea, though, is that buying these plays like 3 years out and saying, I'm going to hold an option on a bond play to benefit off of the cut in rates. It's not working. That's the problem right now. Why? You are better off buying a 2-year bond than buying a 2-year option. I hope this breaks the internet right now. And I hope this opens up some of your guys' minds. That is the phrase. It is way better to buy a 2-year bond than to buy a 2-year option. Think about that. That's what I've been trying to explain this whole day with all of it. Just very, very simple. It doesn't matter if it catches a bid or not. Because let me tell you one situation. 2 years, we do exactly what we just did right now. Guess what? Option, you have nothing. Bond, you just got paid all of your money back plus 5% a year. To do what? And then guess what? In an instance of an economic crisis, in a rate cut, the curve uninverting, your 2-year would still benefit off of it. So instantly you could get 50% face value in a day if there is a rate cut on a 2-year. Ta-da! But that's what I'm saying is like comparing it to, we don't know. The options are going to hit on TLT when the time shows up. You know what I'm saying? You'll know it when you see it. But if you want to buy in preparation and sit on your hands and then buy the bond play, and you're saying I'm okay with wasting 2 years on an option, why not just buy a 2-year bond? That is the real play. No, that's not. It's not Hugh side eye. I love Hugh. Even then, my last video with Hugh, I brought this up because I was in the 2-year, and I said I prefer the 2-year above all else at the moment. Remember, I was in the 2-year the first half of the year off of the right before the first little cut thing, and then it kept going down, and then Powell, and then the market only wanted to react there. I said, we'll drop that. I remember I did the steepener, held the short, covered the short. Now I went long on a little baby one for the upside, but then still in there. But even Hughes' boy, Druckenmiller, he's telling you about the 2-year. The point is, this just naturally comes up in the discussion. You want to talk about bonds, the Fed, the cutting, the cycle, and you want to speculate, especially with leverage. Unfortunately, we do have to bring up the 2-year. That's just because, again, the policy sensitive, the downside risk, all of it. But, like, again, my man, if you're telling me you're buying an 85 TLT call for 2026, why wouldn't you just buy a bond? Especially if your play idea is based off of the fact of the Fed cutting rates and you think something is imminent. And you've already watched the 2-year kind of react a little bit. But it's like you're more safer and still have upside holding a 2-year bond than buying a derivative of a bond. So, like, that's all I'm saying is just this is something bullish or bearish on bonds. You'll figure it out once you have your time frame in mind. Once you lock that in, you're good to go because then it'll just make more sense. You can do the 6-month bond again. If how you feel is 6 months TLT, then go to a 6-month bond. You see what I'm saying? Like, you would still be able to benefit off of that. The 6-month might do you a little better. Or the 2-year would actually give you way more just because, though, if there was a rate cut, the 2-year, people would factor in the future, and then the 2-year would drop even harder, and you would get more return on it. We're selling off. This is your first little, again, you had green off of the bond auction, no problems. Then you come down a little bit, still not green on the market. But isn't this what happened last time? You had your little pop. We calmed down. You didn't give it back up. You gave it back up like, 2 hours later, hour and a half. And then you made your final push. Yeah, PayPal just woke up finally. White House, we continue to see alarming threat to Jewish communities, and U.S. targeting of Jewish people is unacceptable, the White House says. Altman says usage caused possible ChatGPT service instability. Again, we have a 30-year bond auction tomorrow. That's the best. We got another one of these. Spotify on the high. They're in the green. They let 200 people go from your company. I'm safe, though. You made it. PayPal news, there's nothing. eBay's going up, too. Maybe it's something related to that, but eBay was down in the morning. Amazon cut jobs in music, editorial, and audio content team. And then roughly 500 to 600 Americans left to get out of Gaza, Kirby says. Yeah, nothing on PayPal. Again, if anything, there was bad news on the payment news yesterday, if you guys recall that. Low ticker is kind of picking up here. Hold on. Bonds moving again. PayPal is rocketing now. PayPal is actually getting like a little bit aggressive here. Still lower than the last couple of days, again, following earnings. But that keeps printing. eBay and then Square 2 on the high. And then the SPY, the low ticker, just woke up on the 32nd. That's what caught my attention. PayPal, VRNT. Eli Lilly held up. Where's Apple? All of these big techs are still in the green. No way. Amazon's red. Tesla. Nvidia's is going straight up. Nothing new on. I just checked on PayPal. I just think it was running with Square. And then PayPal was just lagging behind the last couple days. But even Square's outperforming it. Stock's going a little lower, though. Watch here on the SPY. Again, you're down a quarter, or 0.2 on the SPY, 0.19 on the NASDAQ, 0.37 on the Dow. And you're back below the high of Friday. So that was nice after the auction. But, again, bonds are killing it today. Bonds, TLT, everywhere across the curve is looking great in bond land. But equities are the ones showing the signs of weakness here today.
Transition period after this conflict. Could you expand on that and explain what does the transition period look like to this administration?
I think he was referring to this idea.
Your daily Israel-Hamas update.
Where
Thank you.
Prime Minister Netanyahu talked about an indefinite period where they would be on the ground. I think he was referring to the idea, the fact that in the immediate aftermath of conflict, it's certainly plausible that for at least some period of time, Israeli Defense Forces are still going to be in Gaza to manage the immediate aftermath and the security situation. But that nothing's changed about our view that that shouldn't be the long-term solution, that it shouldn't be about an IDF reoccupation of Gaza as a long-term governance solution.
One additional question. The UN Commissioner for Human Rights said today after visiting the Rafah border that, quote, he was witnessing the gates to a living nightmare. And he said that while Hamas, what it did on October 7th was a war crime, he also has concerns about the collective punishment of Palestinian civilians amounting to a war crime. What is the administration's response and suggestions, I guess, to what he is saying?
Well, again, without responding directly to every comment made by every official around the world, I would just tell you that we're watching these events as closely as we can, of course. We're in constant touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're not going to react to every event on the battlefield, but we are continuing to stress to our Israeli counterparts, and you heard that from Secretary Blinken as recently as today, to stress to them to be as cautious, careful, and deliberate as possible, and to avoid taking civilian life as much as they can in the prosecution of these operations. Now, you had asked me yesterday about Golan Heights, so.
About it earlier too, but go
I
ahead,
know.
please.
So I just wanted to be fair here. There's been no change in our position on the Golan Heights. I think Secretary Blinken talked about this back in February of 21. No change in our policy, and as long as the situation in Syria remains as it is, we understand that that Israel has legitimate security needs there in the Golan Heights. So no change, no policy change.
Is the Palestinian Authority capable of running Gaza now, once the fighting dies down?
I don't know that, again, we've got a final solution here on how Gaza will be governed, Steve. And obviously the Palestinian Authority would have to be a part of that discussion from the get-go, and as well as with other regional partners. But I just don't know that we've got that solution set nailed down. What we do believe, as Secretary Blinken said, that the Palestinian people should be in charge of their destiny and their future.
And when you're trying to get American hostages out, how does that process work? Are you in direct contact with Hamas?
We don't have direct communications with Hamas, but some of our partners do. And and they've been helpful in that regard.
But any progress to note?
I have no specific progress to announce or speak to today, other than that we continue to be focused on trying to get all the hostages out, certainly the American
Yeah, bro, I
citizens
saw
that
this
we
from
know
the
are
back.
being held,
Square
but
and
all of them.
PayPal, bro.
And in
There's
order
no
to do
headline
that,
yet,
as we
but
saw
Square
with
is
the
going
first
insane
4
now,
that got
too.
out, 2
They're going
Americans
more
and then 2
vertical.
Israelis a couple of days later. There was enough of a pause in the fighting to allow for their safe passage, and that's what we're trying to get cemented, is an agreement for as many pauses as might be necessary to get all of them out. But
eBay earnings were bad.
It's a delicate negotiating process.
Maybe.
And
I doubt it, though.
working at it.
It could just be
So on that
rotation
note,
into
John,
some of this.
Thanks
again.
for coming again, by the way. Should we be thinking?
I mean, people are asking, like, why, again, dollars down, bonds are up. Like, why are we going down today? Just don't underestimate, one, the day's not over. We could still go up here. We're really on the cusp of green, but exhaustion, man. Just don't forget, 8 days in a row has only happened 30 times in the stock market history. Again, 50 times for the S&P. If today closes green, that's only happened 30 other times. So it's kind of just natural for stocks to be calm after this many days in a row of pure green. You know, we're almost, dude, it's already Wednesday. If today goes green, that means from last Monday, it has only been green, 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 green. That does not happen a lot. So just don't underestimate with, like, because again, all of our macro factors are showing you that everything is should be better than not today, but you've already made a lot of progress, and now it's a lot of days in a row, and anything after today, it starts to just get crazy. Again, after 8 days in a row now for the S&P, it starts to just get nutty. So keep that in mind. PayPal is rocketing.
Just to the earlier question I got about why we haven't seen more movement over the last 24 hours, and the need to be able to cross Rafah safely without fear of coming under fire is certainly one of those factors.
Just to follow up on that hostages, Israeli government sources tell ABC News that Israel won't accept the release of 10 to 15 hostages, that it wants a bigger group close to 50. Is that a position that the White House agrees with?
I am not going to negotiate in public.
Can you talk a little bit more about what demands Hamas is making to release these hostages? What is being asked for? I know you're not in direct contact. Any guidance you can give on what?
Again, I'm really not going to get into negotiating it in public. We have a way to communicate with Hamas. We're using that way, and we're doing everything we can to get these folks back with their families. But I think you can understand that I could be putting all that process at risk if I start talking about the negotiating stance of one or another partner in this.
And just any sense of proof of life, that anything you can give us as far as how you would know that these hostages are alive right now?
I am not aware of any specific proof of life for specific hostages, to include the small number of Americans that are still being held hostage. We don't have any indication to the contrary that they aren't still alive, and so we're certainly operating under that assumption.
John.
Thank you, Kareem. Admiral, it's been a few days now since the leader of Hezbollah delivered a speech that sought there may be prompt some more violence in the northern front. Have you been, over the last few days, have we seen any, has the U.S. tracked any escalation there? What do you expect?
We've seen some rocket attacks from southern Lebanon into northern Israel, but we have not seen some sort of wholesale effort by Hezbollah to join this fight or to open up a quote-unquote second front.
And as a follow-up, is there a sense as to what sort of role at the moment Tehran might be playing, sort of any sort of communication with the forces there in the north?
You mean Hezbollah forces? Well, I mean, aside from the fact that they continue to resource train and provide capabilities to Hezbollah, I'm not aware of anything overt that I could speak to today. But I mean, I don't want you to take away from that we're sort of blind to the fact that Hezbollah is supported by Tehran.
Thanks. John, we're reporting that Qatar and Egypt are negotiating some kind of deal with Hamas to release up to 15 hostages if there is a 48-hour humanitarian pause. Is that something the U.S. would support, or?
I just got that question. I'm not going to negotiate in public.
And can you talk, I know you talked about the universe of hostages. How much does the U.S. know about who they all are? Do you feel like you know, sort of have identified who all these people are?
Who the American hostages
No,
are?
I mean the entire group of hostages. Are you confident in who they are, where they're from, who these people are?
I don't know that the degree to which that we in the United States here have perfect visibility on all the identities of all the hostages, that has been an effort that we've been working on with our Israeli counterparts. Certainly the Israelis are also working hard to make sure they know who's in that population. We have a good sense of the small number of Americans, who they are, but out of privacy concerns, we're obviously not going to talk about that.
How many pauses it would take to get everyone out?
It would depend, honestly, on what's negotiated, how much in each pool, and over what period of time.
That was a weird math
question.
question.
Exact figure. What I
She's like,
can
so if you
tell
get
is
12
that
off of this
we wanna
pause,
stay open
how
to the
many
idea
pauses would it take
that
to get
it might
600
take,
people?
In fact, likely
50
could take
pauses.
more than one humanitarian pause to get them all out.
Admiral, I know you can't get into details about the length of any humanitarian pause under negotiation, but logistically, how would that work for IDF forces that are already on the ground in Gaza? Would they stay camped out? Would they, the expectation of leave? I mean, how would that even work?
Again, without getting into hypotheticals, and certainly not talking for another military, what we're talking about here is temporary, fixed in time, short duration, hours to days, depends on the need. And then also localized in terms of the map. So it would be an agreement that for a set period of time, in these grid coordinates, there would be a pause in the fighting. That doesn't mean that there won't be or couldn't be fighting outside that zone during that same period of time. So all of that has to get factored in, and I have no doubt that on the Israeli side, as they look at each proposal, they'll think about the impact, the potential impact, on their military operations on the ground or in the air.
Thank you. I have a few questions on Ukraine. There's war going on.
Few. How many is a few? I'll just take my pen out here.
So there has been a dispute in recent days within the Ukrainian leadership whether the war has reached a stalemate. What's your assessment? And does the president still believe that Ukraine can win back its territory?
Okay.
I'm going to have one more after.
Okay. Is that okay with you?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. It's okay. So obviously we're not going to, as I've said many times before, we're not going to characterize Ukrainian military operations. They can speak for this. President Zelensky talked about this on Sunday, that he does not believe that they are in a stalemate, but that is for him and his commanders to talk about. What I can tell you is that the front from the Donbass area all the way down towards Zaporizhia and beyond, I mean, remains an active front.
Capital One?
And there is fighting along that front.
Check if financials recover. KRE still
the
low.
Ukrainians will be the first to tell you that they aren't making and haven't made as much progress on this counteroffensive as they would like. And that's why we are so focused on making sure that we continue to provide security assistance to them so that they can make the most of the time they have left before the weather's really going to set in and make it harder for them to make any progress. And your question, does the president believe that they can? Absolutely, we believe that they can win back their territory. I think they've been underestimated since the beginning of this conflict. They're capable, they're strong, they're brave. They've got good command and control.
Bro, Estee Lauder's running.
No doubt in our mind that they can continue to succeed.
They're doing, again, remember Ralph Lauren had her
The
name as
enemy
an
gets a
elf.
vote. Russia's planted
Estee
tens
Lauder
of
was
thousands
clapped.
of mines all along that front, making it harder for them to advance. And as I said, the weather's not going to be cooperating here for much longer.
Security assistance for Ukraine. A group of Senate Republicans demand border security measures, including changes in asylum policies, as a condition for further aid for Ukraine. Is the president open to such changes? And how much funds do you still have available for Ukraine from the previous appropriations?
On your first question, I would just
Bank
say
of Canada minutes coming out. Yeah.
The reason why
seeing headlines
the president included border security funding in
shouldn't
the
move much.
supplemental
Maybe
because
watch
he
the dollar,
agrees
but
that
should
we
be
need
dud.
cooperation from Congress.
Square's
to
still
improve
running.
our capability at the border, and if they are serious about wanting to help with border needs, then pass the supplemental request that the president submitted. And as for the money that's left, what I can tell you is that roughly of of the total funds that have been provided to Ukraine since the beginning of the war, which is in excess of $60 billion, and that's not just security assistance, that's economic and financial assistance, humanitarian assistance. We've gone through about 96% of what's left, and greater than 90% of security assistance, replenishment funds, have been expended now, and the Defense Department is down to about $1.1 billion of replenishment money left as we head into the wintertime. So, as I've said before, the runway is getting shorter, and that's why we need that supplemental request approved.
That was a few.
If I could, thank you. UN Chief Antonio Guterres today was talking about the number of deaths that have occurred in Gaza, and he said that there is something clearly wrong in the way the Israeli military operations are being run. Does the U.S. agree with that assessment?
Again, I'm not going to armchair quarterback this fight from this podium. We're not going to react to every event, every strike on
Omaha.
Omaha. We are going to continue to provide Israel with what it needs to defend itself and to go after Hamas leadership. And we're going to continue to urge them, as you heard Secretary Blinken say today in Tokyo, to urge them to be as cautious and deliberate when it comes to civilian casualties as possible. We recognize that many, many thousands of Palestinians have been killed and wounded in this conflict, and each one is a tragedy. We grieve and mourn with each family that is grieving and mourning, and that's why we're going to continue to stress that the law of armed conflict be fully and completely complied with.
And one thing that falls a little bit under your purview, something that the White House,
Powell already talked today.
The president's allies often say.
He's on the
is that
schedule
one of the
tomorrow,
unique
but
selling points
he
is
didn't say
his
anything about
leadership
policy
on
today.
The world stage, pointing to Ukraine, Israel, his ability to reinvigorate NATO.
Yeah.
But a CNN poll released just yesterday found that only 36% of registered voters believe Biden is an effective world leader, and that Trump, 48% believe he is. Were you surprised by that number, and where do you think the disconnect is?
We're not focused on polls at the National Security Council. We're not certainly not going to. It's not going to govern the kind of policies that we're developing, the options that we're providing to the Commander in Chief, or the way we're executing on those options. We're just not fixated on that. We're fixated on defending and protecting our national security interests around the globe. And again, without going into the litany that would take me probably an hour to get through, I can point to chapter and verse of things that this president has done on the world stage to advance those national security interests.
John, does the president think that Israel's plan to oust Hamas is achievable militarily?
The president believes, because he's seen it on our own, on the efforts to go after ISIS and after Al-Qaeda, that it is absolutely possible.
All right, back to
military
VWAP.
and other
Bonds are
means
still climbing.
to disrupt and degrade, if not decimate, a terrorist network's ability
PayPal
to
rival
resource itself, to plan, to
Aiden
operate and
tempers
execute
growth
attacks.
targets to regain
We're not going to,
confidence.
again, characterize or analyze publicly
Aiden aims lows
Israeli
20s to
war
high
plans.
30s
They should be
revenue
the ones
growth.
speaking to that. Right now,
Adian?
they
I've
are
never heard of
focused
this
on
thing.
putting pressure on Hamas leadership, specifically in Gaza City.
So
and they are
a
pursuing
competitor
that through
doing bad? That would make.
military
I
means, and
haven't
again,
seen
we're
anything
doing
else
everything
on
we
it.
can to help them.
How important is the timeline to that belief that this is achievable? And the reason I
Again,
ask
back
is
above
because
the
of this
highs, which is
polling,
VWAP. So
that
SPY
shows
and
Americans
NASDAQ are
very
about to go
deeply
green
divided
again.
on Israel's counterattack. Only 36% said it's very important or extremely important to provide aid. 40% of Americans said the military response has gone too far, and among Democrats, that number is 58%. So is he at all concerned about backsliding in support for this mission among key constituencies of his base?
As a
Is that like Kanye?
leader who has been,
something else?
deeply involved in the Middle East for much of his public life, he understands that there's a lot of complex history here, and he also understands that right now there's an awful lot of strong feelings on all sides about what's going on right now. He appreciates that, but he's not going to develop policy options here for the United States or administer our national security interests, again, according to polling data, which shifts and change. He's going to do it based on principles based on a firm belief in Israel's right to exist as a nation and the Israeli people right to live in peace and security, as well as the Palestinians. And that's going to govern how he makes his decisions with respect to protecting our national interests, to include, Jackie, his firm belief that in the promise of a two-state solution and how we can't abandon that.
Will we send American troops into Gaza to get American hostages?
There are no plans to put American troops on the ground in combat in this fight. We are pursuing
It might get interesting, though. Maybe if market keeps going up, we may watch bonds cool down. Because, again, there's a fat gap between them today, but
that Hamas, or do you believe
we're
that
right on the
Hamas is
cusp, and
holding
we
all
still
the
got
hostages
2
in
hours,
Gaza?
2.5
Or
hours.
do you think there is other groups like Islamic Jihad or maybe others, and do you use the same channel of communication via your partners to trying to deal with them?
We don't have a perfect picture about where everybody is, what condition they're in, or how they're being held. We cannot rule out the possibility that other groups than Hamas may have hostages that they're holding.
Okay. And yesterday you said there is no red lines militarily for Israel, but is there any political red lines? I think the Secretary alluded to it today, Secretary Blinken, when he said that no transfer of Palestinians and no, in a way, allowing for a security buffer zone that will be on Palestinian land. Is this something that administration will convey to the Israelis? And I'm sure we've seen the images of thousands, 15,000 actually, of women and children walking on foot with little belongings from northern Gaza to southern Gaza. You still believe this is not in breach of international law when an occupying power forces civilian population to move from place to place?
Again, I appreciate the efforts to have us react in real time here to events, and I'm just not going to do that. But on the question about permanent displacement, that is not a new policy. Secretary Blinken was reiterating what we have said time and time again since this conflict began, that we do not support and won't support any kind of permanent displacement of Palestinians outside Gaza.
Go ahead, Anita. Thank you. I'd like to take another stab at East Asia today, please. First of all, on Monday, as you know, President Biden is meeting Indonesia's president, and he's the leader of the second largest Muslim country in the world. What is his message to President Widodo, and why does the statement that the White House put out about this make no mention of the situation in Gaza when we know that President Widodo is going to a meeting of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation the day before, where that's going to be the main subject?
I can't speak to the announcements, specifics of the announcements. I mean, if we listed every single topic that every single discussion the president has with every single foreign leader came up, I mean, there'd be no end to these announcements. I mean, I have no doubt that the situation in the Middle East will come up. I don't think you should read anything into the fact
yeah, bro, they're going quiet.
It wasn't in the
Fed Williams doesn't comment on
I wouldn't worry
Outlook.
about that.
So again, he's the VP. He's head of New York. He's like number 2 to Powell, technically. But yeah, even his speech, nothing.
And President Biden looks forward to that, particularly when it comes to the security, economic, and diplomatic challenges that remain in the Indo-Pacific.
Quickly, can you just confirm, Japanese media is reporting that November 15th is the date of the Biden-Xi meeting. Can you confirm that and just preview that for us, please?
No. And no.
I wanted to ask you again about the civilians living in Gaza. You've talked about your pushes for a humanitarian pause and that you don't support permanent, what did you call it, permanent displacement of those civilians.
The 2 year does not move as much as the 10 or the 30. That's why I also tell you it's good, because it shouldn't move as much. So like days where TLT's up 1%, the 2 year won't move as much. Why? Because it's more tied to policy. That's why over this last year, you'll notice, again, go look at when we were talking 2 year around here, so you still had a little bit of the loss, but ever since the first drop, 2 year has not gone any lower, while the rest of the curve has just died.
With the caveat that we are not involved militarily in this conflict, obviously we continue to urge our Israeli counterparts not to take military action, strikes, that would put
because the 2 years already good. It's kind of like Netflix in their earnings. They've already. That's why they're not moving. They got a bid before anything in the world got a bid.
Those cases
as of
where
late.
these folks are doing exactly what they've been asked to do, which is move out of
That's
North
10
Gaza
year?
and into South Gaza and to collect near the the crossing as we continue
And
to
look
try
at
to
2
get
year.
folks out. So
It hasn't gone.
we've
It's
been
only
very
gone
clear
higher
about,
once in the last
concerns
year
over,
versus the
over
10-year,
military
which has
action
hit
that could put
multiple
those folks
highs.
in greater harm's way.
Are you putting any pressure on neighboring countries to take in Palestinians fleeing Gaza temporarily? I know you said you don't support permanent displacement.
Oh, this thing's dead already.
What about a temporary solution?
That's going to be up to those countries to decide whether they're, what their refugee policies are, and I'm not aware of any specific asks that we're making of other countries to take in a certain number. We understand that most people, most Palestinians, they don't want to leave. I mean, it's home, and we know that some of them are worried that if they were to leave, that they might not be able to go back in.
We're getting more involved. Yeah, but remember, that's been good for the market lately.
Most pressing issue right
Every
now
little
is the
mini
internal
crisis, once we
displacement of more than
invert
1 million.
again, the
I think
market
it's
has
like
loved
1.5
it.
million right now, and making sure that they're as safe as possible, to your first question. But I'm not aware of any specific discussions we're having with other countries about refugee resettlement.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Greg.
Admiral, thank you. 2 questions. First, on the Middle East, understanding that it's been closed for security reasons, can you say when you think Rafah will reopen fully?
Well, I mean, it remains open for stuff getting in. As I said, 80 more trucks overnight, which is a good thing. And I wouldn't characterize it as closed, not in a permanent sense. It's just that we weren't able to make any progress over the last 24 in terms of people getting out. But that doesn't diminish our confidence that we'll be able to continue to get folks out over time. But every day, it's a series of negotiations. Every day, it's a series of discussions about process and procedure and vetting and all that. And, there's going to be some days where we're more successful than others, but we're not considering it
PayPal and Square through all this, but you have bounced a little bit now. You are close to going green once again. For you have one more point, you go green, so you're still holding this up. Bonds hit the high earlier, but like I said, market may be able to move without the bonds because they've already done good today. 35 million in volume? Oh, that's hideous.
Can you talk about the strategy here and how that's working to kind of win over global South countries on that?
Well, so a couple of things. It's not about winning folks over. We're not telling people they can't enter into investment arrangements with the PRC. That said, the president has worked hard now over the last 2 years to advance what he calls the PGI, the Program for Global Investment and Infrastructure, which is providing in ever-increasing amounts investment opportunities for lower middle-income countries to seek more fair, more transparent, and quite frankly, more economically beneficial investment opportunities for their own infrastructure all around the world. And he has talked about that at some length. It is providing, we believe, it is providing them alternative funding to help their own economies and their own people, so that they don't have to rely on the quote-unquote, Belt and Road Initiative, which is pretty high interest and low results so far.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to this idea of sort of the humanitarian pauses versus a ceasefire. I know you've talked a lot about how those are very different things. So in that context, would, say, a 72-hour humanitarian pause be different than a ceasefire? I guess my question is, how long are humanitarian pauses humanitarian pauses?
Humanitarian pauses are as long as they need to be for accomplishing whatever the specific purpose is, whether it's hostages out or aid in or just getting people out. I mean, they have to be as long as they need to be. But just to be clear, to kind of reset here, when we talk about a ceasefire, when you use that term, when that term is applied,
is it PayPal Investor Day?
It connotes
I'll check.
A cessation of hostilities for an indefinite period with the purpose of finding an end to the conflict. Usually when you get into a ceasefire, it's when you think you're at the end game and it's time to negotiate. Go to the table and brass tacks here.
I don't have anything for PayPal. Nothing's on
and
their
we don't
event
support
schedule.
that at this time. A ceasefire right now benefits Hamas. It certainly also legitimizes what Hamas started on October 7th.
I think it's the Aden thing, yeah.
A propaganda win. They see, look, now there's a ceasefire, and so we're going to be an equal party to this, and we have every right to continue to stay in governance in Gaza. And they don't, and they're not. So a ceasefire not only gives them time to plan and execute, but it legitimizes what they started on October 7th. And that's unacceptable to President Biden. It's certainly unacceptable, understandably so, to the Israeli people. A pause is, as I said, temporary, localized, specific purpose.
Jenny. Thank you, Colleen and Deputy John. I have two questions. Secretary Blinken and Defense Secretary Austin visit to South Korea and hold talks with their counterpartners. What role do you expect South Korea to play in the Middle East conflict? Secondly, currently the United States is focusing on the war in Ukraine and the Middle East war, Hamas and Israel wars. Does the United States have a strategic response plan in case of an emergency on the Korean Peninsula or Taiwan area?
We always strive to be prepared for contingencies on the Korean Peninsula and in the region. And the president has devoted a lot more energy and effort and resources to making sure that we can meet our security commitments to the Republic of Korea, including additional training and exercise events, improving our intelligence collection capability off the peninsula, and of course maintaining a very robust military force in the Indo-Pacific, naval, air, and ground. So, and we're in lockstep. You'll see this on hand as our defense and foreign ministers meet here shortly to make sure that that alliance remains ironclad. On your first question, I know, I remembered it. I actually remembered it this time. We're not going there hat in hand to ask South Korea to do something specific for the Middle East. Those are sovereign decisions. They have to decide for themselves if they feel there's a role for the South Korean people in that conflict. They have been terrific friends and partners and allies in the region, but even with the support to Ukraine as Ukraine battles for its independence. And again, those are decisions that the South Korean people, through their elected leadership, have to make.
Thank you. We're going to wrap it up. Go ahead, John.
Thanks a lot, Karine. John, you mentioned earlier that the administration is in constant touch with your Israeli counterparts. Do the Israelis update you, apprise you of the progress that they are making in this conflict against Hamas?
Yes.
And those conversations, are they with diplomatic officials, intelligence officials, military officials? Can you give an update about who your counterparts are when you talk about that?
It's all of the above.
And next week, the APEC summit, it's taking place while two conflicts are ongoing in Ukraine and also this war between Israel and Hamas. How important is next week's APEC summit given all of that that's going on?
I think it underscores how important these kinds of relationships are, these kinds of conversations are, particularly with our friends and partners in the Indo-Pacific. You can't. Yes, we're focused on what is going on in the Middle East and in Europe, but we have not and will not turn a blind eye to the security challenges that remain in the Indo-Pacific. And there's a lot of crossover because there are certain governments in the Indo-Pacific that are watching very closely how the United States manages support to Ukraine and support to Israel, and maybe divining certain lessons from that. So it's all the more important that we have this discussion in San Francisco.
I'd like to circle back to Ukraine with all of the concern about what's going on in the Middle East. And again, as we just discussed in the Indo-Pacific, we also have some concern among the people who have left Ukraine, who are in the United States, worrying that
oh, I was on mute, bro. I was talking. That's crazy. I was saying Bitcoin. They are going up a little bit. And I'm stretching right now. Do them push-ups. Amen.
That could assuage
We're right at the cusp.
concerns.
We forgot the 9:30 ones. Yeah, you got to move around.
Request
I'm doing my
President
lunges.
submitted just a couple of weeks ago.
It's weird. It's a weird
big
scenario.
Chunk of that, biggest chunk of that is for Ukraine, for economic assistance, for security assistance, for replenishing our stocks. I think, we prioritized it appropriately, and obviously it's not something at all that we're walking away from, and in fact, quite the contrary.
Mandeep, you have the last one.
Thank you. Given that India has a good relationship with both Israel and Palestine, do you see any role for India in resolving the issue? Given that in the last few years, this administration has work with India in working with other countries in the region like I2U2, the IMEC corridor.
To the Quad? Yeah, no, but India is a key strategic partner, and I think you saw that on full display when Prime Minister Modi was here. But we'll leave it to the Indian government and the Prime Minister to decide what their stance is going to be on any particular crisis or contingency around the world, to include the Middle East. But they remain a key strategic partner, and we're dedicated to advancing that partnership every single day. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming back.
Thanks for coming back.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Okay, Zeke.
Government is going to run out of money in 9 days. Can you update us on what the president is doing to stop that from happening? Does he plan to speak with the speaker, with congressional leadership, have them over here?
So don't have any. We don't have any readout or potential calls on the president's outreach to members of Congress in the next upcoming days. What I can say is, and I'm sure you guys have reported this, is that the OMB director, Shalonda Young, is continuing to do outreach, and she is on the Hill to outreach to members of Congress today, and certainly laying out the urgency of making sure that our national security and domestic supplemental, which, as you know, is our emergency needs, are certainly met. As we know as well, there is bipartisan support for those supplemental asks that the president has made, and also, as you know, as the Admiral just mentioned, it includes Ukraine, Israel, and some critical humanitarian assistance. So we're continuing to have those conversations. They've been happening for some time now with the OMB, certainly director, and certainly the Office of Leg Affairs and other folks here in the White House. And we have made ourselves very, very clear how important it is to make sure that the government stays open, make sure that key vital programs that American people need continue to get funded. It is important. We should not be here again. Congress has to make sure they do their jobs. And so that's been very clear. This is something that they have to act on. This is something that they can avoid. And so we have been clear about that, and we'll certainly continue to make that clear to them.
And then last night in a bipartisan vote, the House censured Congressman Rashid Tlaib. Does the president believe that was appropriate, that her comments justified that action?
So I'm not going to speak to the actions that Congress takes. We've been very clear, and any other resolutions that include a censure, we've been very clear, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, that is for certainly Congress to take action on, and that is their prerogative. We've been clear. You've heard from members of NSC, whether it is the Admiral or whether it is John Feiner who spoke to this, that when it comes to the phrase that was used from river to the sea, it is divisive, it is hurtful, many find it hurtful, and also many find it anti-Semitic. And so obviously we categorically reject applying the term to this conflict. But I will more broadly say, and this is something that John Feiner said when he had his interview on Sunday on Face the Nation, we respect that there are strong feelings about the war in Gaza. And and there are legitimate public debates and concerns about how
Bitcoin keeps going up.
So we have expressed strong views ourselves in public and in private conversations with Israeli officials, as you heard the Admiral speak to, as you all aware about the importance of preventing civilian casualties for sure, for certain. But remember, Israel is defending itself from terrorists who committed a horrific act. That's what we saw on October 7th, as you all know, and who have taken about 240 people hostage, including American citizens. So not going to speak to the actions that Congress took, but certainly as it relates to that term, we've been very clear. We strongly disagree.
Has anyone from the White House reached out to the Congresswoman, and given that she used a phrase that you just described as divisive and potentially anti-Semitic, does the White House plan to have any engagement with her? Does the president's head of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, buddy. It is that time. That's it. I wanted to listen to Kirby, get you your war updates, and then sometimes y'all get stressed with KJP, so I figured now the market, I don't know if the market's going to like this or not. Hopefully it does, but I think it's time for a nice little PHILO, man. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me if you're feeling a PHILO, but I got something for you. I already gave you a little bit of it the other day, so we'll do it, baby. Let's go. Are you ready, man? Are you ready? You feeling good? I hope you're feeling good, man. I hope you know you're blessed. Oh, man. Yeah, we've had a lot of good talks, and a lot of this has come up lately. And honestly, I think some of you guys like some of the other philos, a good way. I like looking at the stories. I like reading things. I like taking a different view. I always love it when I could go back to something and learn again from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love it. It's like a Lil Wayne song. I'm about to compare some Bible stories to a Lil Wayne song. I know. This is why, again, I appreciate all of you and I love all of y'all because, everybody has a different vibe. And some people, they be like, what are you saying right now? But it's very simple, man. You ever had something, you ever go back to a Lil Wayne song, you heard it once, you heard it twice, and then the 10th time you listen to it, he says something, and then you are like, what? Oh, he just said, and then you finally get what he said. Yeah, that's going to be kind of the general theme I want to share with you today, okay? Because it is something I already told you, but today's philo, I thought I would use this opportunity to build around it, to build around this and give you something, because this is what I've been doing. And I recommend you all do this. I don't recommend you buy the long term. That's not a recommendation, but it's not a recommendation. I'm not a financial professional, but still get a long term. But this I'm going to recommend for you. Are you ready? I already told it to you. It's already 8 days late, and my goodness, we have already started a new year, whether you realize it or not. I want some of y'all prepared. Time moves fast. If you can't tell, it's already November. But I wanted you to do this at the beginning of the month. I want you to start the book of Proverbs and read it. And read it just to read it, and read it as a book of wisdom. So I read my book every day, and I read it for various reasons. I read various different parts, but one thing I've been doing every day, every morning so far, I did it a little bit before November. Every morning, I'm reading one proverb. You get through the first chapters after day number 4, day number 5. I think it's like day 10. You get into Solomon's Proverbs. And then it starts. Then my man starts going off. So that's how I've been opening up all my days. I don't have caffeine. You guys ask me about that, but nobody asked me about this one. But you wouldn't know unless I told you. Again, I've been telling you the month of November, and it's just a good reminder. And I was reminded, again, just like a good Lil Wayne song, a good classic, a good game, you get reminded of some of what it is. But hopefully, every year you have of experience, everything you've gone through, every good year, every bad year, learning how to handle the good, learning how to handle the bad, how to handle the bad after the good and the good after the bad, it's always good to get a little refresher. So my philo for you is to start Proverbs, please, right now. It's already November. I guess you'll finish it coming into December, and that's the beauty. It's like 30 chapters, so once a day. You could do it in a month. A book on business. Again, I always say this. Everybody asks me. It's at the end. I tell you about the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation. Honestly, I've been reading it in King James Version too, and that's what I'm going to share with you. But essentially, I could do this every morning. You know that? And some of y'all, I could throw in a little mini philo for you. Not even just in the morning, but I'm telling you, every single morning, I'm reading a chapter that I've already read hundreds of times in my life. That's the crazy part. You have no idea. Hundreds of times, just like I've gone over earnings, you know what I'm saying? But every single morning, there's like one thing that's been sticking out, one or two things, and I just screenshot it as I'm reading it on my phone. So that's what I'm going to just tell you for today. Just a couple of them, man. There's two. There was two that came from this morning. I'll give you tomorrow mornings, or this one was the day before. I might be a little ahead already. This is from Proverbs 11. I'm going to just give you one line. I can read all of it, though. It's actually really good. I love it all. And this is King James, so it's going to sound really wicked. Riches profit not in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivereth from death. The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way, but the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness. The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them, but transgression shall be taken in their own naughtiness. When a wicked man dieth, his expectation shall perish, and the hope of unjust men perish. So sounds super wicked. Sounds very, very, this is what, you've heard this before, because some people get hyped off of this. You know what I'm saying? You could get very higher than thou, holier than thou off of this. He was like, thank God I ain't know. You could have some good self-reflection, too, depending on how you view it. But I'll give it to you very simple. Reading that in the morning, the one thing that kind of stuck out to me, riches profit not in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivereth from death. That's the line that I got. Why? I've read that so many times. I feel like you guys have heard this too. What about it? I don't know. What does that make you think of? Riches profit not in the day of wrath, but righteousness deliver from death. You were delivered from death today, were you? Kind of a tough read. That's why the New Living Translations, it makes it very, very simple. But then again, the King James, you could explore with it a little bit. So the funny part about that, I've read it a lot. I don't know what it sounds like to you, but I've read it kind of like a riddle. That's the crazy part. You guys, I don't know if this is too complex. Riches profit not in the day of wrath. So your money will not help you in a day of wrath. But being righteous, I don't know if that will be a synonym for good, will deliver you, will save you from death. Now, literally right off the bat, some of you were like, I was just in a deathly situation. Maybe. But I read this like a riddle. Again, I've read it so many times. In the morning, I don't know if it was 5 a.m., something about it. I was like, wait a minute. Because again, you read through Proverbs, and again, I've read this so many times. You know what I'm saying? But it'll talk about how money is both a tool and how money can go against you. Again, this is why it is Bible talk right now, but at the same time, I've always recommended this book for business. It's not one where, if you don't think you're going to learn about a bag reading Proverbs, my friend, you're mistaken. That's what's always attracted my attention. And SPY is going green and NASDAQ now. Again, bonds have already led the way, so we were talking about that literally, I think right around the peak. I think we almost got it perfectly there. Yeah, Proverbs very lit, man. It's something you, because that's what I'm saying. I've read this book. It talks about money, and that's why reading it here and it says riches profit not in the day of wrath. But you read Proverbs, it'll tell you where riches will help you. Ironically enough, it'll tell you when money can be used as a tool and when money is going to be your enemy. So that just made me think of tools, bro. So yeah, my PHILO, my Bible, all it got me thinking about in the morning was different tools for different situations. That's what it's telling you. Your righteousness will help you for something. This ain't saying your righteousness going to make you rich. It's not going to make your life easier. It's not going to, again, but there is a specific scenario where money does not work and one thing will work. But that also implies there's other things like that. So for me, I got there's a lot to take in from that. But a different view again, just like a Lil Wayne song, it hit me on the emphasis of tools. So that was the first thing I got. And then there's another one. Again, you keep going down in the verse. There was a little bit more. I'm like skipping it because, again, I just started screenshotting it when something stood out. I'll give you this one. I'll give you one line. Because I don't want to hit y'all with too much King James. Y'all were like, wait, what did he even say, Josh? Hold on. I'm like, that was simple. You just heard all of it. I know. Again, there's a lot. I read it slow too, bro. Don't even trip. I'm telling you, even going to King James Version, I'm going really, really slow. You have no idea. The merciful man doth good to his own soul, but he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh. Oh, there's many interpretations about this. Why are you yapping about this? Talk about stocks. I'm talking about stocks. You don't hear it? That's crazy. You might be tripping out, man. Go see a doctor or something. That's wild. That's it. We've only been doing straight quotes for like 30 minutes, like 15 plays, something like that. I don't know what. I'm in the Netflix and all the other stuff, but I don't know. That's weird. But the merciful man doth good to his own soul, but he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh. Huh. So, like, if you define somebody as merciful or cruel, what is that like? Like, what do you think about? If I said somebody was merciful, what do you think? Like, what do you think about that? And if I said somebody was cruel, what do you think about that? You think they're nice, kind, forgiving, mean, and they're rude? I'm thinking for the other side. But, like, can you give me a little more? Unempathetic. But, like, what do you... So, interesting. I love it. Because I started thinking about this, man. I'm a trip in the morning. You guys have given me a lot of attributes of somebody that is either cruel or merciful. But it seems like all of them involve interaction with other people, no? You tell me. You tell me. So if I said somebody was merciful, you're telling me that they're kind to other people, right? You're telling me they're empathetic, they could feel for other people, they're helpful, they're nice. Again, and if you said somebody was cruel, you're saying they're mean to people, they're unkind, they're rude. Huh. Well, if that's this is the observation. So this is what I started thinking about. How it's defined here in writing. It says it's talking about what you do to yourself. Oh, I don't know if y'all just heard me. That's why it's like, in a weird way, bro. We've said this before in the past, but it's like, think about it. You know, like, that's why it's like, show love, show respect to people. Honestly, show love for real. Why? Because do you think the fact that you being cruel to another person makes you cruel? No. That's part of it. But I'm sure it starts with you being cruel to yourself. Oh, y'all don't feel. I'm sure that's just a pattern. That's a lot of negativity. I don't know if you feel me. And vice versa. Seriously. Some of you are going to need to hear this one. You think, this is about talking about the cruel people? You think I'm here to throw shade? No. What about you guys who are nice to everybody? Whoa, you're helpful. And you do things good. And you know, you're actually people, I even in my eyes, Josh, I would tell you, some of you, I'm like, dude, you guys are amazing. I'm telling you, better person than I am. That's how I'm like, wow, like, I've met some of y'all. But are you acting like that to yourself? Do you see what I'm saying? Or are you nice to everybody and then cruel as fuck to yourself? Yes, I use the F word, but you probably say some wicked stuff to yourself then, huh? And tell yourself you can't do this. It's never going to be like this. I curse with the F word. You curse on the future of what's going to happen. But you are probably the most merciful, nicest person. And then same thing for the cruelty, bro. You know what I'm saying? It goes both ways. That's why sometimes you see someone being super negative, you're like, oh, he going through it. The same thing if you're probably super positive. Because, yes, there is the foundation is how you treat others. Duh. That's what I read. I'm like, they didn't read the book then. What do you mean? You do have to show love for yourself and others. But that's why I love Proverbs. Again, for business, for life, for success, for happiness. Don't underestimate the definition of what being cruel or merciful would, at least as what it states. Merciful based on how you treat yourself. What do you do to yourself? Do you give yourself the good stuff? The small good decisions. How you talk to yourself. Again, cruel with others is one thing, but are you being cruel with yourself all the time? Are you constantly putting yourself in a position, literally the capitulation mode? Oh, come on. It's the same thing. So I remember I told you the other day, right? I love it because I was like, yo, don't tell me what you believe in this and that, because what I'm going to view is how you treat people based on when they disagree. I want to see, is there cruelty or not? But now this got me viewing it in another way too, where it's like what it's really built off of. There's an element of yourself involved in how you are treating other people or not, but what is literally considered good or bad. So, Chad, I hope this helps. Again, and I hope it's something that gives you something to think about. And literally, I'm telling you, bro, this is just like, hey, I'm reading this book in the morning. Again, I'm going to do one a day. That's what I say. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, man, no matter what, like, read this. Maybe it'll give you some practical life stuff. Worst case scenario, you're gonna hear something you don't like. But again, I guess it reminds me of this. I told you this story back in the day. I might butcher it. You know what I'm saying? It was the story of the bird that migrated. The bird migrates south in the winter, and then it froze while flying through the cold weather, and then it fell. Right? Then it fell frozen on a cow, and then the cow pooped on it. The cow took a shit on the frozen bird. And then the frozen bird unfroze because it got shit on and started complaining about getting shit on, and is like saying, what's going on? And then a cat heard it and then ate it. You remember? I told you this in 2020. I don't know if I forgot what the main point was, but one part of it that it said the story about it is just understand not everybody who shits on you is trying to hurt you. And when you are in shit and you talk about it, you know what I'm saying? Nobody cares. They're probably going to try to hurt you than help you. There's one more part to it. Yeah, about the complaining. Yeah. I told you this years ago. This was in 2020, I think. 2021, maybe. So that's what I'm saying, man. Proverbs, you got 30 days. Like I'm saying, maybe you'll hear something you don't like. Maybe it feels like you're getting shitted on when you read it, but it's like that's not the point. Not everything that shits on you is trying to hurt you or trying to, maybe it's trying to help you. And at the same time, you don't need to tell anybody either. And two, maybe you find something you like. You don't complain about it. Don't have to tell anybody what's good. But I'm just saying, in reading it, there's some good things to bring out. And that's just what I'm sharing with you today. So I hope you liked it, Chad. I hope your mercy or cruelty is beyond anything reflected in how you treat people. I hope you focus on it for how you treat yourself. And I hope you love yourself. And I hope you love others. And I hope you take that PHILO to the bank. Because that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist on my channel. First link for the Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate course. And that's it, man. That's it. That's your PHILO, man. That's it. Back to not the market now. Now we can not talk about the market. Thank you. No, thank you, my friends. Thank you. Thank you. Show thy mercy or cruelty to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Amen. But Proverbs, bro, let's just read it once a day. You got 30 days. Is there 30 days in November? Or is it 31? Yeah, 30 days exactly. No Fed news. The latest news you had Airbus comments. Again, you had the earnings earlier. You had that PayPal stuff. And then we were just breaking out, and then the bonds last topped out. Then I think something on Israel. Again, I think it was just, or what was it? Then House Oversight Committee will issue subpoenas to Hunter Biden, James Biden to appear for depositions. And then White House denounces use of from the river to the sea in Israel-Hamas conflict. And that's about it. Okay. All right. I'm going to get you some post-PHILO Josh answers. Get you some F-350. Wait, what? Oh, that's not. Tenon. Oh, that was up in the morning. I think this one went crazy. I saw this one in the AM. Damn. Yalla. You need Roblox to flush. I'll donate 100. Well, listen, man. This was like post-field. I'm just saying, man, maybe you should show some faith and put the 100 first. I'm just messing with you, dog. Don't worry about it. Amor fati. That's it. You have to have it today. I feel like Roblo, you got till Friday, right? It's not like you on the daily, bro. Come on. You got till Friday. You don't need it to happen now unless it's like super out the money, but yeah, bro. If this was like televangelist though, I would have got you with that. I would be like, show your faith with the 100 first to let Roblox come true if that's what you believe. He's reached the bargaining stage. 60 on the 37. Yeah, you got till Friday. So, there is Powell tomorrow. Consumer sentiment on Friday. I mean, other than that, it's just getting. I can't believe we're green still right now, though. Like I'm saying, man, this just starts to morph into a very weird beast if we somehow do another green day. Fitch downgrades. We work IDR to D. Love yourself because you're loved. Believe in yourself because you're called. Forgive yourself. Love you all. Get the daily fuel. If you join the IG, I'll share my devotional each day from a book that changed me. Did you just turn it into a sponsorship? Hard up. Let's go, baby. God bless you. I was like, but very inspirational, man. I love all your messages. They're very, very good. Very, very good. Free 99, baby. Free 99. Amen. Nope, your bond auction did not blow up anything. They're going to ask that tomorrow. But now, I mean, even if tomorrow's bad, the two auctions did good. All right. I'll be right back. Post-PHILO. Enjoy. I'll tell you a funny story with the song, too. Well, there it is. Post-PHILO. We good to go. Is it too late to buy Eli Lilly? Not if you want to buy it 5 more times. So 3 more maybe. But as long as it's not your only purchase, it's just a really high price. Again, if anything, you guys ask me a lot about like what I regret sometimes. Like, you regret not buying Tesla. You regret I do regret. I don't know. Some of you remember in like 2020, we were talking about Eli Lilly as like the OG dividend play. I'm just very mad I didn't buy Eli Lilly. Back then. That was one recently where I'm like, damn, now with the Ozempic, but it's just extremely high. So it's a great company. It's not, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a high price. Eli Lilly, I don't think you're ever going to be mad owning that. Again, they have the longest history of dividends, I believe, in the world. It's like 180 years or something ridiculous. Or I think it's over 100 years of consecutive dividend raises and payouts. Like, it's unreal. So they're really good, but the problem is they are very, very high. So if you buy it here, just like it's an extraordinary price. Be prepared or not. I didn't buy it. No, I was gonna throw it during the pandemic when things were still bad. I was like, for safety and dividend and a big play. I was like, I do think Eli Lilly. I was considering it, and then I was like, maybe growth, and then I went to other stuff, and then eventually I just went to real estate, which was even better. But at the end of the day, I wish I should have thrown in a lot of money in Eli back then. I really, really wanted it. But then it went up. I was like, oh wait, and then it just took off. And then after that, it went crazy that one time. And then I have been waiting for it to come down for years now, and it never has a good pullback. It's like Abby Vi on crack. That's it. It never. So you could go for it. Again, it's not like, believe me, you're asking the guy who missed it I've known about all of it. So like, again, I just thought it was high every single time. So the best strategy would have just been buying it, and then waiting. And then buy a couple high prices and then only buy if it goes lower. And then after that, that's it. Mm-hmm. Only thing I remember in 2019 was the circus comparison to liking the video. That's it. That's all you got from that? That's crazy. 2019, that was the first TLT, right? We went snap crazy. I mean, that was fine. That was a good move for that moment, but Eli, you couldn't bring Eli down. You brought Snapchat down with 18 bad guidances just from that didn't even materialize from damn Evan. I thought first was 2020. No, it was not. That was the second TLT. So before hitting 30, 50,000% on TLT in March of 2020, we did it in August of 2019 on the first rate cut. So again, we were watching Powell before it was cool. We have always been obsessed with Jerome Powell. Like, that's why to a degree some people say, they're like, why are you obsessed with him now? I'm like, I'm not really. It's been constant. You know what I'm saying? It's been constant. It's been constant. With a dirty theta burn. I can't believe we're green. I'm still tripping out because you guys gotta, if we get past this day and it's green, bro, then it gets interesting, because then whatever the catalyst or we have tomorrow, if we go crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just it's gonna be 9 days, then 10 days, then before you know it, this has only happened like 10 times or less in history. And then you have to start asking yourself why. What is that really your pause or not, or is this just such a large reaction from a premature policy shift once again, or premature assumption? Disney, good or I don't know about the market, but it'll help. It'll create its own little pocket. And then do I still keep a picture of Jerome Powell hung up? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where that rumor may have originated from. So I have no idea what you're saying. Weird. Where you would get that idea. It's not like I have that ready to go every day. It's a slow fade. Caleb, LSU, baby. Hey, man. Is it even possible that it's not a premature assumption? Even if we do cut rates by June, we still got 8 months to go on high rates? Well, no. I mean, yeah, we could still survive 8 months on high rates. Well, look, again, look at everything. This has all been high rates, and we still held up. Again, people are still buying 9% mortgages. You guys don't remember, like, back here when people were asking me about mortgage rates? Again, Uncle had to say it in his song. I ain't tripping about it. He said the rates used to be 6. I ain't tripping about the loans. That was when people thought 6 and 7 would have been insane. So think about where you're at right now when it's all said and done. So we could still hold up, but, I mean, there's a chance that Powell does actually pause or pivot very soon. But then again, if it doesn't, then what happens on the reverse? Like, that's where things get a little crazy. UNG, no, we're waiting for again, I said I kind of wrote it off that way. I might take the final set for tax losses this year, but I think any energy recession plays, I think you're better off with the yen and the what's it called? The yen and the bonds, but I hesitate to say bonds because it's a very toxic relationship, as we've described. Interest rates don't determine our next step. No. Just the incline. That's like we've been talking about. I think Powell's just trying to raise the incline. So it doesn't just kill you, but it's supposed to slow you down, make you have a little bit more resistance. Inventory increasing in the market. I haven't seen too much inventory increase, sadly, but there's or nothing more than lately, but there's people buying. Again, I see it, Lending Tips will send me the craziest mortgages, but Lending Tips is still in business. So he does, again, that means refinances, new originations. I mean, people are still doing it. It's so wild. So again, Lambo inventory is skyrocketing. And then the prices are just declining too. That's the crazy part. So again, somebody said it. It's just it was in regards to real estate commercial, but generic assets, those are the problem. So again, non-generic, you need something, and usually that's going to be a high-quality property. Those are the things that are going to hold up well. Again, an Apple stock is a non-generic asset. You know what I'm saying? It's things like that are the thing. A luxury car is borderline. It's a very generic asset. Although they did go up for a little bit, it didn't again, unless it's an extreme classic car. It's not really, it doesn't fall in that category of a non-generic quality asset that has ability to kind of just withstand all the weirdness of the years and what could even happen in the future. Your brother-in-law bought a $3 million house in the Montage Place in Palmetto. Oh, he bought one of the residencies? Ooh, 8.5% more. That's crazy on a jumbo. On $3.5 million, that's a lot. That's a lot of interest. Yeah, that one's crazier. That's why even on any amount, it's still nuts. But I mean, people are still doing it. I see $1 million all the time. 1.5, that's pretty common out here. 1.5 for 8-9%, and they have to though. And that one may seem like a luxury property, but then at the same time, does he need to be there? Because the people who are moving out to San Diego to come work at Qualcomm and work in biotech, they have no choice. That's why they're well, I don't want to rent. They don't want to rent. That's the thing. They're just making the decision not to rent. But even then, now you're starting to get better rental deals versus buying. But a lot of them, if they plan to stay for a really long time and they're worried about the move and the uncertainty of prices, that's it. I rented it. It's $250K a year in interest, which is also $250K a year in, a write-off, or you could lower your taxable income. So that's, if he's making that much money and he could afford it, I mean, it may be beneficial, but he could spend the money elsewhere instead of interest. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's the world turns. Bulls and bears. I need to find you the video of the giraffes. You have to see it. It's hilarious. Yeah, this is what I think sums up the market for the last 3 months. Please watch. This is a very educational video. So one side, as you see here, that's the bears on the right. And then you got the bulls. This is what I feel like is happening. You stand side by side with each other. And then the bear gets pissed off. The bull said, now, bull said, we're back up. Then they go back, and then they just go back, and it's amazing. Have you ever seen this? This is nature. This is nature in the wild. You're actually getting to witness this. Look at it. Bulls and bears. This is stock market the last 3 months. Bonds. Rates. Oversold. Overbought. Yield. Financial conditions. Interest rates. Gold. War. Oil. Strong prices. Dollar. Better. Don't run out of money. Yeah, there you go. Tell me it's not accurate, though. I told you this yesterday. I didn't have the accompanying video. I just feel like that has been the whole 3 months. and it looks as awkward and funny as well. And then like, and it has the same, you're like, oh, like you hear like a, like, you know, go poof, and you're like, that hurt. Oh, that wasn't like, that's like the market. You're like, damn, we just dropped 8%. Damn, we just went up 8%. What? Hold, that's 100 basis point. Okay. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. And then we're still standing, and then still both sides still standing right next to each other. And then the little pause, and then you do it again. Then you do it again, bro. The economy is getting better and inflation is going down, then most stocks should rally. Well, that's the thing. The economy is doing better. Inflation is coming down, but then we're also worried that financial conditions and that the economy is going to start slowing down. And then we're like, what if inflation comes back up? But then the fact that we're even worried about that in the last week has gotten everybody excited because Jerome Powell admitted it. And now that puts back on the table the fact that he is borderline done and can't raise rates anymore. So it's a weird it's a weird dynamic of push and pull, both current and future, unfortunately. But that's why that's why there's a gigantic debate right now. If you're not, if none of this makes sense, that's good in a weird way. Like, you're not alone, but like everybody is debating what the F just happened and where we are right now. Like, literally everybody is debating. They're like, why did you have this massive decline, the bonds, all these things, and then why did we just rocket up to a potentially historical rally? And then now we're just paused right here. Is this a bull market rally, or is this like a real, okay, we just dodged a bullet, or is this like, okay, this is the last leg, and then we're about to see some wicked shit? There's a lot of people debating on all of this right now. So it is crazy. Who's speaking? Fed Barr or Fed Jefferson? It should be Fed Barr if it's two. I don't have any headlines, but it would be Fed Barr. He's a banking guy. I'll try to listen if you'd want, but I don't know if it's going to be live and then at the same time. I hate listening to him. Once he starts getting into the bank supervision talk, bro, it gets crazy. Personal gut feeling, really rally or trap. My personal gut feeling is that Powell is the puppet master regardless. That's it. We're playing a game right now. That's all. I have to start realizing it more and more, and just, you're not playing. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter to what you figure out or don't. You could see it ahead of time, and you'll have, again, there's indicators and stuff there, but at the end of the day, it's boiling again. It's Powell. He knows they're seeing the economy, they're stalling the data, and they're all just waiting. They could finesse it and hold things. If they want conditions tighter or not, they know how to talk their way into that, and that's what I think it is. That's why it's like, in the meantime, that's why I always have a long term. But like I said, I'm punting, bro, and I'm punting all the way back to 1970. I'm preparing myself for a 1970 to 1980 situation, and then that's it. But it's like, again, any moment you could figure things out, but I'm like, it's boiling down to, there's a broader invisible hand that is being held over by the Fed and their policy and how they signal it, and that will be our ultimate answer when it's all said and done, or when the data goes or not. But again, whichever one you're going to get first, that's all you're waiting for. In the meantime, it's just going to swing around and do whatever it wants, but I wouldn't get too caught up in that. If you do, because again, it's more vicious than it's ever has been. Like other times, it's not this vicious while you're waiting. You know what I'm saying? You don't have as much riding on the table. So, but unfortunately, you got 5% rates. You got vicious market swings back and forth, and you got Powell and the Fed and policy and the whole global world trying to like move in and out of stuff right now, from Bank of Japan and China all the way down to the States and the ECB and Europe. So, we'll see. We'll see. But that is my personal gut feeling is Powell controls it all, the Fed. And once you'll get a green light from them, just like even recently, we were high up until the dot plot. Everything just is still all circulating around them. Circling. What happened in 1970 and 1989? We would hit like a high every year and a half, and then we hit a low, and then we'd bounce back up, and then you hit another low, and then pretty much you were like break even by the end of the decade or a little higher, and then at the end of the decade you like would begin to double up like every 2 years from every year after that. So it was stagflation. It was inflation, bad inflation turned into a weird stagflation, and then everything else, and that's it. Not necessarily a lost decade. I'm just saying there's a good chance where, look at the leadership of the market, tech stocks, this and that. Sometimes some industries are doing good and bad. It's not to say that we're going to lose a decade. It's just saying that you're going to have very lopsided periods potentially over the next couple of years, over the next decade. I mean, think about it. 2020, mother effer, it's already almost 2024. So we're almost halfway there. Fun fact. But at the end of the day, it's just like I think there's going to be lopsided periods. I think you're going to have certain things do very good for a little bit, then they're going to give it back. Value is going to outperform, then growth, and then there's going to be a certain period where the Nvidias and the high flyers do dog shit, and then maybe towards the end of the decade they rally back more than anybody has ever seen. Like, you see what I'm saying? But it's like you are going to get I just think you're going to get a lopsided movement, and then that will create an average S&P that doesn't really move too much. Individuals will kind of do their thing, and that's why I'm saying I'm holding dividends, and I that's why I don't really care about buying. Again, I bought like 3 or 4 names. They all went lower than where I bought them. Some even recently they just dropped another 10% after buying them. It's okay. They pay dividends. The dividend is higher than the current bond yield. And if I'm thinking that is my plan on some of these names, I do think they'll be around. I'm hoping I could get some good dividends and growth because, after that time, at the very least, I want to at least put time to my advantage rather than working against me. That's the interesting part. In the next remaining part of the decade, you have interest and then you have dividends. You're either collecting interest or you're paying the interest. And think about that. You're fighting against time or you're working with it. And that's where we like the divvies. You think Altria will be solid even with declining revenues? I think they'll keep paying their dividend. And that's, again, what I'm looking for. I mean, valuation may fluctuate, but I do think generally, and don't underestimate it. Like, I don't know if you guys, like, we got to get familiar with these numbers sometimes. Like, go look at the numbers. Like, so yeah, maybe declining revenues, but don't underestimate no matter what sort of environment, they're bringing in $1 billion, $2 billion a month. There's a lot of names, and that's where it's like, compare that to, again, who was it? Like DraftKings is still losing $300 million a year, and you see how that thing is like running out. So depending on what happens in these next couple of years, that's why just cash flow in general, that's what I like versus, the declining revenue. I'm more so just good cash flow, solid dividend, ability to pay that. That is what I'm looking for those dividend payers. I don't smoke, but do they sell electric cigs and pot? No, they sell electric cigarettes, but they don't sell pot yet. I think they're going to. Philip Morris has a better leg on it. We've talked about Altria getting into it, but they've fell behind, which I don't know if is good or bad. They overpaid for CGC or Cron, whichever one that was, and then they kind of just like stopped buying, and then everything dropped, but still. Bigger. I think Mara, we were supposed to have Riot. Oh, dude, you have Disney after the bell. What am I saying? Any big earnings? You have the fucking mouse. You serious, bro? This is Chance. Oh, wait. Is this Mickey or Elmo? Either way, good luck. Earnings after hours, Disney, AMC, Twilio, Mara, Affirm, Duolingo, HubSpot, ARM, Lyft, Long, MGM, Take-Two, App, Space, App, DNA, Beyond, Laser, Cart, RKLB, and Honest. If it claps long-term buy. We do have the deposit. I don't have it on the E-Trade yet, though. E-Trade's still lagging me on everything. I got it in the Schwab, though. So there might be a little bit of gap, but just depends on how much. But I do think at this point, Disney, I mean, any lower than here, just going to go to $60, right? I'm pretty sure. So if this is a bad earnings, they're going to go to $60, I'm pretty sure. So it might be awkward in between, the 70s. I don't like it there. Even though it'd be lower, but because then if it hits 70, you think it's going to hit 60. But I could be down with it. Otherwise, MO. Like I'm saying, I still like the yield. It's one thing, because growth, you could buy growth, and if growth don't come back, you're clapped. But at the same time, like I'm saying, if on a longer term plan here, some of these dividend plays, I would much rather just drip that and hold them. You're going to buy 1,000 shares of Disney before close. Wish me luck. Good luck, man. I thought Disney I don't know, man. They will rock it a lot if they could do good. And last time they did good and then the market beat them down. But I just didn't like the pre-earnings run up. It's already gotten halfway there. But other than that, good luck. Isn't going to miss. But they just spent $8 billion. Yeah. It always pumps into earnings and sells off. They just need a good earnings, though. That's the thing. Disney is ready to run. I can get behind that. Obviously, there's a reason why I've been buying it. Don't underestimate how bad that stock has done. That's what I'm saying. If but they haven't had the numbers behind it. You saw what Netflix did. Y'all realize Netflix would have been a whole different scenario if their numbers weren't good. You know what I'm saying? You got to call it how you see it, because there was a couple of earnings this quarter. They did very good. Again, I think it was I think Google was the only one just because of their cloud missing. But, it's dude, it's Disney. They got their thing, bro. But at the same time, they haven't had an earnings like that. That's all. Disney has not had an earnings that has impressed you. Even myself, again, I'm waiting for that earnings, and I do feel like eventually they will get to that. But then again, it's been a long time already. But for the most part, they haven't had a blowout number. They haven't saved money or made money at a scale that was there you go. Now you're back. You know what I'm saying? So unfortunately, it's it's simple. You need a monster blowout. You need a beat. You need to shit on expectations, run through, talk up the next quarter and say, we're back, mother effer. Mickey Mouse needs a Kevlar vest. You know what I'm saying? Mickey Mouse needs to be able to show that he's really out there, a sign of confidence. But until Mickey Mouse, otherwise, they just wheeling Mickey Mouse around. And then you're like, come on, Mickey. And then they just keep making weird devil shows. It's a lot of weird stuff. Disney Plus new subscription up. It might be. Remember, they took it was like 2 quarters ago, and then you got to see the effects of the whole. Remember, they copied Netflix, and then it took like 2-3 quarters to show up on Netflix. So we will see. So no play on Disney. I might be down to just play it afterwards, but we have it in the long term, so that's kind of my play already. That's why I'm like, if you want to speculate for earnings, I would just speculate for the long term and throw it in there and own it forever. Because eventually I'm going to be right on it. But I'll tell you that much. But at the end of the day, it's going to be able to move around and do its thing. But if you want to make a play for this earnings, it can, just like I flipped it on last earnings. I think I made like $1,300 or something. We made a little bit more maybe. We did good on the Disney flip, but like it quickly died right after. So, again, people don't, unless that earnings is really good, that's what I want to go for. But I don't know about just speculating on it. Again, I would just put speculation, a budget, and just lock it in for life and call it a day. Wait for the big Disney dip. Well, this is the big Disney dip. I mean, it hasn't had like a 1 day like death blow, but I mean, you are again, it was like $200 to 84. You are at the COVID lows. So that's it. You've succumbed. Again, this is like Disney has given up 10 years of gains. That's a wild concept for a blue chip like Disney. That's the thing you got to think about. It's not like Disney ain't your like random ass company. It's not your startup. It's not brand new. You know what I'm saying? Like it's literally a blue chip company, and they're literally just clapped. They're gonna spend. Yeah, that was last earnings. I don't know where the $8 billion for what's it called comes into play. That $8 billion Hulu. I don't know how that's going to affect their stats. In 7 minutes till power hour, SPY and NASDAQ have gone red again. You were just barely in the green not too long ago. Yeah, their parks are doing good. Parks are killing it. They need to get something up on streaming, but again, they need something good, a real blowout earnings. Maybe that password shit might come into play, or at least maybe next quarter, though. Because remember, there was a lag on Netflix, and then they copied Netflix's plan. The question is if people really like Disney Plus as much. They talked all year about the divvy coming back. No, they were quiet, though, the last couple of quarters. The end of last year and, like, beginning of this year, they talked about it, then they shut up about it and then bought the Hulu stake. I think they bought the remainder of Hulu out, or they bought another big portion. They didn't own it entirely. Well, I think they might own it now after that deal. I mean, $8 billion is a ton. Bro, Oracle on the high and then ESTA. Yo, Establishment Labs. Look at this. Thing's down 11, and then Oracle's running up. You belly laugh every time you say Oracle. I like saying Oracle. It's very fun to say. If you haven't tried it, feel free. You'll see the enjoyment. You might receive the same enjoyment. You will be shocked. I need to get the earnings previews. I'm actually looking at earnings right now. See it. I don't see anywhere in the numbers where Disney would be a buy. I mean, it depends how you're analyzing it. But then again, what company do you see the numbers where to buy? Maybe that'll tell us what we're looking for. Yeah, bonds. I was saying, though, earlier, market could go up. Literally, we were talking about it just as it was hitting. Said, just watch out. Market could do its own thing. Maybe that's done for the bonds, and then we go from there. Interesting. NVIDIA, I'm surprised it got under 400 and then back up, but I mean, NVIDIA, I'm still kind of impressed. I don't know how to value NVIDIA. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody does, but I have been pleasantly surprised that they have actually executed somewhat on their AI stuff, assuming none of the numbers are like a Ponzi scheme or whatever people have accused them for. Again, the Anthropic stuff, whatever it may be. Oracle still. Let's see. You had the 2-year 4.9 and it went to 3. How much would you make? Do the math on that. So what's 1.9 of 3% or 4? So you'd be up like 1.9%, but that'd be about like 40%. I'm eyeballing it. So could be wrong, but generally speaking, I would verify that. But that's how you could view the percentage. I mean, literally think about it. That's why rates get so crazy. It looks like small moves, but if you go from 1% to 2%, the rates are literally up 100%. Little Raul, it is Power Hour now. I'm getting some of these earnings previews here. I don't know which ones you got. I only want Disney. I don't know, man. It's already Wednesday. You do got co-real estate today. No, I'm a week behind. AMC, Twilio can move a lot. Affirm is another one. Duolingo even, and then Hubs. All of these can actually move. IONQ, every single one of these is a mover. And then AMC is just like the best company in the world, right? So I don't know. Maybe we can't miss that one. I'm about to get funky. I don't even have an AMC preview, unfortunately. Oh, wait. No, I do? Is this it? AMC? No, I got one. Oh, man. Lyft, too. Yeah, then there's CART. I need to see CART. I'm either looking sell covered calls, buy puts, or sell out of the shares. I'm still barely up on it now. I was up a little bit more. I've given back some of the gains. But we'll see. There's no CART preview. But Josh, they have the Tay-Tay movie. I mean, dude, did you see the theaters though? Like, have you ever seen a clip of this like Tay-Tay movie theater thing? It's hilarious. It's like a party, bro. It's like a club. It's like a club in the movie theater. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. I was like, dude, they're kind of turning up. Okay, we need PHILO. And then SPY right at VWAP and barely red on both NASDAQ and SPY. Mara. There's not one for Mara. These crypto plays don't get the same love. A firm. Why is a firm's preview so intense? Oh, T. Who's this? A firm. And then, Duolingo and Hubs. Those will be the final ones. Well, all of these can move. IONQ can move too, but that one's a smaller cap. Then Space. I don't know about Space. I'm an Earthling. Oh, wait. Hubs? I might be thinking of something else. No, yeah. HubSpot dropped a ton last time. Hubs can move. There's one, it's like Hub something. It's like a $20 play. That's not the one. HubSpot. Oh, I don't know if ARM might be a little too new. ARM doesn't have any earnings history, does it? Yeah, CART doesn't have one. Oh, ARM has one. No shit. ARM. Adam. Do I have PDD or any China stock? I do actually. Again, I have a couple of 2 China names I'm holding, JD and Baidu. Haven't averaged on them in a minute, but I might actually be down. But I do like them, but you gotta be cautious. Very tentatively cautious. Joseph Foster, baby. Good morning and welcome. All right, I think we got everything, man. Listen, want to shout out Chad and Josh, baby. Hey, man, what's up, Gatsby? How you living? Good day, man. Are you guys you liking this? I don't know. We're on the cusp of 8 days in a row, 9 for the NASDAQ. So wild day, wild day. Bonds are up. Nothing could stop them. But now Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for your earnings preview. We love you, Jerome Powell. Oh my God, AMC, Disney sucks. No? Not just me? All right, just like the video then, man. Just like the video. Shit. I guess I'm the only one that gets excited about this nowadays. Just like the video, man. Just like the video. I thought y'all were going to turn up with me, man. It is Power Hour. Today's flown by. So let's wrap it up here. Whatever you hear now, you still got time to make a play. You'll have about an hour, and then, you can move from there, baby. You got a lot on the table. What's the date today? November 8th. So let's start. Actually, we'll go with this one at the end. Disney at the end, huh? Disney at the end, or we'll put Disney as number 3. We'll put Disney as number 3. We'll make them work for it. Let's start with somebody who deserves first. AMC, baby. AMC, revenue expected to be $1.26 billion. Adjusted EBITDA of 100. Oh, here, let me get up. I got to make sure I get the stock up. Oh, that's the 10-year. All right. Adjusted EBITDA $154.1 million, adjusted EBITDA margin of 11.8%, and EPS loss of 25 cents a share. Price history since last closed August 7th. Stock is down 75.8%. S&P is down 3.4%, and XLY is down 7.4%. Near-term options imply a 14% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, loss of 1, loss of 8, loss of 8. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line, and EPS has beaten consensus 8 of the last 20 quarters. AMC, ladies and gentlemen. Now for number 2, this is your boy Lyft. So they are expected by analysts to do $1.14 billion versus company guidance of $1.13 to $1.15. Contribution of $513 million. Contribution margin of 45% versus guidance of 45%. Adjusted EBITDA margin of $82 million versus guidance of $75 to $85 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 7.2 versus guidance of approximately 7. EPS of 15 cents. Bookings $3.9 billion. Take rate 29.3. Active riders 22.6 million, and revenue per active rider 50.65. Revenue for next quarter expected to come in at $1.2 billion. Contribution $482.1 million. Contribution margin of 40.8%. Adjusted EBITDA of $49.7 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 4.1%. EPS of 7 cents. Bookings of $4 billion. Take rate of 29.6. Active riders 22.7, and revenue per active rider of $52.86. Since last quarter, August 8th, Lyft is down 8.9%, S&P is down 3%, and XLI is down 7.1%. Shares are implying a 15% move for earnings. Last 4 quarters have lost 10, lost 19, lost 36, lost 23. And EPS has beaten consensus 16 of the last 18 quarters. Short interest is 17%. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 5 of the last 14 quarters. It's your birthday. Oh, man. Happy birthday. I hope you're blessed, too. Oh, Arna. Happy birthday, Victor. Shout out all the birthdays, baby. My name Victor as well. Let's go, baby. Victor. Love it. Love it. So that is for Lyft, brothers and sisters. So now, let's get to the main event. Even though I have more for you, we're going to get to the main event. Put them in at number 3. I'm not really good at hosting these earnings events like that, I guess. I don't know how to order them. But Disney. Yes, you waited. The Mickey Mouse. Should I do this one as like a Mickey Mouse voice? Oh, revenue's going to be $21.37 billion. No? Okay. Bye. All right, maybe not. Okay, revenue For Disney, expected to be $21.37 billion, operating income of $2.76 billion, EPS of 71 cents, cash from operations $5.73 billion, free cash flow $3.57 billion, subscriptions total DTC 222.75, Disney Plus 148.15 million, ESPN Plus 25, total Hulu 49.1, average revenue per user Disney Plus $5, Disney Plus Core $668, ESPN $537, Hulu Standard Video $12.47, and Hulu Live TV $91.26. Killer, bro. And then price history since last close, Disney is down 3.2, S&P 500 down 1.8, and XLY down 4.6. Near-term options imply a 6.3% move. Last 4 quarters have gained 5, lost 9, lost 1, and then loss of 13. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 14 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Please note, preview is reflective of models with reorganized segments effective fourth quarter 23. Oh, so there's going to be something new about this earnings. Oh, that might be a fluke, low-key. Yeah. Interesting. That was young Disney. Now you have young Twilio. So they might change, like they're going to they announced some reorganization at the beginning of the year, but pretty much coming into this earnings is going to take effect. They're going to do something different. So how they like recognize or how they show the segments, I have to double check, but there's going to be something different. So there might be the potential for there to just be some outsized number due to one of these, again, reorganization things. Hold on. How you lose ESPN but losing all this value. They spend money, man, and they burn billions of dollars. So, like, here's the thing that doesn't get attention. Pretty much Disney has blown just as much money, if not more, than Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg spent like $50 billion so far on the metaverse shit. Disney has dropped $50 billion on Hotstar, and like they've already wrote that investment down, I think like 70% or something. So again, they probably use it as a write-off of some sorts, but they've lost money again. So that's why too, with all the money they spent and now the growth of streaming not rivaling Netflix or anything near it in that sense, it's kind of created this weird dynamic there amongst other things. And now they just dropped $8 billion on Hulu. Mm-hmm. That sounds real bad. That's old. That's the thing. That's part of why Disney's already down. That's why it's like don't underestimate how much they've made in the past and everything else. But for the most part, that's why it's like they need to turn. We're hoping the ship would turn around by now, but that's what we're seeing for. I'm waiting for earnings. I still like Disney. Again, they're gonna have a little change here to some of the segments, it seems like. But other than that, I mean, remember, they did good it was like bad and good last time, and then the stock was down, and then it rocketed up for 2 days, and then just ultimately died. So, I mean, regardless, I'm not trying to speculate on Disney, but for the long term, I'm still down and like it. So now we have PHILO revenue expected to be 989 million versus guidance of 980 to 990. Non-GAAP gross margin 51.9. Non-GAAP operating margin 8.4% versus guidance of 7.7 to 8.6. EPS of 37 cents versus guidance of 33 to 37. Ending active customers 307.8 thousand. Revenue next quarter expected to be 1.03 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 51.9. Non-GAAP operating margin 8%. EPS 37%, and then ending active customers 313,000. Full year operating income expected to be 350 to 400 million, excluding items. Near-term options implied 12% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 13, gain of 14, then loss of 35. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters, and forward quarter revenue has beaten consensus 13 of the last 20, with forward quarter EPS beating 6 of the last 20 quarters, with 2 in line. Alrighty. And the next one. Who's this going to be? A firm. Wow. If you had 10K to invest in stocks, what would you choose? Well, right now, I mean, with everything, there's a couple of names that have gone lower. We talked about this because last year there were some really high-quality names that were cheaper, but this time around, you may be better off holding and getting interest on your money. So right now, you'll get $10,000. May not seem like that much. I think it'll pay out like 50 to 70 bucks a month, but the idea would be hold some cash until, you know, one of the big blue chip names you like comes down to a low price. I do like Disney, but they're going through earnings today, and I don't know if that's where I would put $10,000 with that much risk on the table to start. But depends how patient you are. If you got patience, you could do a lot with it. It's a good, and 10K is a good bag to start with, especially. He said 25K is the prerequisite to the million, especially for your first house, too, that it could lead to. You could do a lot with it, a lot. We did go over Lyft, yeah. And now I'm about to go over a firm. Yeah, the Mr. Cooper thing. I've read something yesterday about it because people were bringing up other things in like another cyber attack, but the Mr. Cooper thing was weird. There's another thing with like other payments and mortgages, apparently. Is that TLT? So bonds are coming back up here. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that. But as far as a firm, theirs is intense. 445 million in revenue expected. Guidance was 430 to 455. Transaction cost non-GAAP 256.7 million. Revenue less transaction non-GAAP 187.8. Adjusted operating income 13 million. Adjusted operating margin 2.9 versus guidance of 2 to 4%. To 2 to 4. So analysts are on the low end. EPS loss of 65 cents a share. GMV 5.43 billion versus guidance of 5.3 to 5.5. Total revenue percent of GMV 8.2. Next quarter, revenue expected to be 503 million. Transaction cost non-GAAP 306.2 million. Revenue less transaction non-GAAP 197.4. Adjusted operating income 7.4 million. And adjusted operating margin 1.5%. EPS loss of 70 cents. GMV 6.73 billion. Take rate percent of GMV 7.5. And then revenue less transaction 2.9%. Since last quarter, August 8th, a firm is up 52.9%, S&P down 0.3, and XLF is down by 0.8. Near-term options imply 15.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 29, loss of 0, loss of 17, loss of 23. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 11 quarters. EPS has beaten 4 of the last 11 quarters with 1 in line, and short interest is 20% with forward quarter revenue beating consensus 4 of the last 9 quarters. I still got more. The 25K. You know what I said about 25K? I wasn't talking about the PDT rule. So that like 25K being the prerequisite, I'm talking about like making just investments. Again, you could pull a down payment with less than 25K. Even your long-term once you just have stuff sitting in there and it's a lot bigger, you know, that's where once you start compounding at a bigger price, it's able to do a lot of work. So don't worry about PDT, world. Don't worry. Never will limit you, man. Yes, and cash account will get rid of that. Indeed. All right, Duolingo. Revenue expected to be 132.1 million. Guidance was for 129.5 to 132. Adjusted EBITDA 18.6 million versus guidance of 16.8 to 18.6. So analysts are on the high end. Adjusted EBITDA margin 14.1 versus guidance of 12.7 to 14.4. EPS loss of 7 cents. Monthly active users 78.3 million. Daily active users 22.3 million. Paid subscribers 5.6 million. Total bookings 137.8 million versus guidance of 136 to 139. Next quarter revenue expected to be 141.2. Adjusted EBITDA 22.1 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 15.7. EPS loss of 5 cents a share. Monthly active users of 80.3. Daily active users at 22.9, paid subscribers 5.95 million, and total bookings of 157 million, with 129 million being from subscriptions. Full year guidance expected to be adjusted EBITDA of 71.4 to 77.4 million, revenue of 510 to 516, bookings of 569 to 575 million. Since last close August 8th, Duolingo is up 15.7, S&P is down 3.0, XLK is up 1.5, and near-term options imply 12.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, 10, 22, and then loss of 13. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 8 quarters, EPS has beaten 7 of the last 8, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 7 of the last 8 quarters as well. Who's this? Hubs. And then, too, if you guys want, like, for when the earning comes out, screenshot this right now. And right when the earnings you want comes out, just go back to this chart. Because when I read the numbers out loud or you see them on the wire, you could compare them. Because, again, lately, the numbers haven't been coming out as easy. You've been getting a lot of lag. So just keep in mind, these are the estimates you are going against. So if you have that, if you hear the numbers, you know what they are, and you could quickly go and see it, you should be able to maneuver around a little bit. So keep that in mind. But this is for Hubs. And then wait up for a second here. Hold on. This is right at break even. SPY's at 43.80. Then Ionic, I haven't checked yet for that one. Hold on. Oh, my bad. But no, Ionic, I got to go over that one. But we'll do Hubs. You guys do want Ionic. Let me queue it up then. SPY refusing to stay green. It's fighting. It's power hour. We only got 30 minutes, and that's it. If we eke out the smallest of greens, bro, the trend continues again. I don't have an Ionic preview, unfortunately. Yeah, we're dry on that one. Twilio or HubSpot. I'm just these are ones that I think can move and are important, but both of those, Twilio has the ability to. Again, HubSpot I think will move a little less, but these are all 10%, 20% movers low key. Again, even Affirm went nuts last quarter. So for HubSpot, revenue expected to be $534.1 million versus guidance of $532 to $534. Gross margin 83.9%. Non-GAAP operating 12.9 versus guidance of 12.6 to 12.9. EPS $1.24 versus guidance of $1.22 to $1.24. Cash from operations $82.6 million. Ending deferred revenue $59.1 or $591 million. Billings $534.9 million. Revenue $556.6 million. Gross margin for next quarter expected to be 83.9. Non-GAAP operating margin 15.5. EPS $1.50. Cash from operations $112.5 million. Ending deferred revenue $674.6 million, and billing $639.8. Full year guidance is expected to be EPS of $5.24 to $5.29 and revenue of $2.116 to $2.112 billion. And price history since last close August 2nd. HubSpot down 24%, S&P down 3.3, and XLK down 0.8%. Near-term options imply a 10.2% move. Last 4 quarters, 11% loss, 7% gain, 12% gain, and a 6% gain. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20. Forward quarter has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 1 in line. And forward quarter EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. What about ARM? I got ARM for you, but there's not a lot of data. Not a lot of data, but I'm looking for my. Not a lot of data. Not a lot of data. Not a lot of data. It's fun to say. You should try it. So ARM revenue $739.7 million is expected. 407.4 from royalty, 334 from licensing, gross margin 96.1%, EBITDA margin $326 million, EBITDA margin 44%, EPS 26 cents. Next quarter guidance expected to be revenue of $776.2 million, royalty of $467.4, license and other $302.5, gross margin 96.4%, EBITDA $352.6 million, EBITDA margin 45.8%, and EPS of 27 cents. And that's it. There's no other earnings, so there's no history. There's nothing really to compare it against. And that is it. That is all the other ones I have for today. I don't have Mara. The crypto ones are really weird covered. I don't have Ionic. And then Cart. I'm in Cart, but I do not have it. So I don't even have the earnings preview. Cart is pricing in what? I think they're pricing in 10 probably. They're at 27 to... It's a fat spread. 180... 160. Did someone just buy those? Oh, I just wanted to update. It's hard because there's no purchases here. 131 day, it'll be 290. About 10%. Literally. A little bit more. Does Take-Two have earnings? I thought Take-Two was just up because of the what's it called? The Grand Theft Auto stuff. Small day. The volume's been very low. That's the thing that sucks about this little climb up here. Look at the volume just progressively getting lower. We're only at 44 million now. So if we're lucky, we're going to do maybe 60 million. We only got 30 minutes left. Actually, kind of, wow, you'll do 60 million maybe. It'll probably be lower than yesterday. Take-Two's after the market tonight. Damn, so they went up 10% before the report? No way. Tuesday, November 8th after the close. No fucking way. Yeah, so Take-Two, net bookings expected to be $1.43 billion versus guidance of $1.4 to $1.45. Non-GAAP gross margin percent of NB 66.2, non-GAAP operating 16.9, and non-GAAP EPS of 103 versus guidance of 95 to 105. Full year guidance net bookings 5.45 to 55 billion, EPS of $3 to $3.25. Since last close August 8th, Take Two is down 2.3%, S&P down 2.6, and XLK up 2.7. Near-term options imply 6.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 12, gain of 8, loss of 14. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 7 of the last 19. Take Two. I'm seeing where we are. That's crazy. The Grand Theft Auto trailer is what lifted them up. And then they have earnings after the bell. That's a wild pre-earnings move to run on that type of headline. That's wicked. Market panicking the moment it goes green. Because I don't know if you want it to go green. If it, like I'm saying, and once we start hitting 9 days, again, bonds are up, but market gets really good. But I did think the market was just going to do whatever it wanted today. Powell was a dud. Bond auction, again, lots of focus. We are up since the bond auction, ironically enough. This was literally, that was the move, but you are still just hugging at break even right now. Again, we wait till the 10-minute rig, final 5. We're going to see, but this is 30 minutes now, and then bonds are still holding. I'm not playing Mara, no. We don't even have a preview, unfortunately. We didn't have one for Riot either yesterday. Again, the crypto plays are, man, I'll stay for Disney, yeah. Unless it's going to take like an hour, but I think Disney just comes out right away. Should be. I'm going to stay till the close for sure. Let's see if we close green or red, baby. This is insane right now. Very insane. You're hugging it right there. You were just red. Now you're green. The bonds, just having a great. Bonds are higher than now the Bill Ackman level and higher than the Friday jobs report, which is, again, like we were saying, watch out for that paranoia in the bond market, but you finally got to uphold one rally here, even after you had your little candle. So it's very unique here. Very, very unique. We put flow on a firm.
Will the streak live on, or will the market end? On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, traders find out that they are debating on a bear market rally or bull market rally, although the market is entering in a history decade that has never been seen. I butchered that completely, but I think you get the point in Eli Lilly on the high.
Eli Lilly is rocketing. Like the bond dump may be done unless Yellen. Well, Yellen is going to raise more, but you won't hear about that for the end of the year now, or at least a couple more months. But then there's data. That's the thing you haven't encountered yet. So just don't forget, before you know it, we're going to have to go through the all-star list of data. So that's what I was saying here today. If once we start brushing off this week and get to the end, then we must look at next week's schedule. So you guys want good news or bad news? Good news or bad news, Chad? Good news or bad news? Which one? You want Chad news? Great. I'm glad you said that because honestly, I don't even know what the good or the bad news is. Let me just get this out the way. I don't know what this means to you. Are you ready? Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then we got Friday again, halfway through the week. You've already gone through these weird bond auction catalysts. You've gone through Powell. But now, on November 14th, 2023, next Tuesday. Why doesn't it let me get my calendar? Can I get my calendar, please? Hold on, I need my calendar. Right here. Yeah, there you go. CPI. So as much as we wanted to have like free range to run, you have today, tomorrow, Monday, and then before you know it, everyone, after we brush off everything, everybody and their mother is going to be, oh, it's CPI now. Well, then now it's the CPI, and then we're going to still be debating bull market, bear market up until the CPI, and then after the CPI, depending on what that gives in, then you're going to be towards the end of November, and then we'll see. And then there's going to be PPI, and then I think jobs. Again, then you'll get Japan data. But where is it? PPI is the day after. People will react to the other stuff, but again, I think the next Friday or 2 Fridays after that, or maybe skip 1 week, and then, dude, Eli Lilly, it's up $25 since we saw that. Damn. So I sold out of NVO on the news. If we just bought Lilly, that would have been even better. But even then, NVO is still holding up. The most the market has gone green. I think the record is for 12 days, I believe, or 14. I forgot. I got all the documentation. We were looking into this yesterday. So for the 14 days. 14 days. And then once you hit 12, that's it. After you hit 12, you set the records. And then 12 is there, but like literally, so after today, S&P starts to whittle down. The NASDAQ goes lower, but then we're going to be approaching less than 40 times this happened. And then if we go one more day, that gets cut in half. And then before you know it, it's like, it'll be 2 more days of this. If we end the week with all greens, the last time this happened, it would have been, so today would be day 8, then tomorrow 9, then day 10. Yeah, it would have happened. That would have only happened like 21 times in history of you going up day after day after day after day after day after day after day. And then if you hit 12, then everyone's going to go nuts. Guys, it was too late to get Eli Lilly. Yeah, I guess you have the answer. Like I was saying, I always think it's high, but if you're willing to buy it again in the future and, ride the wave, just get ready. Did you hear this headline? What does it mean? Banks are selling risk to hedge fund private equity through so-called synthetic risk. Somebody asked me about that today. I asked for a follow-up, but I did not read into that. I'm sure it's just probably a different type of credit they're selling, or again, something that's just collateralized, it sounds like. It's a podcast? What is it? Huh? Is Benjamin Netanyahu talking about this? A new way to I think there's an article on it. Yeah, big banks cook up new way to unload risk. Banks are selling risk to hedge funds through so-called synthetic risk transfers as a way to reduce regulatory capital charges on loans they make. They're expensive for banks, but less costly than taking full capital charges of the underlying asset. They're lucrative for investors who could get returns around 15% or more. What is it? Most investors pay cash for credit-linked notes or credit derivatives issued by the banks. The notes and derivatives amount to roughly 10% of the loan portfolios being de-risked. Investors collect interest in exchange for shouldering losses if borrowers of up to about 10% of the pooled funds default. It sounds like a credit, dude. It's literally like a CLO or what's it called? A credit default swap. But it's like it's collateral. Like that's it. It just seems like they're doing it now with debt. So they loan you they have loans, and then they make a derivative on the loan and sell a fraction of the loan and then pull them up, and then you lose if literally 10% of that pool ends up defaulting. So the only risk is if they just shove the whole thing with awful credit, just like 2008. That's all. It's the same thing. Instead of real estate now, it's just debt. It's just invisible. It's even worse. At least real estate, again, like the crypto. This is why we need the list from Sam Bankman, because this just sounds like what Sam Bankman probably was doing to begin with. This is how they probably were. I bet you it's all the crypto loans. Now that I think about it, because now they're just selling invisible fucking paper collateralized in a pool, but then there's literally nothing backing. At least the real estate, a mortgage is backed by a property. Interesting. That's what I think. I don't know. I've never heard about this. I don't know why they would allow this. Where the fuck is Elizabeth Warren when we need her? Like, you know what I'm saying? She's telling us to tax everything. Dude, Elizabeth, where you at, girl? I need you to write your letters to Powell and whatnot. If this is what I think it is, where you at, Elizabeth? Bernie? Anybody? I ain't got one progressive, not trying to... Anybody? Shit, a Republican. Anybody? I'll have to read more into this, though. I could be incorrect about it. So we'll see, but it's wild. Again, like I read, it just seems like they pay cash for credit-linked notes or credit derivatives issued by the banks. And the notes or derivatives amount to 10% of the loan portfolio being de-risked. This kind of sounds insane. It sounds exactly like CLOs exactly what caused the mortgage-backed security crisis, but it just seems like it's based now off of invisible debt. It's a credit note. These are notes and derivatives off of loan portfolios. So it's a derivative of a loan portfolio. You don't even know it's in it. Or again, maybe you do. I'm sure they have more info on it, but very weird. So then you just transfer the risk. So the idea is you offer these guys money to buy the paper, and then that way, if they're willing to take the 10% loss, you can de-risk 10% of your portfolio. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So they're just transferring the risk to whatever jackass wants to buy it for the 15% return. So they're saying, hey, if these bonds default, you guys are going to take 10%. You're going to take our 10% loss. So that's why the bank is just getting cash, and then now they have 200 billion less or however many less of loans on the books. SPY just rocketed. Maybe SPY was like, oh, yeah, they doing this? I mean, that would let us rally for another 2 years, though. I don't want to be that guy, but if this is mortgage-backed security bullshit, again, I mean, I was telling the MBSs, bro, I know how this shit works, too, but if this is going to be off of broader credit, we're going to run for like 2 years at the minimum. Because that's just going to, the liquidity unlocked with that. All these banks could take dead money, dead debt, and then they're just going to dump it off to these funds and mutual funds and whoever ends up buying them for the next 2 years, and then that's it. All of that shit just disappears until it defaults. That's a wild concept. Imagine you have a big box of toys and you're worried about them getting broken, so you make a deal with your friend. Your friend agrees to take the responsibility for some of your toys, but instead of giving your friend the actual toy, you pretend and use special pretend toys that work the same way. This way, if anything bad happens to those pretend toys, your friend will handle it and your real toys stay safe. Big banks do something similar. They make pretend deals to protect their money from bad things happening so they don't lose it. That's the ChatGPT explanation. It sounds it's a mortgage-backed security, or it's a CLO or a CDO. It's a collateralized loan. I think it's a CLO, or again, but then it's a derivative. It has debt. I don't know if it's debt, a loan, but then it's synthetic. So they're just saying you're gonna take this 10% portion. It's a very wicked. I love it, man. Banks are so creative, dude. These guys never fail to come up with a fucking wild idea. Like, that's a wild concept. Again, I'm sure they said the same thing about the real estate stuff, and then everyone's like, "Oh, this is great," but this is an interesting one. That's being smart. It is until it's not, though. Again, the last time they did this, we round up with a real estate crisis that only one person went to jail for, and all of the big banks got bailed out except for 2 of them. And then it led to your Dodd-Frank, which prevented you from getting houses from 2008 to 2019. And then by the time the rates were cheap and that house prices were cheap, you had a pandemic, and then everybody told you house prices were already too high and that the real estate market was crashing, and then you got hit with inflation. So it is smart until it has a consequence, unfortunately. But in this case, again, it seems like the exact same thing as a CLO. Give them all the regional banks to hold, buy the bank when insolvent. Yeah, and you keep the collateral. So if it's synthetic, hypothetically, if a regional bought it and then the asset went bust, the regional would have to absorb the payment. And if they couldn't, then the bank just keeps their money, which makes up for the 10%, and then the bank keeps the asset. That's literally what it is. So whoever ends up, they're gonna throw this to a zombie. That's what it seems like. And then you transfer all the debt to a zombie, let the zombie take the L, if that somehow works mathematically, and then everybody keeps the collateral. It's a weird collateral scheme, dude. That's kind of nuts. Fun fact, big brains and JP thought up the CDOs. Then I think JP Morgan's the one behind this. Again, JP Morgan has been working on $2.5 billion worth of deals in recent months to cut $25 billion from corporate loans. I don't know. I probably could get a breakdown. I think JP Morgan's in on this. They're already at least top 3 in it. We keep in cart. Let's see. Everything's kind of shit. It's all the same range. So now we're break even. I was just up on it $300 or $700. So that came down. Again, it's a big position. We've already been down to 24. If earnings are bad, you're going to go back to 24. You're going to lose $3 a share. Earnings are good. You're going to get 31 up to 33. And then anything above. If it's a good earnings, I mean, there is a lot of upside. I'll hold it unless it pumps up here in 10, 20 minutes. If we get back up to like 28, I'm down to covered call or sell it. But if it's going to be low, I'm down to hold it too. You could sell the covered calls, but they kind of limit you. The puts were decent to protect, but they were like decent, and then the stock just went down. Now the puts got awful, so it's not even like, meh. How do you work on being more patient with trading? Set a budget, set a rule. I mean, go a day or 2 without trading. Have you done that? That'll probably do it. But then again, too, it's, somebody said it the other day. The money's not made in the trade. It's made in the waiting. You wait for the perfect setup, you'll make all the money all in one day. Sometimes, again, waiting for some of these rallies and certain things. Again, wait till Powell. That could go a long way. But, even chilling will go a long way. Bill is a good friend. And then we're green on SPY and NASDAQ now. You got 10-minute rigged in 10 seconds. Chattadonia. I don't, dude. That synthetic risk thing is wild. You guys are saying stuff about it, but I'm still thinking about it. It's a great way to transfer risk to the fucking hands of people already about to die or any greedy mother effer who wants it. It seems like a good mechanism to pull all that extra money from the system, if that makes sense. It offers a high yield. It's going to pull in so much money there, but like I'm saying, they're dumping their risk on people, and then they still have the ability to keep the asset. So again, it's just going to it's going to free up liquidity for some, and then it's going to make sure people are good. And then if there is a collapse, certain people will take losses, but it's going to bulletproof some of these banks even more. All right, 10-minute read. You got a little bit of a green candle. It's backed by the loan portfolio, so like 10% of it, but they keep the loan. So they're saying that's all it is. They're going to say, like that example says, they're just saying, we'll give you 10% of X loan portfolio, right? You're going to own an option on it. We're going to give you the right to have this debt. Pretty much, if the debt doesn't collapse, you get paid 15%, killer return, right? And here's the history, performance, and it's grouped with this and that. But then if the debt goes bust, you lose your investment, you effectively pay the 10% that we lost. And then the bank still keeps the loan. So the bank keeps the investors 10%, which would make up for their 10% loss, and then they could keep all of the damn assets that they just invisibly sold. And so the only way this goes wrong, because can anybody tell me how this goes wrong? Think about it. What are they going to do? It's a credit derivative. Yeah, it's not a real asset. It's a derivative of credit. So it's like another IOU to an IOU. Not leverage. It's funny when you think about it because they will do it and they have done it, and this is what happens every time. And your boy Billy Huang has familiar with this. It's when the 10%, it's not that bad. It makes sense, again, if it fails or not. It's when they sell it 10 times over, and then they sell the same loan 10 times over, and now the 10% is 100%. So now you just sold the same. That's because they'll make a shit ton of money on it. And that's the problem, is that now you have this portfolio and you got 15, 20 of them, and then they're all contaminated with a couple of them or a couple that were resold. Again, the Billy Wong shuffle. Remember, he said, here's my collateral. He got loans from 5 different places, shotgun loan before anybody figured it out. It's the same thing. If they shotgun these off and then just sell them, you won't even know. So, yeah, pretty crazy. 8 days of green. Not yet, man. Not yet. If Final 5 has anything to say about it, but 10-minute rig, bonds are green. You're looking good for now, but we will see. And then if they make money, if it leads to growth, people will. We'll see how that one plays out. That's wild that they're doing that. Big Short too, yeah, but that, like I'm saying, that would create. In my opinion, if it is what I think it is and it gains popularity and traction towards the past, I think you would rally for 2 or 3 years before you had your next Big Short. Because that would change a lot of the dynamic if now you just created a fucking liquidity swap here that is finding a way to transfer risky money into the risky loans, and then the banks are able to do good, and then worst case scenario, the bag holders are going to be just anybody who's dumb enough to buy that, which is sadly going to be a lot of people. But then that's just, again, you were talking money supply, all of that, at least it'll tighten that up. I don't know if Michael Burry's in the mega short. That's the downside of only hearing about it once every 3 months. Oh, what? No way. Look at the time. Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Look at the time. You got Disney earnings after the bell. We might close green. We might not. I don't know if it's going to work, but in a little bit, the new guy is going to get on, and he is very loud. So when I say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers. If you have sensitive ears, if you get annoyed easily, if anything, anything of that nature, I just want you to know when I say earmuffs, following that, there will be a lot of very, 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 very loud noises. Now, we've had reports of eardrums bleeding, dormant baby back bitch coming to life, and other issues that I would not wish upon my worst enemy. So I want to make sure you have a good experience. It's the least I could do. Y'all have been great, posting info, showing some love. You know what I'm saying? So it's the least I could do is make sure you have a good experience. So when I do say earmuffs, that is your sign to, mute. Go mute. Be mute, and you'll be good to go. And that's why, and then your ears, everybody will be safe. Everybody will have a good time. And then that's it. You know what I'm saying? And then that's it. Let's go, man. Josh might be getting that 100 out of me. Hey, man. Just imagine if you had faith. Just imagine. You got this close without faith. Wow. Amen. Amen. It's below 40, bro. It's below 40. It's a joke. It's our inside joke. He gets it from earlier. I hope. Otherwise, it sounds weird. But yeah, earmuffs. Earmuffs, please. Earmuffs. It's time. Earmuffs, everybody. Watch out. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 70 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, especially if you thought the market streak would continue, because it did. Yes, indeed, it did, ladies and gentlemen. So besides that, the other good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. So all we ask is you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Go. Eli Lilly's Mounjaro has been granted authorization for weight loss in the UK. So I don't know if that was part of the FDA stuff earlier, but new guy might have jinxed it. I don't know if he did. But Chad Adonia, bring it home. Elf just started dumping there. I saw that on the low ticker. I'm like, what's going on there? But Chad, Disney after the bell, a couple of other names, but let's go, baby. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays, shares, futures, options. Speak now or forever hold your peace. If you play in earnings, you got limitations on options, flexibility on futures. You ain't got too much data tomorrow. Maybe more Fed speakers, but you got to wrap it up. Powell was a dud. The bond auction didn't destroy anything, and you're so close right now to records. This is amazing. 10 seconds remain. What's going to happen? Oh, my gosh. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The streak continues. The Dow breaks the streak, the S&P, and now ding 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 ding. Oh, no, let's go, baby. Oh, let's go. I need a GG. The earnings are going to start dropping 7 hours in the books. Let's go, baby. I need that good game. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody contributing, bringing something to the table. News, info, plays, personalities, good vibes. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. Let's go. All the members, non-members, stream alerts. You think you're the best chat in the world? You think you're the worst chat in the world? Show you got respect. So, I mean, listen. Cruelty, love, mercy is how you treat yourself. Show that with the GG. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Everybody. Holding it. You think you're the best chat? Drop a GG. You got to make it to the best. You think you a lurker? Drop a GG. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. Hey, man, way to hold it down. Hope you know we stronger as one. Everybody. Let's go. That news. Everybody, baby. Everybody. Everybody. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. GG, baby. Good game. Ah! What just happened? Wow. Pack and cheese. There you go. There you go. GG. Hey, man. That's how you play, baby. 7 hours. Good game. I need me to rap. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Who? All right, man. Is any earnings out? I'm waiting for Disney. That's it. I want my Disney. Maybe Cart too. I got money on Cart now.
Yeah, I mean it. Hey.
So we'll see.
It's 4 p.m. At
4 p.m. I wake up.
Shout out to Prezi, that's me. You can just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You can leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed.
Oh, real estate after the bell, baby.
Make sure you don't speak.
Already.
Duolingo
raises guidance.
I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them would say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us trade together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coal. Hunter my daughter's for
here
sure.
Disney
We
numbers.
ain't gon' fight about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control.
I'm gonna wait for earnings. I'm gonna dip out early again too. Shout out Daylight Savings, but thank you for holding it down, Chad. All the positive people showing love to their fellow Chad.
I don't like voters who ID. Questions from Princess and
man. Thank you.
Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man.
Arm, did they beat?
They like you,
yeah, they beat by 10 cents and they beat on revenue. And they're going down.
I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name.
Oh, they guided lower though on revenue. They lowered the lower end.
Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill.
Vito and Coin going crazy.
How about fresh to the bread? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block.
Bro, Vito and Coin are going nuts right now.
I'm live, so I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
That song's called Oval Office Freestyle by Uncle Answers. Saying Duo, they're killing it off earnings. ARM beat, but then I think their guidance range was a little lower than Bitcoin and Beto. They have been running up right now, but we're waiting for Disney. Again, the market is closed. There's a couple of earnings. I went over all the earnings previews. Some of them are dropping. You might see it here on the wire, but for the most part, it's not anything. Again, I'm only focused on Disney here for the day. And I gotta head out, man. I gotta head out. Disney beat? No, it didn't. I don't think it's out yet. But we will find out very, very shortly. Very, very shortly. I'm excited. Are you excited? It's very excited, you know? All right, yeah, so let's see. But thank you for being here, Chad. I hope you had a good day. Shout out to everybody who held it down, bro. Members, non-members, stream alerts, anybody liking the video, just being in the game and showing love to the Chads. I appreciate you, baby. So let's go. It's been a wild couple of months here and a wild end, but I hope you enjoyed the day. And now we're just waiting on earning. Again, there's your Disney. Revenue 21.24 billion, net 264, adjusted EPS 82 cents. So they killed it. Whoa, and then 14. So yeah, they killed it on adjusted and revenue 21.24. They were expected to do 21.3. So they went in lower. Again, EPS did good. The net was 264. I don't know what guidance that was supposed to be. I need more numbers on it. I don't have the guidance yet, but so far, revenue was not as bad. I don't know why everyone's getting hyped. I bet you there's a sandbag on the, what's it called? I feel like there's a sandbag. And then CART just came out. It's popping up here. Where is it? It's on the website for CART. They're out. They have an early pop, but it might get, I don't know what's going to happen on it. The bid and ask is crazy on CART. There it is. CART's running. Yippee! All right. So let's see. Yeah, I think CART got the beat. I don't know. Twilio, nope. CART's already back down. Womp, womp, womp. Again, Disney, Walt Disney. Let me see. I got more. So Disney, fourth quarter, 82 cents, estimate 69. Revenue, 21.2, estimate 21.4. Fourth quarter entertainment, 9.52, estimate 977. Total Hulu subscribers, 48.5 million. Estimate was 49.2. Then Disney Plus subscribers, 150.2. Estimate was 147. On track to achieve 7.5 billion in cost savings. Saw 5.5 billion. What happened with CART? I don't have the easy numbers there. I don't know if that's going to... CART just gapped up and then shot back down. Affirm, Instacart, third quarter adjusted EBITDA, 163, estimate 119, total revenue 764, estimate 739, ad revenue 222. Is that... They have ad revenue? Orders 66.2, estimate 65, and then fourth quarter adjusted EBITDA 165 to 175, estimate was 150, so they did good. Again, they were trading at a higher price, but they are going lower now. I don't know if Lyft is out. Twilio, I see Affirm on the high ticker as well as Twilio. And then Disney, I want to see Disney. I think we need more Disney guidance. And then ARM did good, and they're going down. And then Instacart beats estimates in first earnings report since IPO. No Affirm. We got ARM. Again, ARM wasn't, I didn't think ARM was that bad. And then Upwork, Price Target, Duolingo. They're talking again. Duolingo raised guidance. Twilio. So Disney's out, but we don't have guidance on Disney, do we? Fourth quarter, key points. I could read it through. So Disney, revenue for the quarter grew 5% and 7% compared to prior year and prior quarter. Diluted earnings per share from continuing operations increased to 0.14 from 0.09. And for the year, it decreased to 1.29. Diluted EPS continued, or excluding certain items, diluted EPS for the quarter increased to 82 from 30 in the prior year, and increased to 376 from 353 in the prior year. Disney Plus added nearly 7 million core subscribers in the fourth quarter. Streaming content in the quarter included theatrical titles Elemental, Little Mermaid, Guardians of the Galaxy. We continue to expect our combined streaming business will reach profitability in Q4 of fiscal year 24, although progress may not look linear from quarter to quarter. Domestic ESPN revenue and operating income grew year over year in both fiscal 2022 and 2023, demonstrating the value of sports and the power of the ESPN brand. Experiences operating income increased over 30% versus the prior quarter, with year-over-year growth across all international sites, Disney Cruise, Vacation, and Resort, all Walt Disney World. We continue to manage against wage inflation and challenge comparisons to the prior year of the 50th anniversary celebration. We continue to aggressively manage our cost base and have increased annual efficiency target to $7.5 billion versus $5.5 billion previously. We expect to grow free cash flow in 24 significantly versus fiscal 23, approaching levels last seen pre-pandemic. This continued robust free cash flow alongside strong balance sheet will position us well to address our investment and shareholder goals for the year and going forward. Our results this quarter reflect this significant... Oh, he's on CNBC. I was about to read his comments right now. I was like, I got some Iger comments. Let's see. Let's give him a listen. But he has a bunch of quotes.
How much do you expect over that base level that you already negotiated for that remainder of Hulu?
Well, first of all, as you know, there's a floor price, which is obviously public, stated. We'll be writing them a check for that actually pretty soon. There will be an evaluation process that is dictated by the agreement that we reached with them a few years ago. I'm not going to say much more about that process, except, we expect it will be fair and ultimately objective, and we're not concerned about the price that we will end up paying. It's a great step for the company from a strategic perspective, in that it gives us an opportunity
to trick him into saying he doesn't know how much
further
money he's going to
connect the
spend?
dots between Disney Plus and Hulu, and ultimately offer even a three-play or a triple bundle with ESPN. That's 3 great sets of streaming assets. And in December, we will launch in beta form a combined Disney Plus and Hulu app. And then in sometime, probably in late March of
Bro, my thing hates this.
lower customer acquisition, reduce marketing, hopefully reduce churn, and most importantly, create.
Yeah. No Bob
More
Iger.
engagement, and that's great for advertising. As you know, we have advertiser-supported.
They just said it was up $10, but I think it's peaking out.
Subscriptions for both Disney Plus and Hulu. Actually, it's quite a bargain. You'll be able to, if you're a Disney Plus subscriber, you'll be able to upsell to Hulu for $2 more with advertising, and vice versa for Disney Plus. So this is all a great step for us.
And it seems like there's a big pressure, not a big push, not just from Disney, but from these other streamers as well, to really push subscribers to the ad-supported version of their services. How important is ad-supported going to be, and what kind of growth are you seeing in streaming advertising versus linear advertising? Because we've seen, and even in this quarter, linear advertising is really struggling.
That one went crazy last
We can
quarter.
talk about both. First of all, we believe that the advertiser-supported streaming services, not just in the U.S., but in other markets, notably in EMEA, will be important growth initiatives for the company. In fact, in Disney Plus, we just implemented some really robust advertiser targeting tools that are already working and will help us obviously grow advertising. By the way, speaking of advertising, addressable advertising is very strong. And since you raised it, so is sports, by the way. I would say in linear, it's actually a little bit better than it had been. Overall, we've seen some improvement in general in advertising. It doesn't mean we don't have more improvement ahead. We actually believe we do. But for instance, technology sector has been a bit soft, but advertising looms large for us, and the combination of Hulu and Disney Plus advertiser-supported is a great opportunity for us to grow the advertiser-supported side of our streaming business.
And just to make sure to really hit the point on the linear business, you're seeing a strengthening market there, or what's your outlook for Q4?
Linear is better than many people assumed it would be, actually. It doesn't mean it's great, but we've seen some improvement.
I want to make sure to hit on ESPN before we return to linear. You mentioned sports. Given the results that were broken out this quarter, the 15% increase in operating income for ESPN, what do these numbers indicate about the type of partnership you're looking for ESPN and when that might happen?
And I noted you mentioned that ESPN was up in the quarter and thus up in the fiscal year. Is actually up in operating income and in revenue in 22 and in 23. So great trajectory. And the ratings are actually very strong, too. ESPN had one of the strongest years ratings-wise, I think, in the last 4 or 5 years in 23. That's a great thing. We obviously are planning to take ESPN out on a direct-to-consumer basis. We feel great about that. We believe we have an opportunity to strengthen that hand even more by bringing in 1 or 2 strategic partners that can add either marketing support, technology support, or possibly content support. Why not go out with a stronger hand, for instance? And that's what we've been considering. We've been in discussions with a number of entities. I don't have anything specific to tell you right now, except I think you can expect us to elaborate more on that sometime in the near future.
So there's been an expectation that this direct-to-consumer version of the flagship product will launch by 2025. Is that right?
We've not said specifically what
Dividend.
date we were targeting 2025. It won't be long. It won't be later than that. And again, we're working hard to make sure that we've got the building blocks in place to see to it that when we bring it out direct to consumer, that it is very successful. And we feel great about that, but we have an opportunity to consider some
Again,
strategic
Hubs now, there you
partnerships that
go,
I think
7 on that.
will make the
Hubs is taking
transition even more successful.
The NBA rights are the next sports rights that are up for grabs. How essential is it for ESPN to have those rights, and how problematic is it that you have these big tech companies pushing up the prices?
Well, I'm not going to comment about the negotiation at all, except to say I've said before, the NBA is very important to ESPN, has been for a long time. I should note that ESPN's important to the NBA too. We bring to not just the NBA, but to other sports organizations a level of support, engagement with audiences, not just on linear television, but in podcasts, on radio, and online, and in apps, and I could go on and on. That's quite valuable to these sports organizations, and I don't think that should be discounted.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. I want to make sure we talk about the linear TV business, because the last time you were on CNBC with my colleague David Faber, you indicated you were exploring selling those linear TV
after
assets.
the hours.
Since then, Disney was in a battle with Charter about what the future of traditional distribution should look like, and Charter really pushed to bundle streaming rights with digital. How did that battle and the resolution of that change the way you're thinking about potentially selling these assets?
Well, first of all, I think what I said on that in that interview was that I think we were considering a number of options, or everything was on the table.
Oh, come on. I remember you saying everything on the table. The stock was a lot higher then. Please hold. We on the ghetto CNBC right now.
But it's been actually taking a look at the linear networks. We have uncovered a number of really interesting opportunities to reduce costs and improve the business. And in fact, you have to look at the business in terms of its strategic value to the company.
Hit on the Disney shares, baby. Yeah, very good work. I'm glad that one worked out. This one's not playing this. Yeah.
Me too. Not only.
Guys are pissing me off, sir. AMC, man. AMC. Again, Affirm, HubSpot,
and Disney Plus.
Duolingo, they all ran.
Looking in an open-minded way, but that shouldn't in any way suggest that
man, this is rough.
Anything is imminent. It should suggest that as part of our ongoing process, we're very, very realistic about the marketplace and the future of those assets. But we also are very mindful of their value to the company today and possibly into the future. And the Charter deal, to answer your question, didn't really change our opinion about it. Like, that was a great deal for us. I think it was also a very good deal for Charter. It did enable us to reduce the number of channels that we were distributing through Charter, while also giving us some great distribution for our streaming assets, notably Disney Plus. So kind of, I'll call it a win-win for us in that regard, and a real balance between traditional linear media and new media or streaming for us. But I don't think it really changed our outlook about the business.
But does that mean that, given that you're selling effectively a smaller bundle of channels to Charter, that ultimately you'll have to shut down some of those channels? And do you think other distribution deals will follow in the same path as Charter's?
Well, first of all, our core channels were part of the distribution deal. So when we talk about possibly shutting channels down, we have a lot of channels. I've argued for a long time, possibly too many. I think that's true actually for the industry. Over time, with the growth of cable, a number of channels were created. I'm not sure that serves the distributor or the consumer that well, but that's maybe for another time. But I like the fact that we're focused on fewer channels. And I think I obviously love the fact that we were able to bundle.
I would love the fact if you discuss the dividend plan.
Future asset
Why
for the
is Snapchat
company,
running?
Plus,
Snapchat's like, let me get on this.
You said that you're looking at all of your assets. Do you have plans to sell your India assets, India Hotstar assets? Any update there?
I don't have an update. I'd say the same thing about them that I said about our linear networks. We're looking in an open-minded way. We like being in business in India. We'd love to be able to strengthen our hand. I can't at this point predict where that will end up.
Bro, TLT's going nuts after hours.
I want to ask you about Nelson Peltz. The stock is down 24% since Nelson Peltz declared the proxy fight over. He indicated, and he has teamed up with Ike Perlmutter, who formerly ran Marvel, that he is perhaps preparing for more activist action against Disney. Have you heard?
Oh, she's bringing up activists, and it freezes. Well, Chad, I might just call it there. Again, I want to hear about the dividend. Either way, kind of uneventful. Again, you had a couple of good earnings here. Even Instacart, they held up here. They're like kind of still negative on the day. Disney, again, it's like right here in the middle. I think their earnings was good, but I'm looking for dividend and some other things there. And then bonds are going up nuts after hours. And then the only other thing after hours going crazy is cold real estate, baby. Yeah, and definitely the market streak has continued. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it, but we got to get our rest and get ready for tomorrow and even tonight and everything, but I'm ending it right here. So that is the day. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation. Go read it in the morning, baby. Once a day for 30 days. You got a month, man. It's a new month, almost a new year, and the strangest secret in the world. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, why are we here? Why do we keep going? Why does that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style? And why mercy and cruelty is within how we treat ourselves as well as others, and why we actually care, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So don't worry, Chad. I hope next week my schedule gets a little better after hours, but I'm dipping on y'all. I got to go, man. I got to tell you, poop and food, man. Poop and food. But I'll see you on the watch list. I can't believe we're streaking like this, man. It's only going to get crazier. So we'll see what's good with everything, but I'll see you tonight. See you in the morning, God willing, and peace out. Hey, seriously. What's going on, man? Come on. Look at the bonds. Look at the market, the earnings. Fuck all that. Go. You better be at the code. You better be on the real Tyler and Trey. The guys are with Josh in the real estate. Josh, they're the guys who do it. The co-real estate. No, I mean it. Seriously, if I'm telling you, if you're not going to go to the stream, if you're not going to go to co-real estate stream right now, I'll just tell you one piece of advice. You better not. Don't. You better go. If you think you're not going to show up, don't. Anybody out there thinking they're not going to show up, don't. I mean it. Exactly. Now, just how does one join a cult and then become a realtor? Is that what they're investigating? Mm-hmm. How did you sell? Is it incorrect that then what is the difference between a cult and real estate? Is it exactly? Do they both have organizations? Mm-hmm. Do they both have people? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Is it false then that they both share similar character? No, exactly. I reclaim my time. I'll see you later. Have a wonderful evening, and shout out to Coat Real Estate. It's Coat Real Estate or bust. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Good evening. Goodbye. I'm leaving. Now, that's it. Stop talking. Goodbye. I'm leaving.